Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second day of the post eSports League playoffs. Now, yesterday we had some action in League of Legends. Today we will be concentrating on the both remaining disciplines, which will be Clash Royale and FIFA 20. We can't wait to see the amazing card combinations and advanced tactics that our players have readied. Now, let's kick off with some Clash Royale action. I'm Trax, I'm your host for today's playoffs, and with me today for Clash Royale I have Jonathan from Royal Family eSports and also Karascast from the Engine Stuttgart. Welcome, guys.
Thank
Hello.
you.
Thank
Hello.
Today we will also see first on our program we have the MVP race. We will also talk about the announcements and talk about the playoffs bracket. We will also see the players more in focus. So first we talk about the players. Now we have some players during the season. We had solid performances from Team Kaio Magic, Anamity eSports, Black Pearl, Outplay eSports, Crypto, and of course Royal Family eSports. Shy Guy, Jonathan, what is your take on those players during the season? How come that an no-name player like Magic finished first in the season?
I think it's very interesting to see that Magic, as a newcomer, has managed to rise up as the number one player of the league. I think he also has the advantage that he was so unknown before the league, because a lot of people didn't expect to go into the matchups against him, and him being such a good opponent. So he could prepare because the other players were more well known in the scene, and he as the underdog could just rise up. He knew already what they were favoriting, what their playstyle was, and he managed to actually come out on top in the end.
So we had also Anamity Black Pearl, who was definitely one of the top favorites, losing some games due to disciplinary actions, as he wasn't there for games or just had the wrong cards which were banned during the game. So do you think he will do some mistakes like this in the playoffs, or do you think he has finally learned it to play by the rules?
I think that the 8 weeks of the season of the Post Esports League are very long. They have a lot of engagements apart from the league, probably, especially a player like Black Pearl from Anamity Esports. They are very active in other leagues, in other tournaments, so probably he didn't take some of the games too seriously, because all the games he lost were actually upsets. They were games he wasn't supposed to lose. He won against the good players of the league. So I don't think that in the playoffs he's gonna have these troubles.
Okay, and remaining both players, Outplay eSports Crypto and of course Royal Family eSports Shy Guy, two people we know. What can you tell about those players? Like Crypto is one of the strongest player in Luxembourg, and Shy Guy being a German and also in your squad. How do you feel did they do in the season itself?
I think Crypto had a really straightforward, really good season. I think most of his games he lost were against the top players like Black Pearl, Magic, Turtle, and kind of his arch nemesis over the last few events, Orange. But he's going into this playoff very strong into the top 8, and I think he will have a good shot at making it to the semifinals. The same counts for Shy Guy. Shy Guy, to clarify one thing for the viewers, Shy Guy is his Discord tag, and he's more well known in the Clash Royale scene as Tadeus. So just so you know, we're gonna call him Shy Guy, but he came into this as an outsider, hasn't really competed in Luxembourg, but he has a really, really strong record, and I think that he also has a good shot at the semifinals.
Great. Now we have some players with ups and downs, and those are not no names, right? We have here Royal Family eSports Total, we have Outplay eSports Barry, And then we have two players who were maybe not the most well known. That's Coolio and Orange. Now, for the two first players, ups and downs. Okay, can you explain how that comes into a league? Because you would think that players are well prepared into a season, and apparently they were not enough. Maybe they underestimated weaker players or no-name players and losing to them. So how can you explain that? For example, we have Royal Family Esports Total and Outplay Esports Barry struggling a bit to stay in the top 8 actually during the season.
You make a very good point there. I think they're really good players, but over the course of 8 weeks, it's also hard to keep your concentration. For Total, you can really see that, and at the beginning of the season, he came in strong. He placed up there. He took the first spot for a few weeks, for quite some time, but in the end, he didn't have. He couldn't pull through the last few weeks. He also had some really hard matchups the second to last week, which probably took some of his motivation. And knowing that you're already qualified for the playoffs is also a reason that might play into your preparation for the last games. For Barry, I think he showed really consistent play, because most of the opponents he lost against were the other top 6 players. So I think his performance was as expected. Just some games, which is also very interesting, because yesterday in the top 16 he played against Royal Family Esports player Lord Luca, and during the season as well as in the qualifiers he lost against Lord Luca, and yesterday he managed to come out ahead 3-1. So I think Barry is also going strongly into this, and the season doesn't really reflect his possibilities.
Okay. And then finally, coming to players who struggled throughout the season, there were Royal Families, Esports Squad, Blackie and Lord Luca. Also players like Belgral and the newly established esports team Duxedom with its player Madil and Silent Voice. Now, those players had good wins at times, others, and then you think like, okay, now they find some feet into the season, and then they just lost against an unexpected player beneath them. So one of the players that didn't even made it into the playoffs. How do you explain something that you should be ready to play against people, and then you suddenly lose against weaker seeds? Is it maybe this underdog boost that those players has, or is it that you can never be prepared enough in Clash Royale?
You can definitely never be prepared enough, because you never know how your opponent reacts to you as well. In a best of 3, if you lose the first one, it's your decision whether you keep on playing your playstyle or you change it up and try to counter the enemy. I think for most players it's actually a lot of preparation that maybe was missing, or overconfidence going into matchups that they were supposed to win, but the opponent actually managed to counter them or really put their playstyle through that day.
So in the league we had some new players joining this whole experience as challengers. Are there players in the playoffs, even though also in the first rounds, that were never really on tournaments before here in the greater region, especially Luxembourg?
There were definitely some players that weren't well known in the Luxembourgish CR community. I don't know the names per se, but I think we have a few new challengers that we might also see in the future competitions, and hopefully so.
All right. So now, having seen a little bit of all the players making it into the playoffs, let's get into the next topic, which is the MVP race and announcement. Now, we have the 5 best players here on the MVP race, that be Orange, Shy Guy, Magic, Crypto and Black Pearl. Now 5 players with amazing skills, and only 1 player who has no team, which is Orange. Also a player that came out of nowhere actually, was supposed even to help us internally as a referee at the beginning, and just decided to participate in the league and crushing it. Like he managed to have a top seed. It's great to see players having not an early confidence, but building a confidence by qualifying and then playing very well during the season. And that shows just how much this Clash Royale game is actually versatile, giving chances to every player. Now, in your opinion, who was the most solid player besides now losing the last games?
I think the most solid players are definitely the ones on top. They were consistent in their season. They took all the wins that they were supposed to take. Some upsets happened, of course, but for the most part, I think that the top 4 players actually really deserve to be there. Losing 3 or 4 games in those cases and winning 19 to 20 games, that's a performance that really also shows their skill and their abilities.
And especially they are constantly good. It's not like they had a bad week. They had usually maybe 1 loss during a week, but never 2 or 3 losses. So that also makes them strong. Now we had Magic coming into the season without any team, and after the season got recruited by the Team Kaio lineup. How do you explain that? Is it like, does it deserve to be immediately picked up by your team just because you had 1 good season without knowing how the players would work? What is your opinion about that?
I think Magic really deserves that pickup from Team Kaio. Especially Team Kaio is not an organization that's really well known for mobile gaming esports. So it's really interesting for them as well as a first step into that direction. And finishing first after not being known in the scene at all, that definitely deserves a pickup, and Team Kaio made a really, really good step contracting him.
All right. Now we have the MVP before us, and I'm happy to announce it. The MVP of the season for the Clash Royale discipline is, of course, Magic from Team Kaio, with the most dominant performance in the league. Won the direct confrontation with Black Pearl, as he has a better difference in sets. So he is the player of the season. Congratulations to you, Magic, for your first big competition you're joining and already are an MVP. We can't wait to see you play later, because you made it to round 2 actually. And now we come to the players bracket of Clash Royale, where we have a lot to talk about, I think. And starting immediately with our MVP, almost losing actually in round 1 against the last seed of the playoffs, Gibona, a game which ended in a short favor of Magic, winning 3-2 in the best of 5 sets, as people have to know that the whole playoffs bracket will be played in a best of 5, which means you have to win at least 3 games and the set is over. Now, a question for Karas maybe. How do you explain a first seed almost losing to one of the last seeds of the playoffs? How can you explain something like that?
Clash Royale is a game that's very fast in playing, very fast play style. You have different decks and different types of decks. Sometimes you have a little mispositioning with 1 card, maybe a little bit too late, a second or something like that, and then it's instant that you can lose because you get a difference with your elixir and you're in a difference to the opponent. And then it's very difficult to get back on track. So the thing is, if you get more damage on your towers, you lose the game, even though the 5 minutes are gone. So it can be very, very fast that maybe Chibona surprised him with a deck he didn't expect it in the position, or maybe just with a lucky shot, I would say. And so maybe it was a best of 3 and he would lost against Chibona maybe. So very lucky maybe here for Magic, and we definitely need to see his full performance today so he can reach the semifinals.
That's it. Well, Jonathan, from you, you know Magic and you've seen some results from Gibona. Was that to be expected from Gibona? Was he even considered to be a threat for Magic?
I think after the performance that Magic showed over the whole 8 weeks of the season, it was definitely not expected. And it would have been a real upset if Gibona would have actually taken it. But in the end, Magic came out ahead, so he's here now in the top 8. And now we'll see how it affected him in his play today. Maybe the fact that he almost lost yesterday takes away his confidence. Hopefully not, and we'll see some good games today from him.
Great. Let's jump to the second game we had in round one. If I could have the bracket, please. Yes, thank you. We had, a confrontation between the squad mates Royal Family Esports Turtle and Blackie, which ended in a 3-1. Interesting to see that it's seed 8 and 9, so it means they were pretty close in the ranking together. Turtle being the more well-known player, how do you play against someone who is from the same team? Karas, is there
Yeah.
something, maybe a difference on your mindset? Because maybe you train also with them more than you play with other players. How do you get into such a play, such a game actually, especially knowing that the winner will come to round 2 of the post esports league playoffs?
That's the thing. In your own team, playing against your own team member, it's very important that you full committed for fair play, for fair esports, and that you fully say the better may win in the situation. And I'll guess I don't know these people in person, but I'll guess they're maybe friends or something like that. They definitely know each other, so it's very important that both of them keep chilled, I would say, chilled, and just play the game like they would play against any other opponent, because afterwards there's not allowed that there's something like anger or something like that against your team member, because it's your team member, and as a team you will get the best for your team, and if he's the better player, he should be in the semifinals or in the quarterfinals today.
All right, thanks for your input. Now let's kick off with the third game we had on the round 1. We had Shy Guy, another Royal Family player, and Herbeni LP. Now Herbeni LP had lots of struggles during the season, but managed to get into the playoffs, but was crushed by Shy Guy with a 3-0.
Yeah.
I think there's not much to say. It was just like the seeding played it out. The better player wins. We have Orange versus Silent Voice. 5th place versus the 12th place. A 3-1 convincing win for Orange. Now Orange will maybe find a team for the grand finals if he wins today, as he is the second set of the day. Then we have on the first side, our first quarterfinals will be Magic versus Total, 2 players who are sharing the pride of a team. And then we have Shy Guy playing for Royal Family versus Orange, who has no team, maybe has less pressure. I don't know. We will see that on the set. Now, there is another part of the bracket. That was the fight between Anonymity Esports and Tuxedo Esports, the players Black Pearl and Merdil. Merdil was showing some strengths in the beginning of the season, but fell off very hard in the coming weeks and barely made it into the playoffs. Now, I think this performance is quite exponential. It explains actually that Blackpool is the second seed and was also one of the best players of the season. Then we have an interesting confrontation. It was Outplay Esports Barry, 7th seed, and Lord Luca from Royal Family Esports. Jonathan, maybe you can explain to us, the skill level was not much different, and you already said something very interesting actually before. Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, actually, both players are really close at the skill level, and they actually also train together. So they know each other very well. They know each other in their personal lives. So it makes the matchup really interesting. The first time for the Post Esports League 2020 that they faced each other was during the qualifiers, where Lord Luca, after a long pause, he came back to Clash Royale for the Post Esports League. So for him, facing Barry in that matchup was quite interesting, because Barry is a really, really good player, one of the top players in Luxembourg. and Lord Luca managed to come out ahead. In the season early on, they faced each other again. Lord Luca managed to win 2-1 again, and now yesterday Barry had the upper hand and he managed to pull it out 3-1. We talked to Lord Luca. He said Barry just had the better matchup. He had his strength, he was prepared, and he deserves to be in today's top 8.
Well, that means that Barry had a lot of time to prepare. I think he was very hot on this game. He wanted to win it. He didn't want to lose it a third time. And he definitely broke the curse of the third time is a charm. So now we have on the next game, we have Outplay Esports Crypto, who played versus The Boss 8. I think the seedings are talking for themselves. Crypto with a convincingly 3-1 win over The Boss 8. And then we have two teamless players, which are Coolio and Belgral. Coolio with an astonishing 6 plays in the season. Like, maybe you know more about Coolio, Jonathan, because I never heard of him. And he played very well, actually, and showing off that he is a force to reckon with.
Very consistent. Very consistent, of course.
Yeah, definitely. His whole performance during the season was very consistent because looking at his losses, he actually only lost against the top seeded players and also Lord Luca, I think. But for the rest, there were no upsets, so he really deserves that 6th spot. I think in the Luxembourgish Clash Royale community, regarding the clans, he's also known already, but in the tournament scene, he's also pretty new name and a top contender as he showed us.
All right, now let's look at the bracket one final time before jumping into the lobby. We have at the second part of the bracket Black Pearl from Anonymity Esports, the German player, versus Outplay Esports, Barry, the Luxembourgish team. So that will be an international clash between Germany and Luxembourg. That will be also a great game to watch on stream. And then finally we will have Crypto from Outplay Esports, one of the main favorites of the league, versus Coolio, as you said, starting to get known in clans, but actually in the tournament scene and league scene he's usually new and had a great performance, especially with beating his opponents 3-0. That could give him the needed momentum to beat actually Crypto, as Crypto have shown some weaknesses at some times of the league, getting upsetted actually by 2 or 3 players. At least one player, I think. That's so far I'm sure that he was upset at least once. But that's very interesting that we have great games. I think we have all the top 8 seeds. The top 8 seeds managed to get into top 8.
That's kind of interesting, I guess, because
Yeah.
not normally there's something like some changes in the session, but in here really 1 to 8 there in the quarterfinals right now, and all the other players got sold out, I would say. So maybe we see the best 4 players today's evening in the semi-final then for the LGX. But let's see what happens. Clash Royale is a very, very fast game.
Well, it's pretty interesting though. We can't break now the curse again, right?
Yeah.
Like now we have top 8. It's logically that we have now the top 4 seeds entering the grand finals. At least we can wait to see it happen. Now, before we jump into the game, just a quick reminder to you guys out there: you can win one of the Samsung Galaxy S20s. We have 2 of them. During the stream, we will give you at some point a keyword that you will be able to use. Don't worry, it's a different keyword than yesterday, so you can use the same one. Not already start putting that keyword from yesterday in the chat. If you want more information about that giveaway, just type into the chat !giveaway and you will get more information. So now, without any further delays, I think the players are ready to enter the lobby. I will give it away to our casters, Jonathan and Karis Cast.
Thank you, Trax.
Thank you, Trax.
Yeah, first game, Magic versus Total. So we have first place, first seed versus 8th seed. So what do you guess? Who will win? The typical question.
This is actually a really interesting question because Magic, as the first seed, was a newcomer. He was not well known. looking at their performance throughout the season, Magic should have the upper hand. But looking at the players' records, I would say Tortle has the upper hand because he's been in the Clash Royale scene for a bit longer. He has some achievements like the Austrian League, A1 eSports. He placed third. He won the RPL championship. So
the experience is it. So in your opinion, experience is over the good performance in the season. I never saw each of these players play, so I'm very excited to see it soon here live on the board. Clash Royale, we said it earlier, it's a very, very fast game, so everything can happen. It's not like compared to League of Legends, where the game isn't 25 minutes, it's about maximum 5 minutes each. So we have the 3-minute normal game time, we have the overtime, and then we have at the end, when no one of the outer towers has been fallen, we got the tie, I would say. The people with more damage on the crown tower of the opponent is the winning person, and normally we want to see one tower falling. But especially in pro play, it's normally that the players play very passive, so then don't go for often for the full all-in. So you wait for the opponent mistake and then use the mistake to make your own play, and that's very interesting in Clash Royale because you need to predict your opponent very well.
Yeah, because in Clash Royale it's a really fast-paced game, and if you make one mistake, the opponent gets an advantage, he can build on that advantage, and it's usually hard to come back from that point. That's also why the players usually wait until that double elixir time in order to play, because then the difference doesn't build up as much. So
and there are some cards, the big winning condition cards normally are very expensive, like the Golem or the King, the Royal King, and those cards need backup to get full potential, to get damage on the opponent's turret. So you can get the Golem to the enemy turret, but it's not enough if you haven't backup to clear out the enemy things. And now we're going live to the first game, Magic versus Turtle, with their first round.
Let's go.
Okay, it's already started. Skeleton, a balloon flying over to the cage. Cage always a good thing in the middle position to protect from anything getting on your crown turret. Again, very important to get your turrets defended. You don't want any damage on the turret. With a charger against the air machine, it's very nice.
It's really interesting to see that these players actually didn't wait until any time. They started off the game pushing.
Yeah, that they want to see the opponent's stack, so you want to see the enemy cards. Now we have on the right side the push with the skeletons, and you need something to defend the guards outside, but there will be some damage on both turrets. So right now Turtle a little bit in favor in front of Magic here, downside on the blue side. Poison, very good use. Now you get skeletons, even though your guards can't hit the turrets anymore.
Every chip damage is really important, because if they tie in the end, tower with the lowest HP will actually win, so it's always good.
The knight here perfectly countered, I would say, with the cage, so the knight is very much live. You need to counter it. Now the loon is going in with the goblin, but the typical loon counter is the inferno turret, and now here the inferno turret is on the loon, and loon is very low dropped, and that's it. He's gone. And now it's kind of hard for Magic to get it done, because his win condition is the loon pushing to the enemy tower, and you now know the enemy has the inferno turret. So what will you do? Now your answer is the lava hound.
And Turtle is already cycling back to that inferno tower in order to counter the
knight on the right side. You use some guards again. You won't get the knight on your turret. And now the flying machine, good usage. Lava Hound is counting, but now the ice golem in front of it can tank the damage from the flying machine. Now the Inferno Drake is up, but on the wrong target, I would say. You wanted on Lava Dog, and now it's gone. But yeah, a little bit of damage. But now the rocket on the left side, very good. Baby Drake and Loon both gone with one rocket, and that's what you want. And yeah, Magic already knows this is a hard game, and Turtle is pushing towards his towers. One tower nearly down, and 3K. Live on it right now. 10 elixir. And now it's double elixir phase. You have to push 30 seconds left on the time. With the lock, you can push to the turret. Baby Dragon to push, but the knight again hitting the turret. So turret is low, and this could be the first loss for Magic in this setup. Again, the rocket against the loon. So we have everything against the balloon perfectly used. Turtle is here very clean, and doesn't get stressed out. And I think that's the first game, maybe.
Yeah, we still have to see. He still has to do the damage on the left tower, but seeing at the as
pushed forward. So turret dropping low, Magic can't even hit the opponent turrets. Now he's coming again Loon. You hit the turret, 400 HP left. And now it's all about the last final push. But here, good setup. Flying Machine, Baby Trick. Good two setups. Nice snowball, maybe a little bit overused in this situation. You need your elixir to get to that opponent turret. Lava Hound is pushing through. And now there's a big setup, but the rocket is coming in, 368, and that's it.
It's enough.
Turtle gets the first win in this series. Yeah, and that's what you said about. Magic is now behind, and now Magic has to do the second draft, I would say, to get it back on track.
Yeah, of course in this matchup, the first matchup is even more interesting because they don't know what the enemy is going to pick, what kind of deck it's going to pick. Here we saw Turtle with a really strong deck against the Lava Loon deck from Magic, so it's hard for him to come back from that. Yeah.
The Rocket, you got Lava at the Inferno turret, both things good against each Lava Hound and the Balloon. To get a Balloon back on track, you could counter a Balloon with a Tornado or something like that, but this is the more consistent way, and it worked perfectly fine for Turtle in this situation. And I guess the first win sometimes is for the mindset, very important to get first win in a set, because now you get a little bit pressure off your neck, and you know, okay, 2 more to go, and I got a series.
Yeah, definitely. That first win is really important for your confidence. I think Magic, he put himself out there as the first seeded player, and now losing that first game is actually quite hard for him.
We will see what will happen in the next game. What we can talk about is a little bit a new card, I would say, that isn't right out now in the game, the Skeleton Dragons. Some people are still playing it right now because it's in the game, but it's not officially released. And for this tournament, it's important that every card you play is in the game since 2 weeks, so the Skeleton Drags aren't really able to play. And that's kind of good because the new meta is all about the Skeleton Drags. Everybody is playing this card because it's kind of overpowered. Like always, the new card is the strong card. You will test it with every single deck combination. So maybe it's good that it's banned right now. Yeah. So we see a wider variation with different winning conditions to get to the win.
Yeah, definitely. We see the more old playstyle right now. Lava Loon has been around for I don't know how long.
3 years or something like that. Yeah. Since ever.
It's a classic deck that every pro player pretty much has in his roster of the decks. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see also now whether Magic is gonna change up his deck and how he's gonna try to counter Turtle in the game we are heading into right now.
Second match, Magic still on the blue side, and now it's starting. Okay, it looks like Magic is playing the same deck, even though now he's placing the cage. But Dark Prince as first card. Maybe we see a little bit of a rushy deck, a cycle deck going in, but the Skeletons as counter.
Yeah, they don't wait any time. It's like the game begins right away.
You want to see the opponent cards. Now the Baron on the right, the Giant on the left, and now here is the Hawks coming in, getting countered by the Wizard, but the Electronic Wizard isn't enough, so you're getting huge damage on the first turret, and that's exactly not what Magic wants. 1000 HP left right now with this one rush, but he waited, and now his rush is going back. There's the Graveyard with the Giant in, but there's the Dark Prince going on, and the healing isn't enough. The Hunter does extra damage on close range, and this push from Magic is completely neglected here. And now a Hunter, Dark Prince plus Barbarian pushing towards Magic's turrets. And last second cage to def it up. Good usage, but again, now you see the Hawks going down. The Skeletons doing a little bit of damage, but it's not enough. The Wizard a little bit too late, but you haven't got the Elixir, and the damage is there. 600 HP left on the turret. That's not good for Magic.
Yeah, 1.5 minute played, already down to 680 HP. It's gonna be difficult to defend that. Yeah,
the Ghost now heading towards the Night Witch as one of the last cards in Magic's decks. Maybe to counter something like coming up from the sky. And the Night Witch was very strong card, got nerfed many times, and right now it's in a good position. You can play it, you can play her, but yeah, you see in this situation the Ice Golem, perfect usage. You can even get the bats off, single damage on your turret. Now it's the thing, what will Magic do against the 3 Musketeers. First, place the poison on the turret, always good to get some extra damage. Now the Musketeers will hit the Giant on the left side, but a huge push with the Dark Prince and the Hawks. And the Musketeer, even though inside the damage, and the Wizard is a little bit late again, and they're hitting on to the turret. Nice Night Bridge here to get some off the track, but the Dark Prince still the Hunter countered completely the right side of Magic. But Magic, it looks better than last game. He has some more damage on the opponent's side, but again, these Musketeers are pushing in. Now the Graveyard against Dark Prince push. Dark Prince push countered by the cage again, but he got the turret, and that's huge for him because a huge wave of skeletons arriving to the King Tower and getting huge damage. Baron here outside, but on the left hand side, the Hawks inside his own base with 2 Musketeers behind. So this is the next turret for Turtle, and then now on the King Turret each. And now it is on Turtle to defend his thing. Magic is here all in, and now it's going all for the next tower. 600 HP left, and there's a huge push from Turtle coming in. Magic doesn't know what to do. Good game is called, and that's the 2nd win for Turtle and match ball for Turtle in this situation. Wow!
Really strong performance so far by Turtle.
Exactly what you said.
Yes. Well, he has the experience in the competition, so the season ending was really rough for him, but he shows his skills in these matchups.
Again, we say it, he was the 8th place in the season after 8 weeks, after all his games, 8th place, and he managed to get through the 8th of finals to the quarterfinals, and right now he's completely dominating Magic. Maybe Magic will now go for a different type of deck, so both types were playing around the cage of defending. First one with the Loon, second one off the Graveyard, but Graveyard was good countered in the situation with your push with the Dark Prince and Hawk, so it's interesting. What do you think will Magic do now? Because he is under pressure.
Yes, he is definitely under pressure. He has to win now. If he loses just once, he has to reverse sweep Turtle right now. So it's really difficult for him to find a deck in order to do that. Because Turtle, in both cases, he chose a different deck as well. And really, he was set up really good in order to keep off the pressure from Magic, and in reverse make pressure onto Magic's tower.
I mean, the pressure on Magic is huge. He needs to get 3 wins in a row. If not a single mistake, he does a single mistake, and he's out of this season. And remember, Crypto is still in, his brother, but we will see what Magic will do now in the 3rd match. So again, instant, the Skeleton Balloon coming in. Now the Infernal Turret on Magic's side, so maybe they're switching the decks a little bit right now. Maybe the Loon deck on Turtle's side, Infernal Tower on Magic's side. We will see what's coming next. 10 Elixir, so you're still waiting, and now it's a little bit more passive. You're looking what has the opponent. The Knight coming in against, okay, we see a Goblin Barrel, instant countered by the Log. A Goblin Barrel is a very annoying deck because you always keep on pushing with low units. We see the cost on the top side, very low cost on all that stuff. The Knight very tanky, and it's okay, we see a double Goblin deck against, and nearly the thing I would say on the on the bottom right side. You need to defend these Knights, but that's the thing, Clash Royale, you have 2 identical adept types playing around the Goblin Barrel, but different cards played around. So we see no Princess right now in Turtle's deck.
Yeah, that's really interesting to see in general with Clash Royale. The support cards you can choose in order to push your win condition are very versatile.
Yeah, Skeletons here just to get another one. There's still 1 card missing, 2 cards we don't know right now from Turtle. Maybe there's the Princess too. The Voodoo getting countered here by the Princess very much, and the Infernal Turret is here defending against the Knight. And again, but the Goblin Barrel is completely countered by the Log, so perfectly for Birth to have them. On the right hand side, okay, he lets it through and goes for the push all in on the left hand side. Nice Goblin gang in the situation, but getting countered a little bit by the Knight. But the Knight is still on it and his tanks a lot. Princess is doing a lot of damage, and that's it for Magic. He gets the first turret, and that's so important for him because now he can stall the game and just go forward full defense mode to get back on track.
But his right hand side turret is also really low right now.
One good push and he's gone. He has the Log up. He needs to play good with the Log. Goblin gang coming in. The Log, a little bit of miss pushing, and he's going for the Princess. to defend his Voodoo Knight, going in with the Goblin Gang, and this could be enough. The Goblin Gang is defending, but another hit, 165 on the right-hand turret Princess, but another huge push, the Knight in front, the barrel in the back right now, but the Log is cleaning all that stuff out, and now it's the barrel in 80 life, and I think, perfect use.
He still got it.
Perfect use of the Spirit, the Ice Spirit, but it wasn't enough on the left-hand side. Now the Skeletons getting countered by the Infernal Tower. Both players are going crazy. They want this win. Turtle knows this could be it. This could be his win for the semi-finals. Knight and Voodoo on the right. Infernal Tower still defending it. Now two Voodoos inside. And this could be huge damage now coming in. The Knight defending it for Magic, but another barrel coming in. Is the Lock ready right now? It is ready, perfectly in timing, but he's only defending 900 damage on the Crown Tower. That's nearly nothing. Coming in, the Knight on left hand side defending very good against the Loon in this situation. Princess getting countered completely with a 1 cost card. That's a little bit annoying, I would say. Now the Voodoo on hit, another 100 damage on the turret from Magic, 130 left. And the barrel coming in on the King Tower. The Rocket doesn't hit the Knight, that's not good. Infernal Tower number here, 177. The Rocket's coming in, and that's it for Magic. Magic is out, and Turtle managed to head over to their semi-finals.
Yes, we have our first semi-finalist with Turtle taking this set 3-0.
Wow. MVP 10 minutes ago, right now, he is gone. He played a very good season. Still, Magic's performance for his first season was extraordinary. He was very good, but in this case, Turtle played it calm. He had maybe more experience to get it done, and now congratulations to Turtle for his move to the semi-finals.
Yes.
Now it was Turtle, the experienced player, being calm, always having the answer to Magic's stuff, especially in the first game where he had the answer on his deck, and then the second game stayed calm and watched the pressure that Magic tried to exert, and then the final game, which was pretty close actually, Magic being the first one to pressure, the first one to take the tower, but still Turtle stayed calm and just, put it simply, was just better at this set. Now our MVP sadly quits the race of the grand finals. He loses to Turtle, who had a weaker season but strong in the playoffs. He is a force to reckon with. We know Turtle that he is strong. He usually do top spots, top ranks in tournaments also. So it's not really a bad loss for Magic. This 3-0 looks dramatic. Of course you wanted to win, but you have to see that the two games, game 2 and game 3, there were big chances for Magic to win those. Actually, it's just game 1 I had the feeling that he had no chance at all. Turtle still had his both towers. Game 2, Magic came back towards the end, also trading the towers, but in the end, Turtle was just calmer and had more experience. And afterwards, in game 3, we saw the more aggressive way of Magic getting the first tower, but Turtle staying calm again, had a good composure and won this set with a clean 3-0. Now, what is your take on that, Jonathan, about the players, and what would that mean for Turtle in the grand finals? Has this give him back the boost he needed, the more boost he needed, as the season wasn't so great for him? What do you think?
I think Turtle in general went really confident into these playoffs because he knows his skills. He's been in these competitions so often that he actually knows to handle the pressure really well. He showed that with Magic today. He showed it yesterday, also winning 3-1, I think. I just think he has a good shot at the finals. It's going to be interesting to see who he has to face in the semifinals. But the way he played today and how he showed his skills in game, he definitely has a good shot at it.
So what we've seen is maybe an upset. If you look at the season, where Turtle was 8th, I think, and then Magic being first. But in terms of experience, the experienced player won this confrontation. So that's not really an upset, actually, if you can look at that way.
Yes.
Sadly, the MVP quits now the playoffs, but Total, another strong player, and breaks the curse. We won't see the top 4 seeded players into the grand finals during the Luxembourg Gaming Experience 2020. Now,
That's it, yeah.
Karos, what were your impression of Total during this whole set, and do you think that Magic could have done some things differently?
The first game was just unlucky. This is the typical case of both picking a deck, and the one deck is completely countering the other deck. So that there was not much to do for Magic. We saw it. Magic, I think after 130, he already pressed a good game because he knew he can't do anything against the deck. The next type was just the Graveyard deck. Both played the Graveyard, and the Graveyard deck from Total was just better defending against the Graveyard deck from Magic. So it was, again, maybe a lucky tip, maybe was just clever from Total to going on this deck. And the last one was, I would say, the all needed all in from Magic, and he did it very well, but Total kept calm. He knew, okay, he's destroying my tower on the right, but on the same time I'm completely rushing down, make the crown tower to half HP, and that's the thing, because I still have the rocket in the baggage, and that's the thing I need to end the season. And yeah, I would say it started with luck, and then it was played on with experience, and Total managed it, and he did very well.
Great. Now we've seen a first big result, actually 3-0. We wish that the results were a little bit closer, that Magic would have put up a good fight throughout the whole set, but was unfortunately only able to do so in the final game. Now we will take a small break and we'll be back with the second set today. Don't go anywhere.
Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off, better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can.
Some days there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Some days I'm not myself. There's no one I can turn to. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. It might take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on, I'm moving on. Moving on, moving on.
Won't you take me to that place? Take me to that place. Won't you take me to that place? Won't you take me to that place? Won't you take me there, man? Because you said enough, you said enough, you said enough. Because you said enough, you said enough.
I know it's a game, I'm not gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me. It's all just a game. You think I'm gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of the post eSports League playoffs weekend. We've seen a terrific game between Royal Family Esports Tortel and Team Kaio Magic. The MVP was upsetted season-wise, so Tortel advances to the semi-finals. Now let's jump into the second game. Let's see the bracket which we have. We have now should have Shy Guy versus Orange. Now Shy Guy being 4th and Orange being 5th. So being rank wise, they are very close, which means they should be a close game.
Should.
Karas, your opinion about this matchup?
I just can say the same as I said before, Magic versus Turtle. We're playing Clash Royale, and sometimes, especially the first game, it's maybe a little bit luck based what kind of deck you pick and what kind of deck your opponent picks. And after it is just maybe predicting what the opponent is playing, and then I guess on the skill level wise, so playing the game, I guess now the upper 4, 5, 6 players are very identical. Not identical, they're very the same. So Shy Guy 4th and Orange 5th, I guess.
Yes,
This was the range.
exactly.
It can happen everything. It can be a 3-0, it can be a 3-1, a 3-2. And I really don't know what will happen. I know, Jonathan, maybe you have some guesses what can happen?
I actually think that Shy Guy might be going into this as a favorite, at least a little bit, because Orange, he's well known in the Luxembourgish scene. He has participated in a lot of offline tournaments and online tournaments, and has shown his skills, especially being able to keep up with players like Crypto or Barry or the other good Luxembourgish players. But Shy Guy is also very well known in the German Clash Royale scene. He has already had his merits in a few tournaments. He has gotten 4 times 20 wins, so also the in-game stats show that he's quite a skilled player. And going into this, it can be anybody's match, but I think that Shy Guy is slightly favored.
So, Karis, you talked about a bit of luck in the first deck picks of the game and then predicting the second game, but isn't that what playoffs are? Because players have now played already at least once against their opponent in the season. They should be able to understand what cards they prefer, what kind of strategy they prefer. So that's now up to preparation time, who's better prepared. And I feel like even in our first game, Total versus Magic, Total was just better prepared. And maybe this time, Orange, who is the slightly underdog, I would say, because Shy Guy is very strong, but Orange having great performances in the season will also determine who was better prepared, especially knowing that both are rank-wise the same skill level.
I think I would compare it a little bit to rock, scissors, and paper, because of course you can prepare, you can watch the matches of your opponent, you can look what he normally plays first deck, what he plays, what he has for a playstyle, more aggressive, more passive, and all that stuff. You can look that up, you can go for it, but sometimes it's just really like, okay, in my opinion, now I'm Magic, you're Turtle, so I'm Magic, I know, okay, you definitely think I'll start with this deck, so I pick another deck. And maybe another deck then I picked 5 weeks before, and I picked it 5 weeks every time as the first deck, and now I pick it as the last deck and all that stuff. So that's a little bit like rock, scissors, paper. But in the end, in the actual game, normally the decks are very common. So both decks have a chance to win. Not the first one with the Infernal Turret versus the Loon, but then it's just who plays the strategy better, and it was in both cases Turtle, and now maybe it will be Shy Guy, because Shy Guy, as you said, has again more experience than Orange, and I'll be looking very up for the next game.
So Jonathan, maybe a final word before we jump into the game lobby. Who do you think comes in favorite into this particular matchup?
Well, looking at the season, because each of the players actually faced each other in the season as well, Shy Guy won that matchup 2-1. There we see in the best of 3, that's all the most games you can get out of it, so Orange definitely stays a chance in order to win against Shy Guy, but I still think that Shy Guy will come out ahead.
Okay, so before we jump into the game lobby, don't forget that you can win one of 2 Samsung Galaxy S20s during the playoffs weekend. If you want more information, just type into the chat ! giveaway to get more information, and later today you will get a keyword which you will have to type into the chat. But for people who were already here yesterday, it won't be the same keyword. So now I would say the players are ready. Let's jump into the game lobby. Jonathan, Karis, it's your turn.
Thank you, Trax. Thank you. Yeah, you said at the first match, your favorite is Magic. Now you said your favorite is Shy Guy. So let's see what will happen, and we see it right now in the first game. On the bottom side, we have Shy Guy. Orange on the red side, and he's instant starting with the Goblin Barrel. Countered by Fireball, so 3 elixir for 4 elixir, a little bit ahead right now for Orange in the situation. The Princess against the Cage right now. Just to set something up, 9 elixir now on the bank, so they can play now huge. But there's a little bit of cycle deck, so cheap minions right now. Where's the big card? Where's the big card pushing forward for Orange? Because right now there's not much to do. Nice Baron. Here's the Royal King pushing ahead. The Firecracker in again a little bit of counter. You have now the Infernal Turret against the Royal King. But it can't really hit against it perfectly. The Firecracker in the behind, the Rocket Girl, I would say. Very interesting new card. Yes. Pushing always back when she's hitting something.
Which also gives the Firecracker always that little bit of extra distance in order to not be hit by the opponent card.
And okay, one player is playing with the skin, the other one with the clean turrets. Again, the Fireball against the Goblin Gang. Not the gang, the Goblin Barrel. So you really don't want damage. And still, the Royal King wasn't placed perfectly. You only had bats in front and the princess behind, but still you got about 500 damage on the turret, and that's very good for Shy Guy, and the first thing to the win of the first match. And interesting is even we saw in every game right now the Voodoo, the Dart Goblin, and now the first time the Royal Delivery, a new card as well. Very interesting to play.
Yeah, very difficult to play though, because it takes some time in order to calm down, and you have to kind of predict what you're doing with it.
Right now the bats as counter for the Goblin Barrel. Now the bats behind the King, the Royal King, hitting now for the Infernal Turret. The Infernal Turret is not locking in on the King right now. He does it, but he has a lot of damage. But the Knight and the 3 skeletons are enough. Now the Barrel in behind. The Rocket Girl is hitting for the Knights, and so there's the usage for the Royal Landing to get him off the turret. And again, you 200 damage in favor of Shy Guy.
Yeah, Orange has some really good tries with the Goblin Barrel in order to get some chip damage, but Shy Guy does it really well defending.
Now on the side, but predicted nice fireball in the situation. Instant the Knight on the cage right now here, getting huge damage. The Princess behind, now 2 Princes up. That's definitely something you want to play against. Princess now dealing much damage against the Goblin Inferno Turret, instant hitting on the Royal King. That's the problem when you're playing the Royal King without backup, without something to push all in. Fireball used here again to defend, but this damage is there right now. And the Princess from behind, they're hitting and hitting and hitting. It's so annoying. So now here the counter, the Rocket Girl getting hit by the log, and now 1 hit from the turret and it's gone. The Princess on the right getting countered with the bats. He waits till the Princess gets locked on the turret so he can play the bats. Right delivery again, a little bit too late. Another hit on the turret. 1-4K for Orange on the left-hand turret. Now a huge push up, but again a wonderful placement of the Infernal Turret on the side to get the Royal King instant down. Barrel getting countered. Fireball again. So we see the same playstyle all over again, and slowly but steady Orange is pushing towards the win because he's dealing more damage. But okay, we have the right hand side, 1-7K against 2-1. The Barrel again all in, perfectly balanced with the Royal Landing. Getting it down now a little bit, some guards, some skeletons, not a huge anger on the left hand side.
Yeah, in the double elixir, with such a cheap deck, you can just put on pressure, keep on playing
Princess
cards.
here, perfect,
Yes.
yeah. Princess always against the bats. Now the dart on the Infernal Turret is up again. The bats and the skeletons are good. The Infernal Turret gets a different target, but the Knight and the Dart Goblin was enough to get it done. 685 and still 1 unseen card on Orange deck. Maybe there's a rocket or something like that to finish it off, so we can keep it simple here. The lock again, 2 Rocket Girls behind. It's huge because they can push back and back. The Princess have a little more range, and now the Princess push inside. Rocket Girl is down. 2 Princess now hitting on the Royal Giant, getting hit by the Infernal Turret. The Barrel is coming in, 600 life. On the right hand side, the Princess is hitting, and that's so huge. That's all 3 damage for Orange, and that's it. Good game calls here. Last was the Rocket as I recommended, and there's the King Tower, the outer turret for Orange, and his first win with a 1 crown win in the situation.
That was really beautifully played from Orange. He put on pressure from the beginning, kept that up until the end, and yeah, Shy Guy just couldn't react.
The good thing is, Shy Guy could react, of course, but the thing is, Orange placed Infernal Turrets, I guess 3 or 4 times perfectly, so the Royal Giant gets instantly hit. Once it worked for Shy Guy that he placed the skeletons and the bats in front once or twice, so the damage gets off. But the thing is, you always had a Knight hitting on this on the Royal Giant, 3 little skeletons, and that damage is enough to get it down, because of course it's a huge tank, but if you can't lock in to your turret, and that's the thing you do with the Infernal Turret, then the Royal Giant is kinda useless, I would say. And that was the first match.
Yes, and think we're heading right into the second one.
Instant second match, no time for a break here. And let's see what kind of decks we see right now. We see Tomb, one of the highest winning percentage cards right now. Only the guards have a higher win rate right now in the Clash Royale. And the Hunter on the other hand side is a little bit worse, I would say, but Hunter is a good counter for the Loon. But now the Loon into the minions on the right hand side, and that's enough. So the Loon doesn't get a hit. Oh, really close, really close. Ice Golem on the left hand side with the Hunter. Hunter is extremely good at close range. Here Minion again just to pull off the damage, but the Hunter does it, and then one hit, and the one hit is 400 damage. That's a lot.
That's a decent chunk of damage for just that one hit.
Yeah, just one hit. Now here 3 Musketeers heading into guards running forwards. And now you see the Hawks perfectly timed, so you have the double side push. So you would need to put them in the middle, and that was perfectly done by the skeleton, by the tomb. Put in the middle, so the Hawks run to the middle. You can make a zap, and you can make the arrows on one point to get it defended, because the strategy from Orange to get the double push was very, very good, but nice defense here of Shy Guy.
Yeah, against such a double lane push, you really have to be prepared, and you have to know how to handle it without spending too much of your elixir.
Now again, the Ice Golem getting set up. Some mana here, a little bit of a prediction lumberjack. Maybe just you want to get the next card in the rotation. And the next card was maybe here 3 Musketeers now placed on the right hand side. Double Musketeers, because there's Lava Hound and a huge minion. Lava Hound can tank a lot, but of course the Musketeers are perfectly counter for the Lava Hound now, even though the Hunter for the little bats going on. And that's it. And now the Hunter plus a Musketeer on the right hand side. That's gonna be a huge damage, but nice Zap here in the situation. Zap perfectly used inside of the turret range, so the turret can hit. And now again here the Hawks, but on one side perfectly usage of the skeleton tomb. But the Hawks will get on a turret, and this is some damage. Yeah, the last one, even though 1k life left. So Orange again pushing all the time. Shy Guy is only in the defense mode, but Orange gets every little second a little bit of more damage on the opponent. Now where's the tomb? There's no tomb in the middle, so both sides the Hawks will hit. Left side is fallen, but right side now a huge push. That was maybe it was clever that the fireball is in. The Hunter is going completely crazy, dealing a lot of damage, and it could be enough here for Orange to defend this huge push of Shy Guy. Shy Guy had a very good intensity to go all in on the right side, but it doesn't work. The Hunter was in the situation perfectly used, and that's it. That's the game here for Orange, and he is now 0-0 in this match.
Really, really good performance by Orange. Managing to get that 2-0 right off the bat. Now Shy Guy, who I personally saw as a bit of a favorite in this matchup.
I told you.
He is under pressure.
Oh, man, always your favorites. Oh, but always. Your favorites are losing right now.
I'm not gonna choose a favorite anymore. That's just
not gonna choose anymore.
That's just the curse.
Yeah, second game is over, and this game was again a little bit in favor for Orange. He had the pressure all over again. He started from the beginning. He could push towards the enemy, the Musketeers. My personally favorite card on the game, combined with the Lumberjack. I really like these cards. So perfectly used for the double push on both sides, and the only structure in the deck of Shy Guy was even the tomb, and the tomb isn't always up. And then you see the Hawks and the Musketeers, who have 3 different ways to make the push on both sides, perfectly used in the second game. And now it's match ball.
Yes, pressure on Shy Guy.
Pressure on Shy Guy. Maybe he will use the pressure a little bit better than Magic last set and get it to his first win right now. Both sides with skeletons, Princess into it. The lock is seen. A little bit of damage going on. It looks like a little bit of a similar deck on the side of Shy Guy. Now, but he's starting with the cage right now. The Dart Goblin going into with the Knight. A common combination to push them all together. Now it's another Goblin Barrel cycle. Countered in this case with a Wizard, Electric Wizard. Yeah, the Wizard is not hitting the Voodoo, so the Voodoo does a little of damage, but it's still up. But the Giant is behind the Wizard, so the Wizard is getting killed by the turret. Oh, and again the Infernal Turret. Infernal Turret perfectly as countered against these huge minions, and the Giant had no chance, is instantly killed, but the Miner in the back does some damage. The bats here to take some damage, so the Miner gets a little bit hit, 500 damage done, I would say nearly for free. That's a good start for Shy Guy, much better than the last 2 games.
Yeah, definitely, and the Inferno Tower once again is there to counter those big minions, which you usually try to use for a push. So it's going to be interesting to see how Shy Guy is going to handle it and try to get that chip damage the way he did it right now.
And both players have 1 or 2 cards left. We don't know right now. It could be a Rockhead again here, especially with the Giant to push all in. Even the Goblin the Goblin Barrel deck from Orange is in favor for Rocket 2, so we will see what will be the finishing thing in this case again. But again, we see the Infernal Turret. I always say Infernal Drake. We see the Infernal Turret here to counter Giant. Giant is on hit, but now we see the damage ticked from Infernal Turret is too high. Knight in front to get the damage off the turret, but perfectly lock usage to get the Goblin Barrel off. And now it's Knight Witch plus Giant again.
And again countered with the Infernal Tower.
It's so simple, but it's so good.
Yeah, it always works.
If you play a Golem deck, Infernal Drake or something like that, you're done. Again, it's here another push with the Knight and the Goblin Barrel, but always the log is up for Shy Guy. He's making it very good, and right now it looks good for him because he has a little bit more damage. Maybe a little bit too late, the Wizard. There was a little hit from the Princess on the left-hand turret. The log in this situation, not the best. Wizard getting some damage, and the Miner there is doing his job. Skeletons not doing well in this situation. Now here Knight Witch plus Skeletons to defend, but huge damage from this barrel in this situation. But 900 to 1k 700 damage on the turrets. The Miner in the back now countered by the Skeletons. The Dart Goblin is there to get all these little bats done, but the Night Witch is still alive. The Knight is now on the Night Witch, but many bats coming out, killing the Knight. And so right now it's a little bit in favor for Shy Guy elixir wise, because he has the cage down. He needs to counter now this barrel. Well played with the lock again, and the Princess is hitting on the cage.
Shy Guy put himself in a very good situation.
Yeah, and
so
the poison. Now with the poison with the Miner in the back is very good. 300 damage, 300 life left, and the turret is very low. One more push with a Miner and poison, and it's gone. And then Shy Guy has his first win in the situation. The Wizard is pushing forward to Dart Goblin with the lock to counter. The Miner is in the back, 160, and that could it be, and that's it. Poison, and poison plus Miner was the thing for Shy Guy, and he manages to get his first win, and now it's 2-1.
It's 2-1. That was exactly what Shy Guy needed. Maybe now he also has the confidence to pull it back. He took kind of a cheaper approach to his deck. He was able to really cycle and respond to what Orange was doing, and he put a lot of pressure on Orange in order to not let him play his playstyle.
He did what Orange did the games before. So this case, Orange pushed all the time on the same turn. He tried his best, but always the lock there to cancel it. You had the cage there to pull the Knight off, and then you had always the Miner plus the poison in the back. And nearly every Miner gets at least one hit on the turret, and that was it time by time. At the end, the Miner plus the poison got it, and the first win for Shy Guy. But still, a lot of pressure on him. He has 2 more wins to take to get this series to the semifinals. So we will see what will happen in the 4th match soon. Orange versus Shy Guy.
It's going to be really interesting to see whether Shy Guy is now saying, okay, this strategy worked, I will play with the same deck or with a similar deck, or whether he will switch it up again in order to make Orange come out of his comfort zone. And I think we're going into the game right now.
Perfectly. Okay, there it is, game number 4 in this match, in this fight for the place in the semi-finals. We see again the cage, now the barrel into the Baby Dragon, so a slight different deck from Orange right now. We don't see the win condition in his deck right now. Baby Dragon just to get something off, to get a little bit damage on the huge Goblin coming out of the cage. The Dark Prince, maybe we see Graveyard deck right now in this situation, getting played by Orange. But first, to get the counter on the Dark Prince, you play the Giant. Giant is pushed to the, or is it walking to the cage?
And
this time
countered. We also see the cage on Orange side.
Yeah,
we saw it on Shy Guy pretty much every matchup, and now.
So Shy Guy is pretty much going for the same strategy in the last game, because never change the running system. What once worked will be able to again. And there's the Miner. Maybe we see the poison coming out very soon too. But now we see a huge push. So okay, we go away from the graveyard, and we see now a huge push. The lava hound is going up. Maybe we see a loon very soon. Dark Prince is there. The Baby Drake to defend against a possible minion horde or something like that. Electric Wizard, very important, the flaying machine it's here. And a miner as last item to get on a wizard, and he gets the wizard. Last hit is hitting through the poison to get a flying machine out, but the Lava Hound is on the turret and he does little but steady damage on Shy Guy's turret.
Yeah, definitely, and the Night Witch was really well placed in order to at least catch some of the lava pops which come out of the Lava Hound after he dies.
Now Baby Drake plus Dark Prince heading towards the cage. Baby Drake is now on the turret, that's definitely not something you want. Nice interruption here with the Electric Wizard, a little bit too late, but Elixir has, he had to wait for his Elixir to place the Electric Wizard, so good thing there, some hits done, but now another big push on the left hand side with the Lava Hound is coming up, but Shy Guy's tactic is to push on the right hand side, so he's putting the Giant, the Miners going in, the Night Witch to get these little ugly Dark Prince down, and he's down right now. Now what will he do against the huge Lava Hound heading towards the turret?
Ibrahim put a lot of pressure on his right hand side, which was good because he couldn't really build up on that Lava Hound. But now still with the miner and the flying machine, we see...
Perfectly played in this situation. The Wizard interrupted the Lava Hound from the target on the turret, then instantly the cage in front of the Lava Hound takes the target on the cage, not on the turret anymore. But still, there is a lot of damage going on the left side, but on the right hand side, a lot of damage to the Giant, maybe a little bit too early, but the Giant again to get it off. Now the Miners all in to take some damage, but the damage will not be enough, and now it's another flying machine Lava Hound going on the lock here to get it back, and now the Miner is in, and now huge damage combination is going on here for Orange, and this could it be, the damage is definitely there, and Orange does it, he gets the 3rd point in this match, and he dominates Shy Guy in this series.
Yes, definitely. That dominates is the word you can definitely use for that. Very nice switch up of his decks to that Lava Hound deck. Really put the pressure on, didn't let Shy Guy come into the game, and deserved win.
And we had something, he played all 3 games before, he played the same strategy in a different kind of way, but now he made the huge winning condition with the Lava Hound to get it hit on the turret, and then the last push was just gigantic Lava Hound into it. The Giant was a little bit of misplaced. You thought, okay, the mine in the back, you can get damage on the turret, but it just wasn't enough. The Elixir was missing right now, you had no Giant in your own area of the map to defend the huge push, and that was a push for Orange to get this done. And now Orange, congratulations for your place in the semifinals.
Now, that was a game that was more like a quarterfinals actually. We've seen both players with a clear strategy behind it. We've seen Orange being on the first game very passively with this giant turret, the infernal turret as you called it. Now, it was like he was reacting to Shy Guy's pressure and then finding the right time to counterattack. Actually more like a counterattack strategy, I would say. It seems like that way. So, and which worked very fine for him because he took game 1 in a convincing manner. Then game 2 we've seen a deck change from Orange, not playing around the infernal turret I think, and one with 1 turret, so it felt like he had a pressure deck right now. He just put pressure on Shy Guy. Shy Guy didn't know what to do, and he lost pretty early on. So with 1 tower lost, it was over when the time was up. Shy Guy finding some answer in the 3rd game. There is a question I have, because I felt like it's worth mentioning as a casual player, as a player who's not used to competition in Clash Royale. He used like a combination of a poison or swamp or whatever it was to put, I think he did at least 1,000 damage with that on alone on the tower. Is that something that works that easily? Because everyone would say, yeah, why don't you use it all the time? What are the downs to use such a strategy, and when can you actually put it off? Jonathan.
Want to try it?
I'll give it over to you.
I'll give it away to me. So the poison is a very cheap spell. I think, correct me, I think it was 3 elixir or maybe 4. the good thing in the Poison is you have a huge area, so you can place it in the back, especially if the enemy is maybe playing for a collector or something like that, having a producing hut in the background, like a goblin hut or something like that. You can get damage on both things at an equal time. The thing is with Poison and Miner, the Miner goes in, so definitely the enemy is playing something to defend the Miner. Something like the one elixir cost skeletons. Then you place the Poison on the Miner, so the Miner is hitting the turret and the Miner doesn't get killed by the little minions you play as counter for the Miner. So that's a very common strategy to use together, and it worked perfectly in this situation. I would say it was pretty close because both had the Poison in the match, but it's like the first two games, the guy getting a nose ahead of the opponent, so having a little bit more elixir on the bank to play the cards is on the pressure mode. And if you play Miner or Goblin, the Goblin Barrel in combination with the Poison, and you are in the pulling, in the pushing situation, you have a huge advantage, and that's what Shy Guy used in the one game to win. But Orange had in 3 other games more than Shy Guy.
And talking about the last game, the fourth game, like Orange, it looked like he used a strategy that with the cage, which actually we've seen Shy Guy using it 2 or 3 times, I think, during the set. This switch of strategy clearly worked out for Orange. Great performance from him and winning this set 3-1. Now, can you explain what happened at the last game? This last game, why did Orange change into that strategy? And what was maybe his way of thinking to come up to the conclusion that this was the right way?
So, Orange played in the first situation a deck with the Infernal Turret as a counter for the huge push from Shy Guy. So maybe Orange thought, okay, now in the last game Shy Guy will go for a very simple but strong combination with the Giant in the front, the Miner in the back, and he thought, okay, maybe I could play my Infernal Turret deck, but he will maybe accept exactly that you will play the Infernal Turret. So he chose to swap to something else, to the Cage, because the Cage has the same effect like the Infernal Turret. Infernal Turret does kill the Giant, but the Cage, even though, does push the Giant away from the lane. And then you have enough time to kill the Giant with the Goblin coming out of the Cage. So the combination was, I think, to counter the counter of the deck. And that's what I told earlier with the rock, scissors, paper situation. You need to think in ahead, what could the opponent play, and I guess Orange made the right decision in the last game.
Final question I have now for you guys. We've seen that Orange was focusing the left side of a lot of Shy Guy, but actually in the end he won on the right side. As a casual, and while I was watching the game, I was concentrated on this left side of this left wing going down slowly but surely. But in the end, I looked in the right side and suddenly the tower was already on 1400 health points, which means he also pressured the other side without me realizing it. I'm no Clash Royale player, but maybe that's also one of the good strategy he had if it's something difficult to pick up. If maybe there was a hidden pressure he chose to use against Shy Guy. Jonathan, what do you think? Was that maybe the case? What and how was it possible to do that actually?
Shy Guy mainly pushed on the right side of Orange, so he had to put down cards in order to react to that and to stop Shy Guy's ambushes on the tower. So after defending his tower, those units, depending on how much HP they have left, you can still just put 1 or 2 cards behind them in order to to get some damage or get a little push started on the other side.
It's kind of a common strategy to make some, I would call it fake attack. So you attack on the one side and to get off the countering spells like a fireball or like something that can defend your push, and then in the last situation you make the push on the other side, but all the counter spells, the counter cards are on the other side, and then you have the advantage that your push is stronger than the counter on the other side. And that's what many pro players are looking for, waiting to see what the opponent is doing and then making exactly the different thing to counter it. And that's what Orange did in the last game.
So actually a pretty convincing strategy and a pro strategy, as you mentioned it before. Now it's it's very interesting talking about professional players because like the post esports league is all about pushing boundaries, pushing players to get better and finding more fame and finding more visibility in this esports scene. And a player like Orange just did a strategy that as you said, is used by professional players. So which means Orange maybe plays a higher skill level than he showed in the season.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, of course. I mean, there's a difference between the ladder in normal Clash Royale, so where you have King level 13, you have your cards maxed out. That's a different playstyle than a tournament playstyle where you play with King level 9, all the cards are kept, all the players have the same chances. So there are slight differences between the decks you play in each situation, but on the tournament side, it's definitely one deck type that's more or less the same, adapted by different cards, different deck types, different possibilities to get your win condition going on into the game. And that's exactly what is so interesting in the tournament, because you can never know. Okay, you know he's playing a deck around a Goblin Barrel, but you don't exactly know which cards he will use to get the barrel working. And that's the thing that's very interesting in the tournament play.
Indeed it was. And one more time, congratulations to Orange winning with a dominant manner 3-1 against Royal Family's Shy Guy. Now we're jumping into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right soon.
Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, I'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. Cause together, we're better off. And we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If I'm knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. Cause together, we're better off. And we can.
yeah.
Some days there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Some days I'm not myself. There's no one I can turn to. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Friendships are never meant to last. It might take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on, I'm moving on. Moving on.
Won't you take me to that place? Take me to that place. Won't you take me to that place? Won't you take me to that place? Won't you take me there, man? Because you said enough, said enough, you said enough. Because you said enough.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second day of the Post eSports Leagues playoffs. We had a terrific game between Orange and Shy Guy. Orange coming out victorious 3-1. Now let's see the bracket, what awaits us now. The bracket? Yeah, there it is. We have Anonymity Esports Black Pearl versus Outplay Esports Barry. Now this is a fantastic game to watch because Black Pearl has been very solid throughout the season, losing only sets due to disciplinary actions, I would say, because he wasn't there on time to play. And Outplay Barry having a constant but a great season overall. Now, Jonathan, Karas, what do you expect from a 7th seed who's been constant the whole season and a player who maybe lacked a bit of, I would say, hunger, because he's like clearly one of the best players out there in the greater region. But what was the what will be the difference in this set, where a big player comes into play versus one who is constantly and hard working?
It's going to be really interesting to see. I think Black Pearl is a really good player. He plays for Anonymity Esports, which is a housemark in the Clash Royale scene. Barry, however, is one of the Luxembourgish top contenders who can actually keep up with the pro players from all around Europe, I think. During the season, they faced off against each other once in the early season, where Black Pearl won 2-1. So there we see that Barry is able to take games against Black Pearl, and now in the best of 5, it's going to be interesting to see how Barry reacts to Black Pearl's actions and how Black Pearl is trying to get his game through. And the season, with all the discipline you have to have over the course of 8 weeks, it's sometimes hard to really make the dates, but I think that for such an event as these playoffs, you really can prepare and you just take your time out, because this is the game where it really counts.
So, Carrot, maybe one quick comment about the players' pride in this whole thing. Barry being a newer player, actually, in the big scene, because he really played in Luxembourg a lot. But Blackpool being well known in the greater region and in Germany, as Jonathan said, Anonymity Esports being trademarked in Germany's Clash Royale scene. Do you think that pride can be a weakness for Blackpool in this set?
The question is a little bit like, okay, normally you say, okay, he's a newcomer, he has a huge disadvantage in many different kind of sports. It's exactly like this, but I think in esports it's a little bit different, because if you're a newcomer, you normally know the other opponents, the big players in the scene. You know them because you watch them a long time. You know what they're playing, how they're playing, their play style. And you as a newcomer, they don't know your play style. So maybe the other hand has more experience, like we had in the first matchup, Magic versus what was the name? Sorry.
Magic
bad.
versus Turtle.
Genau, versus Turtle, the experienced player versus the new player. But in this case, it's like the same situation. We have one player with experience, but you know how this player is performing, and we have a new player, and maybe exactly because he's new, he does something new. He does maybe a slight different strategy. He picks a deck that's maybe not the meta deck, and that counters the meta deck. Common strategy in Hearthstone, I guess. Pick a deck to counter the meta deck. So I'm very looking forward to the match we will see in a few minutes, and I think it's very interesting. But we should keep calm our calling who's the player who should win the game, because twice we were kind of false, I would say. But when we see at the bracket, what I think is very funny, what I thought when we look at the bracket, that we matched perfectly the players with the different seeding. So we had player seeding 1 with 8, we had now 4 with 5. Now we have 2 with 7, and last the 3 with 4. So it's always the different. So always you think there's one player who should win, but both games right now, the player who should win lost it. So let's see what will happen.
Yes, definitely. Now this will be a great game. Now we will see next on stream, like we said, Black Pearls and MNT eSports versus Outplay eSports. Barry, casters, take it away.
I'm just writing something down. So what we say? Black Pearl or Berry? Blackberry. It's a nice combination of both names. Black Pearl or Berry? What will you say? Do it. Do it.
I want you to do the.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. You said Black Pearl is the person with more experience. So I say it's Berry who is gonna win this matchup. And I marked it here down on my little notes. And it would be so funny when Berry is now winning, because then I think the last 2 people playing the last match want me to call who's winning. But right now we're heading towards the first match here in the party. Black Pearl versus Berry.
Let's go.
And we see Black Pearl on the blue side down, Berry upper hand, and we see instantly going for the Barbarian Hut. So it's a new card today, the first time we see the card, 7 mana, so quite expensive but good to counter something. The Lockets here for the next one, nice timing here, instantly getting half HP done. The Baby Break does the rest. The Poison here, wonderfully placed. You hit at least you hit the Musketeer, the Hut and the Tower, and that's very, very strong.
Yes, really, really good opening play by Barry.
Oh, graveyard play, instantly going in. The huge packer to counter the Barbarians with the Baby Drake, but the graveyard is on the tower in the back. The magical wizard, the electrical wizard here to counter again the poison to deal some damage. Now the miner is going in, miner tanking for the P.E.K.K.A, so the P.E.K.K.A can maybe get a hit on the tower, but the knight is there and little skeletons to counter, but the bandit coming in as well to deal a lot of damage, but it's enough. The knight hits the P.E.K.K.A and it's gone, and even though the bandit doesn't hit, and here's a well played from Barry, because this was a very nice defense of Black Pearl.
Really, really good defense on there.
Perfectly. We're just waiting like the players. At least they both have exactly the same elixir, maybe a little second ahead in Barry. And now is here again the hut, the Barbarian hut against the cage. Both playing the infernal baby, the baby dragon.
The infernal baby.
The infernal baby dragon. That's a new card, I guess. Something really new. And the wizard on the left hand side gets some damage on the tower, and the dragon in the middle is very awful because he gets the bandit gone. The musketeer perfectly here to get rid of this baby dragon in the middle of the map, and now the musketeer is nearly down. Again here, the log nicely used to get the bandits, but the bandits get the aggro from the tower, so the skeletons can get off, but the P.E.K.K.A is there. Uncommon usage of the P.E.K.K.A to counter with a P.E.K.K.A graveyard, but it kind of worked. Only 200 damage on the right hand tower from Barry.
And that P.E.K.K.A now taking care of those barbarians that spawned out of the barbarian hut really easily.
One hit on it against the skeleton, so not much damage. P.E.K.K.A at 3/4 of HP. The wizard to get the miner going in, the bandit and the baby drake. There's a huge action coming on the miner against the miner. Miner to defend the miner on the left hand side. The musketeer getting some damage in on the left hand tower, getting the damage, but on the right hand still the P.E.K.K.A is alive. The baby drake here with the knight, the musketeer on the right hand side, and he's getting down the P.E.K.K.A, but the bandit is on the turret, getting down the tower, getting much damage. 1100 HP left. but now both towers of Barry are nearly half HP. The focus is still from Black Pearl on the right hand side, and the P.E.K.K.A. again to defend all that stuff, to get all the damage on the P.E.K.K.A. But now the P.E.K.K.A. hasn't got enough life to go for the push itself. And that was a very good play. The Musketeer on the left hand side, that was a very good play, because half tower gone. Maybe he can do it another time.
Yes, so Barry is definitely under pressure as well. He has the lower tower on Black Pearl's side, but he has 2 towers that are...
Yeah, Barbarian Barrel here used to get the Wizard, but the Wizard's still alive. The Poison's making huge of damage. Bandit is inside with the P.E.K.K.A. and the Baby Drake still hitting and doing a lot of damage in the situation. But the Baby Drake of Black Pearl was good used on the right hand side, or now heading towards the tower. And the tower is now getting attacked by the Graveyard, by Barbarian and the Knight. The Knight tanking the tower, but now the Knight is attacking the cage. Out of the cage is coming a Goblin, a huge Goblin you need to kill. But again, 790 life left on the tower. The Miner getting countered by the Skeletons. Baby Drake in the air getting countered by the Baby Drake. It's always a funny thing. Baby Drake against Baby Drake. And another Graveyard, so he's pushing all in. Black Pearl wants the first win. 40 seconds left in the overtime. The lock to use to defend the Graveyard here. But the Baby Drake and the P.E.K.K.A., they're doing their stuff. They're defending. Now a huge push is coming in. Bandit, Miner, P.E.K.K.A., Baby Drake all on the right hand side. But now it's Black Pearl's turn. He needs to defend this huge push, and it looks good. But there's 2 Drakes now on the side from Barry. And going all in, 850 HP left. But again, a good defense here from Black Pearl.
Yes, time after time, really good defense on the side of Black Pearl.
Oh, the Graveyard is going on. Bandit does some damage, but 240 damage left. In this case, the Miner does not have enough damage. I guess that the Poison isn't enough. And the Poison from Black Pearl on Barry's tower. And that's it. That's it, how Black Pearl gets the first win.
And
yeah, the time was over, but he
yes,
got more damage on the right hand side. So the tower is gone, and this is the win in the first match for Black Pearl. And holy shit, sorry, what was that for a game?
that was really interesting game. Pressure on both sides. Really good defense on Black Pearl time after time. He always knew how to make the P.E.K.K.A. really change targets, run back onto the cards he spawned. Yes.
There were so huge pushes from Barry. P.E.K.K.A. double Baby Drake, the Wizard in the back, the Miner in the front, a very huge push. And Black Pearl, like, he does nothing else. He just defended every single push and managed to get out of this huge push damage on the opponent's side. The one Musketeer on the left-hand side dealing enough damage on the left-hand tower, but the tower wasn't really needed to win the game. So the focus was on the right-hand side, and just a very good play by Black Pearl. And that's what you said earlier. Black Pearl is experienced. He knows how to play this game. He knows how to play against decks, and that's exactly what we saw in this game.
Yes, definitely. You see the experience with those huge pushes. As a newer player, you usually don't know what to do, but he knew exactly how to counteract. And we're going into game 2 right now.
Game 2 is going on. We're now in the electrical area, in the electrical arena, I would say. The Miner is going in as the first hit. Miner gets countered in this case by the Knight. 3 elixir both, so both sides are at the same level right now. The interesting thing is now, what are we seeing for decks? Again, the electrical Wizard, so maybe we see the same deck on Barry's side, but a different deck on Black Pearl's side. He's now playing with Dart Goblin and the Valkyrie. Valkyrie is a very interesting card, counters a little many things and has a lot of life. Here the Infernal Tower gets a little bit countered by the Wizard, but Valkyrie was low enough. The Miner in the back, and this time we thought the Knight would counter it in front. Good play here from Barry with a slight other position of the Miner and some free damage here on the left-hand tower of Black Pearl.
Yeah, it's always difficult to predict these miners, where they will exactly land. But yeah, Barry got lucky this time.
And another good thing, you have the Skeleton Loon going in, and the Valkyrie is a nice counter against the Skeleton, exactly with the combination of the Wizard. Good in this position that the Wizard was hit first by the Infernal Tower, because now the Infernal Tower has enough time to kill the Valkyrie before it is hitting on itself. But the Miner again gets 2 hits out, and now 500 damage gone on the left-hand tower of Black Pearl. But we still don't see every single card. 1 card left on Black Pearl's side, 2 cards on Barry's side. But we see a little a typical Goblin Barrel with the Infernal Tower in the back to defend against huge pushes. That's very common, a very good strategy of all reserves. We see now the Poison. Again, the Poison. We saw many different Poison plays today. And the Knight going for the Wizard. Barrel getting countered by the Lock instantly. Nice usage. Get on with the Lock to the Knight, and now pushing. That was slightly not the way he wants the Electro to push. He wants to push back onto the side, so gets another hit. The Miner is on. Skeleton's not placed perfectly, so Barry really good in repositioning his Miner and getting with the repositioning 1 or 2 hits more, and that's that's good damage on the tower he needs to win this match. And again here, now the Miner on the other side. This time the Skeletons work. The Knight a little bit too far ahead, but he can tank a little bit for the Skeleton Loon. But I guess there will be the Valkyrie coming in. The Lock was too early, and that's a misplay. So he needs another 4 Elixir. Now it's on Elixir side of Black Pearl. Now he can maybe get a huge push out of it, because the Lock wasn't get right positioned. Okay.
And there we see the last card of Black Pearl, which is going to be the Rocket.
Yeah. The Rocket maybe a little bit early used and want the damage, but now the damage on the right hand side. The Poison is ticking, Miner and Poison, but now the Skeletons are ahead. But again, the Wizard, nice counter in this positioning. Valkyrie a little bit too far ahead, and now the Valkyrie gets hit first by the Infernal Tower. The Wizard can stop it, the Valkyrie can tank more, and that's exactly how you want to play this against the tower. But again, the tower is enough. He's defending all of it, but 580 HP left on the right hand tower. That's 1 or 2 more Miner and Poison pushes for Barry, and he got it.
Yes, but Black Pearl now is under pressure with his tower at
the Miner.
600 HP.
And there's it. As I told for earlier, there was a Skeleton to defend the Miner, but the Poison is there to get the Skeletons away. The Miner gets a lot of damage, and 1 more cycle, 1 more push, and the right tower from Black Pearl is gone. There's it. There's the Miner. There's the Poison, and that's it. That's the game for Barry, and Barry is going for the tie here. 1-1.
1-1. That was really well played by Barry. Again, we saw some good defenses by Black Pearl trying to put pressure on Barry as well, but in the end Barry managed to come out ahead in this matchup with really good minor Poison placements.
And like Trax mentioned earlier, it is the combination, the Poison plus the Miner. It is a very effective situation, because you just need the small cards in front, like the Knight and like the Skeletons, to defend the opponent pushes. You have the huge Infernal Tower in the back, so if the opponent has something like the Loon, so like a Lava Dog, like a Giant, a Golem, all that stuff is getting countered by the Infernal Tower, and you can go for it. But in this case, the Miner plus Poison worked better for Barry. It was the counter again for it, and in the end, with the overtime, it was enough for Barry to get this game in his hands, and he got the very important 1-1. And the next game is for both players important, because the next game decides whether or not one of them is in match ball.
Yes, and we're going right into game 3 right now.
So maybe we now see a slight difference with the decks. Maybe we see something new. Royal Post, something like that. Or we see a Hawk cycle deck, instant going in. Hawk getting countered here by the Cage with the Night Witch against the Bats. But the Hawk does a lot of damage. The hit isn't getting through to the tower, and so it was defended very well. But Hawk Cycle is a very cheap deck, so you pushing all in, you getting the Ice Golem in front to defend your Hawk, and then you just spam the enemy down, and the Rocket Girl here as another good and a new card to get the enemy's defense gone. Again here the next Hawk Rider going in, and now the Tornado, and this is the new Tornado, the new strong Tornado, perfectly used to activate the King Tower. Zack, instantly into the King Tower, and now it's activated, and that's so bad for Barry, because now Barry's Hawk Rider gets hit by 2 different towers. He's now calling well played, because this game is gonna be hard for me to win.
Yes, as soon as this King Tower is activated and you have 3 towers on your defense side, it's really hard for such a cheap deck to come through.
Yeah. And now here, huge push on the left hand side, getting countered a little bit by the Cage, but the Bat's going through, and that's important, because Barry needs now the damage, and he sees there is a golem on the right hand side. I guess he has no Infernal Drake. He has no Infernal Tower. He has nothing to kill this huge golem, and that's a little bit of a classical counter in this situation. The P.E.K.K.A does a lot of damage, but the golem can tank so much. Nightwitch and the Baby Drake are now in the back. The skeletons can't do anything in this situation. The bats maybe for the Baby Drake, but it's not enough. The Baby Drake has enough damage, and we see the tower melting. Half HP gone with one single push, but on the left hand side still a low tower. It does mean it could still be possible for Barry to win this game.
And Barry putting pressure with his Rock Rider, but again countered with the Tornado.
Yeah, but you can't do it every time, because at some point your King Tower is too low for this. And now the Hawk Rider on the right hand side, so huge push against the Golem in this ties. Maybe not the best decision, because the Golem can tank here, the P.E.K.K.A can tank the Rocket Girl. Rocket Girl getting countered by the Barbarian Barrel in the back. The next Rocket Girl is going to be placed to kill this Golem. You want that Golem down, the Tornado in the middle, perfectly done for the Baby Drake to counter it nicely. Nicely played. Now on the left hand side in the Hawk Rider, it's such a cheap deck. You can just spam your abilities, and that's the left hand tower here for Barry. And Barry's going on. 10 seconds left on the time, and these 10 seconds will not be enough for Black Pearl to win this match, to get a tower. The lightning in the last situation, but it's not enough. And another game for Barry in this situation. Wow.
300 HP left on that tower after the lightning. Really close one. Barry really played that well.
I mean, at the beginning I thought, okay, Barry is gone, because Black Pearl activated with the first Hawk Rider, the King Tower. The King Tower is dealing extra damage, of course. Both can hit the Hawk Rider. But then we saw the huge push on the right hand side from Black Pearl with the Golem. But on the left hand side, that's what I said. Okay, I know there's a huge push coming there. I ignore it for the first time, and I make my own push on the other hand side. And that was enough that the tower on the tower on the left hand side from Black Pearl was in 500 HP and nearly got killed by the Hawk Rider at the end.
Yeah, and here you also see that Barry is actually a really good player, because playing such a cycle deck is not easy at all. And he managed to put on pressure. He saw his opportunities when Black Pearl put down that Golem. He knew he couldn't really defend that, so he went in. He did it really well and deserved that win.
The P.E.K.K.A was the only real card from Barry that really does damage against the Golem. So it was very good usage. We have a very cheap deck. I guess it was about 3.5 elixir in a summary for Barry. A very cheap deck and not easy to play against a deck with the huge Golem defending here all the damage off. But it was very well played, very well executed here. And that's the second win for Barry. Now we're match ball. For Barry, it does mean one more win, and Barry is in the semi-finals at LGX.
Yeah, now Black Pearl is put under pressure. He has to win 2 games in a row, and we'll see what he does.
Yeah, maybe we will see today our fifth game, but first we go in the 4th game in the series. Good luck both. 10 points with the Royal from the side. It's good that both players are still friendly. That's the most important thing in esports, guys. Be friendly and be loyal, because esports is a passion and we live for it. And now both playing the Barbarian Hut in the middle of the map, so both playing a very expensive card. To set some push on. Maybe we'll see a Royal Giant in this game or a Graveyard push. Let's see what's going on next. The Baron on the left hand side and the Baby Drake from Barry to get the hut. And the Baby Drake here even from Black Pearl, kind of similar. Now the Knight is a little tank for the giant minion on the left hand side. The Baby Drake has a lot of damage, but the Baby Drake from Black Pearl is now full life together with the Musketeer. You're getting a little bit of a push on both sides. Another Barbarian comes through, the Electric Wizard. Good counter for the Baby Drake to get it gone. And yeah, the Musketeer has to defend this. And there's the Graveyard I talked earlier about. The Graveyard now must get defended here instantly with the poison. Very good to defend this strategy, but the Knight wasn't there in time. So the turret, the tower from Black Pearl didn't hit the Knight. It hit the skeletons from the Graveyard. And that's exactly what Black Pearl wants, because so in this case he gets less damage on his tower. One card missing for both teams, for both decks.
Both are playing very patiently.
I guess there's going to be a rocket or something like in the last card. It's always a rocket or something like that, a fireball or something big. The opponent doesn't
expect and
doesn't count with. Yeah, that's what I want to say. Yeah, again, Barbarian Hut. both playing the same. It's in this case very similar. There's a graveyard. Okay, both playing the graveyard deck, and that's what I said. Two playing graveyard decks, both with slightly different cards, and now it is who can play it better. The poison not exactly well placed from Black Pearl. You can hit the knight, but you can't hit the Baron Hut on the left hand side. The own tower is getting under aggression. This is the poison I want to see to get a hit on the Hut, get it away, and the knight on the right hand side can't get a hit, one hit. Okay, and now left hand side huge. A baby track would be nice, or a barrel perfectly used to get a damage on it. And now all things are still open, but Barry again better in usage of the strategy. He knew, okay, right hand side they're pushing, at least I need to defend it, and I push myself, and that's what he's doing, and he's getting the damage for free on the tower. And now the skeletons even on the tower on the left hand side. 1000k left, Baby Drake is there, minion to get the Hut down. Let's get here to defend the thing.
Yeah, Black Pearl on a lot of pressure. He couldn't really get to the towers of Barry, while his own tower is at 1200 HP.
Yeah, Barry here with a slightly more expensive deck, so now it's the time where Barry can really shine. We're in double elixir phase since we're a minute now in the overtime phase, and now is the point where a cheap deck like the deck of Black Pearl has his problems. The opponent can spam stronger units in the same speed like you can spam your lower cost units, and we can see it on the left hand. 950 damage left, life left on this tower. Right hand, 4 huge barbarians coming in, getting some free damage out. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the timer, and it looks like Barry will do it. Now another push here from Black Pearl, going in with the poison and the graveyard in the back, getting some damage, but again the minion is there, and yeah,
Yeah,
there's
together.
not really something to
No,
do.
the graveyard couldn't get through it all. It's only 100 damage.
Yeah. So both players are playing the same strategy to win the game, but one has the better deck for the late game against the own strategy deck, and that's in this case Barry. Now again they're all in with the poison on it, Black Pearl, and Barry spamming all his things. Double Baby Drake on the map, a minion is on the map, the Barbarian Hut is on the map. So many things, but they're all really low right now. 30 seconds left, and Black Pearl knows he has to push right now. He has to be aggressive. The knight in the back to defend the electrical wizard. Such a huge push. 20 seconds left, and it doesn't look that good for Black Pearl.
No, Black Pearl put a lot of pressure on their play-by-play.
Graveyard and graveyard, they're just spamming all the cards in. They want to get the damage, but the damage from Black Pearl isn't enough. It's very, very close at the end, but there's another poison. There is the winning thing, and that's it. And with the damage delay, Barry should get it done, and Barry wins this series.
Yes.
As I said. Wow.
Hey.
Okay. As I said, I guess.
You're the best. You're the better person to do the predictions here, I think.
So in the last match, both players just sent me your number. The one of you making me the better contract, I will say this person is winning. Nah. Okay, we will see. This was a very interesting series, and maybe Trax has something to say to it.
So now, I was so into the game, I forgot to take off the headsets. It's amazing. Like, I was really into it because it was very interesting for me to. I'm learning like Clash Royale right now, and with you guys combinating, it's very great. We've seen Black Pearl taking the early lead, and then Barry just reverse swept him 3-1. So, can you explain the strategy behind game 1, which Black Pearl won, and then what Barry did just good to come back from game 2 to game 4 and winning 3 straight games in a row?
First game was maybe the thing we said earlier, the experience that Black Pearl has. He picked a better deck in the situation, he played it well. But then Barry, I would say, woke up, and we saw huge defenses by Black Pearl. Okay, Black Pearl is definitely not a bad player. He defended things I couldn't defend with 2 decks in the same time. So it was very good played by him. Especially in the last game was the situation you have a altogether 5 elixir deck from Barry against 3.2, 3.1 elixir from Black Pearl. And so in the late game phase, when the double elixir phase hits, is hitting the game, Barry can just cycle the better cards into the game, and that was the thing he won the last game and even the third game in the same way. That's just a little bit lucky that both played the same strategy at the end, but one went more for the early game and one more for the late game, and the late game won when you're playing 5 minutes.
So it's really amazing actually, because now we have the third upset in the ranks. If we take the season into consideration, being first one, total winning over Magic, experience won in that case. Then we had a close game between Orange and Shy Guy, and now we had again this experience-based player, Black Pearl versus Barry, the new player, and this time the new player took it for himself. 3-1, what a convincing win that is for Barry, and probably also a boost for the grand finals. Now,
newcomer versus experienced player. In this situation, Work Magic earlier had talk English, no? Magic didn't have the luck, I would say, in the situation, because Barry was now in favor and he has with less experience, but he won it. And now everything is open for the semi-finals, and I'm very looking forward to see the semi-finals in some time. But first we see another game, yeah?
Yes, but one final question I have, and that's Barry winning the second game. It was 2-1. It was a decisive battle because having match point puts even more pressure, and interesting how like they have several decks to choose from, and for the final game they choose like almost the same strategy in the same deck with the graveyard and stuff. How lucky, because you talk all the time, Karis, about rock paper scissors. How much of rock paper scissors you have to do to get the same decks more or less for the final game?
You mentioned earlier that, in your opinion, Minor and Poison are very easy to play together, and that's exactly the case, because both cards are very simple to use in an effective way, and so both knew, okay, for Barry knew, okay, this is my match ball, I want to win, and Blackpool knew, okay, I have to win this or I'm out. So maybe both went for the deck type that works for them the best, but could get countered by something like the Golem Push or something like that. And in the situation, both choose the same deck type, one slightly expensive, more cost cards than the other, and that was the thing.
So, Jonathan, do you have something to add to this set that wasn't mentioned now during our quick talk with Karis?
I actually think that you mentioned most of the things in my mind as well. Was really good plays on both sides, really good defense on Black Pearl's side, but the pressure was more on Barry's side. He really kept it out throughout all the games. Even losing the first game, he didn't lose his confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And now winning, especially winning against such a good player in the quarterfinals, gives him a good boost for the semifinals, where we will see who will play in the next game.
So let's have a quick look at the bracket, what awaits us in the end as the final set. We have Outplay Esports Crypto versus Kolio. Now I think, Jonathan, you said that both are experienced players here in the region.
Yes.
So this will be experience versus experience. So we had actually all kind of matchup ones against each other, which is amazing. And if Crypto manage to win, it will be an Outplay Esports semi-final. So which would be great for the team Outplay, but I would love to see Kolio finishing this course. You know, like 4 upsets would be great. Like this, we keep the tradition open. So before we jump into the break, just a quick reminder, guys, you can win one of 2 Samsung Galaxy S20s. For this, you just have to type a keyword, which we will give you later on in the stream. For more information, just type into the chat !! giveaway to get more infos. Now let's jump into the break, and then closing up Clash Royale playoffs of the weekend with Crypto versus Kolio. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
wanna see the way you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space, just my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. That's my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, I wanna leave. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. I wanna see why you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you still make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. That's my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, I wanna leave. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches. We're toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches. Or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of the Post Esports League playoffs. Now, we have a great set awaiting us, and it's the last one. It's Kolio versus Outplay Esports Crypto. Now, we have two experienced players this time. Jonathan, you know both players. Can you tell us a little bit more about them?
I think both players are very experienced in the game, but Crypto has more experience in the tournament setup and in really the pro play. He's been in more esports team. He is part of Outplay Esports. Has the surrounding who that actually helps him push his skill to the limit, whereas Coolio is probably unfavored in that situation because he doesn't have as much of the support behind an organization. So I think it's going to be difficult for Coolio, but Crypto, he can be beaten. Orange has beaten him. There were some upsets also during tournament games, so it's going to be interesting. During the season, I think they played against each other mid-season, and Crypto won that 2-0, so it's going to be interesting.
But the good thing about Coolio is that attention, bad joke, that Coolio keeps very cool all the time. So normally he wins his matches with a very good sorry, next to me he's laughing. So Coolio that does a really good job in being very calm and playing his game through the towards the win, and I definitely think that Coolio wants the win right now. Crypto may have more experience about all the esports and the tournament league and all that stuff, but as we saw earlier, the matches, not every time the person you would expect the win wins in the end.
Yeah, especially Coolio showed a really, really consistent performance throughout the whole season, only losing against some of the top players, so he definitely has the skill to put up against Crypto.
So my question to you guys is, as we did for the 3 past games, Crypto being the favorite in this matchup, as he's seed 3 versus Coolio with a seed 6. Jonathan, who will win this game?
Bad question.
I hope he breaks the curse, but I will give this one to Crypto.
Great, keeping the same.
Okay, I mark my
beneficial
Crypto.
seed. So Karis will be rooting for Coolio, I think, just to keep the traditions up.
Well, after seeing 3 upsets in these top 8 games, I think that Crypto is the one who can actually perform on his 3rd seed of the season and pull through.
So let's jump into this final set, which is Coolio versus Outplay Esports Crypto. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Trax. Yeah, last set for us, and I'll see we instantly start into the match, and yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Crypto versus Coolio in the situation. Crypto on the blue hand side, Coolio on the red side. Instantly looking for the push at the beginning. The barbarian barrel going in the cage is setting down to get something. Okay, we see a new card today. We see the Elixir Golem. I hope I spelled it right. The Elixir Golem, if you kill it, you get some elixir from it, and in the back you get the battle healer together. So together it's a different type of strategy, but here you have the beat down, you have a huge push coming in, and you want to get a huge push towards the enemy. The Infernal Drake here maybe to counter something like the baby dragon, but a huge tornado all together inside, a little bit away from the tower, but the tower is getting here the first hits from the elixirs. The bats are still in, bats dealing some damage. Infernal Drake is hit here on the baby dragon. There's a lot of damage and nearly everything is gone. All of the defense from Crypto is gone, but now the push here, Dark Prince with Graveyard. The Dark Prince instantly on the battle here, and now the Graveyard is hitting. Good arrow here, good arrow use to get something down, but still the skeletons are there, and about 700, 800 damage on the tower with one push. That's really good by Crypto.
Yes, a lot of the skeletons from the graveyard actually connected on the tower, and even though he defended well, Coolio couldn't quite get all the damage off his tower.
Yeah, now the little charm is jumping in, healing doesn't do much in the situation. The battle healer, and we have a little connect issue, I would say. But it's very nice in the situation because the battle healer is now starting to attack the cage, and with every hit of the battle healer does heal all the minions, all the stuff around. And yeah, sometimes it happens. We try to reconnect. The game is still moving on, and
Yes.
I come down again. Hi, here's me. Yeah, Crypto did a very good push on the right hand side. He made it very good, and now we see he got it through. So especially he made exactly the same push with the graveyard, and he got the damage, and now he's so hard in pressure. Crypto is now the leading part, and he has a tower down of 40 seconds to go in the double elixir phase, and I don't think that it would be enough right now. Double elixir golems, but the poison is huge altogether. If the trend, it doesn't a lot of damage. The battle leaders there to heal all up the rage spell to get something done, and all the defense from Crypto is getting killed, and it's stacked up. That's a beatdown strategy we like to see, and all together now crushing into the tower, and the tower is gone. There's so many people now. The tornado doesn't do much in the situation. Now it's a king tower as the next target, but now he manages to defend this huge push by Coolio. And the push was incredibly good, incredibly well set up in the situation, and it saved him from losing now, and the game keeps on going.
Yeah, and on the side of the other towers, you have both towers of Coolio who are actually already a bit damaged, while Crypto's towers are still at pretty much full HP.
And now on the left hand side, Crypto's going for a huge push with the Baby Dragon and the Dark Prince, the Frost Mage into it. He wants the tower down. The Graveyard is there. Electrical Dragon isn't in the best position. He can't kill the Skeleton. Skeleton's doing some damage, and the Infernal Dragon on the other hand side is killed by the Frost Wizard. And now there's another push coming from Coolio on the left-hand side. The Battle Healer and Elixir Golem is live. Night Witch is going for the push. The Electrical Wizard, a huge tornado here in the situation. But the Battle Healer can heal many things. Now the Baby Dragon and the Ice Wizard are going to defend this stuff. And it looks good for Crypto right now because he has the damage on the other hand side. And now another push. The Night Witch to defend the graveyard, but we can see the skeletons are all hitting on the tower. The tower is struggling low, 500 HP left on the tower. The tornado to do something, but the skeletons are gone. 370 with the poison, one more push, and that's it for Crypto. But now a huge push coming in from Coolio, and you don't know what to do. This is the same push, he got the first tower, but now the cage in the middle, but now they're coming so many minions. 30 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like this tower may fall, but good defense here in the situation. He's spamming through. Now only the graveyard is missing. Graveyard plus poison, and Crypto can win this situation. He has now a huge setup. Good game is called. He knows this is my game, and I want to win it. There's the graveyard, and there is Crypto with the win.
Yes, and he cannot defend that. He didn't have any elixir left, and Crypto takes game 1.
Wow, the huge push twice from Coolio. The first time it worked well. Second time it was the thing he needed to do, but Crypto knew when he can defend the push of Coolio, then it's my game, and he did exactly what I said. He defends the thing, the graveyard in the back, and that's the match for Crypto in a very close game with a little connection issue, but that can happen.
Yes, definitely. And we really saw some great plays, some great combinations by Crypto, defending these huge pushes by Coolio, using the tornado and the poison to draw in everything back to the poison, giving it all the damage that Crypto needed in order to defend those pushes.
Yeah, and now it's Crypto's turn. He has the first win. The first, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know where I was. He has the first win now in the series. The second match is going to be live in just a few seconds, and then we'll see what slight deck differences we will have, because I don't think that both will play the same deck as the last game. We may see something new again. Coolio played the Elixir Golem we didn't saw today until this match. Maybe we see something new now from him, something we haven't seen, a strategy maybe, like another Golem or something like that. We only saw it once. And yeah,
it's going to be really interesting to see. The Elixir Golem is a very interesting card because it's very cheap. You can build a push upon it, but you also give after your opponent defends the push, you give him the advantage of gaining some extra elixir in order to counter push, which Crypto did very well, and he utilized that elixir really well.
But the beatdown was very well executed by Coolio. He made a very huge push, and I in the first second I thought, okay, this push is gonna end the game with the first king tower destruction. But then there was some good spamming here in the situation from Crypto, the baby dragon dealing a lot of damage, and that was the first game, and now we're heading on to the second game, Crypto versus Coolio. And here we're live in the game, still Crypto on the bottom side, blue hand side, and red is Coolio. Baby dragon first.
Crypto playing the baby dragon in order not to float any elixir and in order to see what Coolio is going to do in order to respond.
Here Musketeer has a good counter for the baby dragon, and we see the royal delivery this time. Some people would say royal post. Royal delivery in the situation, very good card, but you have to be a perfect timing. It needs about 2 to 2.5 seconds until it dropped down, and we see another new card from Coolio today. So Coolio is here for some changes in the meta. He's playing, I don't know the name of the card. The Royal Army or something like that.
I'm not sure right now either. I know the German name.
So say the German name?
Oh no, I actually don't know it.
Okay, we keep on the game. We just name them the Blue Soldiers, okay? We name them the Blue Soldiers because they are very heavy into. We see now the Hunter, the Royal Delivery getting dropped to defend the push with the Graveyard. So another Graveyard play by Crypto. What works once will work another time in this situation. But the Hunter is very good to defend against the Graveyard. Deals a lot of damage, a lot of area damage, area of effect in the situation. So the Graveyard is getting to be used a little bit different this time than last game.
And I did remember the name right now. It's the Royal Recruits.
Royal Recruits. Thank you. Exactly, that's what I wanted to say, but I didn't know. So the Ice Golem here in front of the Musketeer, very good because the Ice Golem is very cheap, has a lot of life in the situation, and even though when he pops off, he dies, he's slowing the enemy. The Royal Recruits here 3-3 on both sides, but the Bomb Tower is a perfect match to defend the Royal Recruits. Now the Hunter dealing a lot of damage, but there's still the Ice Wizards on. But that's like a more traditional usage of the Graveyard. Graveyard, Bomb Tower with the Baby Dragon and with the Ice Wizards, what Crypto is playing. And we see something like not that common in the actual meta right now from Coolio. And right now it seems a little bit weird for him because he can't really reach to the opponent towers to get some damage. But now there's the Graveyard, so another Graveyard variation we see in this match. Graveyard and Poison going in, both have still one card on. Okay, now Crypto knows left hand side is done. I push on the right hand side with Poison and Graveyard. Double Ice Wizard now on the field. That's huge, dealing a lot of damage. Baby Dragon gets distracted from the Ice Golem. The Night Witch is going in. And the Hunter in the middle can maybe deal a lot of damage. The Graveyard is there. Good game was called. Poison is on it. And now we're in the overtime time. That's a nice word. In the overtime time. But we can see what happens here. Crypto is pushing with his Graveyard again. His deck is slightly better because the Bomb Tower is the perfect counter for the Royal Recruits, and the Royal Recruits are the winning condition in the case together with the Graveyard from Coolio. Now Graveyard is going in, Poison on it from Crypto to defend this time the Graveyard. Works pretty well. On the right hand side, Royal Delivery to get it away from the tower, and it works. You need the Hunter, another 4 elixir here in on the game. Now again the Ice Golem in front, but the Ice Wizard is slowing the thing. The barrel comes in to get the damage on, and there's no chance for Coolio to ever really hit a tower from Crypto.
No, he can't really use those Royal Recruits well enough in order to set up his Graveyard on Crypto's side, because Crypto has a lot of pressure on his tower throughout the whole game, putting it down to 240 HP right now.
Yeah, now a huge push on the right hand side by the Bomb Tower to defend something. They only got one bomb, but now the big bomb is going down, killing all of the push. The push was kind of okay, it was a little bit of damage, but the overtime is done in 30 seconds, and now is the push coming in. Good game is called by Crypto. Both players know, okay, this game is nearly over. Maybe you can do something here with the tornado as last item and the freeze from Coolio, but there's the poison, that's the last spell needed, and there's the right hand tower gone from Coolio, and Crypto is going 2-0 this matchup.
Yes, Crypto very, very strong. Both players this time with the graveyard. However, the Royal Recruits couldn't really push through. Crypto had too many answers to it, and he managed to keep the pressure on and to take the game too.
The interesting thing in this game is, in my opinion, that Coolio played some new variation of the graveyard deck with the Royal Recruits, but the game wasn't really intense. So you saw in the first 40-50 seconds, okay, there's no chance for Coolio ever going to hit the tower from Crypto. And Crypto knew, okay, I do the same as last game, poison and my, what was the name, graveyard. And nevertheless, he got it down. It took some time, 4.5 minutes, I guess, something like that. But it was a slow but known ending for this match.
Coolio definitely showing us some interesting cards, some cards we haven't seen throughout this today's top 8, with the Royal Recruits, with the Elixir Golem, even with the freeze spell. But so far he couldn't really pull through, and Crypto with the more standard forms of playing the decks.
Yeah, and the freeze spell from Coolio was a good thought to use against the graveyard, but with the poison, as a counter, I would say, it wasn't really there. We saw a tornado at Crypto side to defend anything like a huge push to get them back or get a loon on the bomb tower or something like that. He didn't even use it, so I think even tornado and freeze got used once or twice the whole game, so those cards weren't really necessary. And in this case, like the last matchup, the one graveyard deck dominates the other graveyard deck, and now it's match ball for Crypto in the third game.
Let's see how game 3 goes.
Starting with, again, something, no, this time, okay, I wanted to say this time both are chilling, but instantly Baby Dragon, but Crypto a little bit earlier than Coolio, so Crypto's a little slide ahead now, 1.5 Elixir ahead in form of Coolio.
Yes, Crypto with the same opener as game 1, but this time it was answered with an enemy Baby Dragon.
Baby Dragon into it. Now we see both Ice Wizards, the barrel. Maybe Crypto has the barrel as well to defend something. Here, the tornado not perfectly, because the Dark Prince from Coolio was out of range of the tornado, and so the Dark Prince got defended. Now they're another barrel, so both decks seems really similar at this point. And now there's the Golem. Maybe we see another Golem from Crypto, but now there's the Golem, and the difference is, okay, Crypto is on the graveyard deck, and beat downside is Coolio with the Golem. Now it's the question, who has the bigger push, and the push with the grave is huge, and he's getting a complete tower with one graveyard, and even the King Tower is halfly gone right now. So Coolio's plan is completely now, he has to win with this Golem push, but the Golem gets distracted by the cage in the middle of the map. The Tornado can't do anything against the Golem because the Golems have stone, and stone is too heavy for some air. And in this situation there's a huge push, and now the Golem is on the left hand tower, but there's the poison going up, but there's huge damage, and both are wasting their towers, I would say, and both now getting huge damage on the King Towers, and this match is far more aggressive than the two before.
Yes, definitely. Coolio putting a huge play with that Golem he set down, that cost all of his elixir. He couldn't react to Cryptos, just gave up that tower in order to get a tower in counteraction, which he actually managed to do.
Now Coolio uses the Golem to go full all in. He wants this King Tower down. He wants his first win with the first King Tower destruction, the setup. And the Tornado this time worked pretty well. Got it a little bit in away. The Golems are still there, but there's plenty of defense. A Baby Dragon, an Ice Wizard, and you see the Dark Prince. And there's not a lot of damage. Now maybe it's the push with the Graveyard into the King Tower. Baby Dragon to tank the King Tower. Now the Graveyard is pushing towards it, and many skeletons are on it. And the poison is there to do it as well. And this could it be Crypto is doing what Coolio wants, but no. 300 HP left. Time 10 seconds, but This is the golem. This is the last golem Coolio can place in this matchup. And this golem is again distracted by the cage. The cage is getting in the way. And 300 HP. It does mean one single graveyard. And there's the graveyard. There's the barrel to tank for the skeletons. And now is the poison coming in. And that's it. Our first 3-cone win here from Crypto. And Crypto doing an amazing 3-0 into the semifinals.
Definitely.
Wow.
This was a really intense matchup. Both players going at the towers, really strategizing whether or not it's worth to lose that tower in order to push through for your own goal. They both managed to get that first tower, tried to go for the king tower, but Crypto came out ahead with huge graveyard pushes.
Yeah, and it seemed like Coolio's outside was a little bit too hot for him, because this time he couldn't win the matchup. He lost 3-0 against Crypto, and Crypto was the call you made, yeah?
Yes,
And
I
this-
redeemed myself in
and
the
this
end.
time you did it. You called Crypto to the win, and so we have our 4 semi-finalists in the Clash Royale League.
Okay, so now we have the standards. Karas wins 3-1 versus Jonathan.
Yeah.
At least they had fun casting it and predicting the results. Okay, so we have a game where 2 experienced players confront each other with super aggressive plays. Crypto cleanly taking a 3-0, but it wasn't gifted by Coolio, because Coolio had amazing plays himself. Now, I just had one question for you guys. The super push explanation which Coolio used in the first game, which was crazy. Can you explain how strong this actually is, and is it that easy to use, and what are the counter attacks that can follow it?
Strategy in common starts with the golem or with a giant to put up all the cards with low health but high damage in the back. Giant golem is tanking for the cards. The elixir golem added I think a year ago, something like that, has the same effect. So you can set up your cards behind, especially in the double elixir phase. You have enough elixir to put many cards behind, and you have the huge tanks in front and the cards with a lot of damage behind. And then the situation can exist where we saw in the one game on the right hand side, that even though there were defense played by Crypto, the defense got instantly killed by all the cards from Coolio outside, and that's the beat down, because you beat the enemy down, especially. So you have the tanks in front, you play something to defend it, but there are so many strong cards in behind, instantly killing it. And that's why I said, in my opinion, I saw that a loss for Crypto in the situation, but he managed it to defend, because the poison did it very well. The battle healer, especially for Coolio, was very strong in the situation, because the battle healer managed to keep the elixir golems alive. And if the tanks are more long alive, you can stack up more damage units behind. So that's the basic combination in the situation you will use to get a win.
So, and then Crypto being able to resist actually this big push. He lost a tower, yeah, but afterwards was able to counterattack and was able to take the game for himself. So big pushes means that you can get counterattack.
Yes, of
if
course.
done in the bad timing, or just when the defender had a pretty solid defense tactic.
The thing is with these huge push is that you need some time to set up the push. So we saw earlier the Goblin Barrel, you can throw it exactly on the enemy tower. It's a very simple push. Goblin Barrel on it, you could do a miner back, and both are instant at the enemy tower. But with the beatdown strategy, with a golem or something like that, you need the time, you need to place it, recover elixir, place minions behind it, and there's a plenty of time where you can distract the strategy, where you can fireball the stuff, lightning the stuff, tornado it away. All the things are possible to kill the things before they get stacked up. But sometimes it works that you can stack up, and that's exactly what we saw in this game.
So let's watch now this bracket a final time. We have now our 4 finalists, which are Crypto from Outplay eSports, Barry also from Outplay eSports, we have Total from Riot Family Esports, and we have Orange, who has no team. Now, interesting to know that you can find the team during the period of after players and before grand finals. That's allowed, but we have here big players, and funny enough that 3 upsets happened today. So Magic, the number 1 seed and MVP of the season, once more he did a great season. The MVP title is meant for the season only, and is not a playoffs MVP and not the grand finalist MVP. So that is to be kept into mind. Barry being able to beat Blackpearl, I think, was the biggest upset for today. Blackpearl with the big experience and knowledge, and as Sean even said, coming from Enmity eSports, one of the trademarks of Clash Royale Germany. That's a big plus for Luxembourgish Clash Royale gaming. And so my final question for you guys for today: who do you think has the biggest chance into winning the grand finals?
First of all, my biggest upset, because you said your biggest upset, my biggest upset is Magic and Crypto are brothers, and they can't meet right now in the grand final anymore because Magic left the tournament. But in my opinion, Crypto, I think, is the person who has the best chances, because Crypto has experience. Crypto is very, very good. We saw how he nearly destroyed Coolio here. Okay, Coolio made some good plays, but Crypto was definitely the better player. So in my opinion, Crypto has all the things together to become the winner of this league.
For me, I definitely see it similarly. Crypto is one of the best players of the leagues, one of the best players in Luxembourg, if not the best. I really want to see the finale. Crypto versus Tortle, the German player from Royal Family Esports versus Crypto from Outplay Esports. I think those are the best, well, yeah, definitely some of the best players of the league in general. And out of the last 4 players, I definitely see them in the finals. And it's going to be an interesting matchup. Both players have faced each other in numerous tournaments already. Sometimes Crypto came out ahead, sometimes Tortle came out ahead. So I think it's going to be a very, very good semi-final and final at the Luxembourg Gaming Experience.
So with this, we congratulate Outplay Esports, Barry and Crypto, Royal Family Esports, Tortle, and of course Orange, the 4 finalists for the grand finals, which will take place at the Luxembourg Gaming Experience 2020. Now we will take a break, the time to switch the disciplines. Next up on the lineup is FIFA 20 playoffs. Don't go anywhere, and see you after the break.
seen you, but you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck, push me away. You understand? There's nothing left to say. Going back, take my hand, call my name. You understand? I wanna stay, 'cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck, push me away. You understand? There's nothing left to say. Going back, take my hand, I wanna leave. You understand? I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. I wanna see you, but you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand? I wanna stay, 'cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck, push me away. You understand? There's nothing left to say. Going back, take my hand, I wanna leave. You understand? I wanna stay, 'cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Going back, take my hand, call my name. You understand? I wanna stay, 'cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off, better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. Rise together, we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off, and we can.
Some days there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Some days I'm not myself. There's no one I can turn to. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. It might take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on, I'm moving on. Moving on,
Won't you take me to that place? Take me to that place. Won't you take me to that place? Won't you take me to that place? Won't you take me there, man? Because you said enough, said enough, said enough. Because you said enough, said enough.
I know it's a game I'm not gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me. It's all just a game. You think I'm gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for these players day 2 of the Post Esports League. Now we will follow up in our program with FIFA 20, the playoffs, which will also be filled with action. Let's get right into it. We will start by introducing you our amazing Tyler, who casted games for the Pro League of ESL and also the World Electronic Sports Games 2018. Welcome, Tyler, for this show. Thank you to be here with us today. I want to speak immediately about the MVP race and an announcement, of course, who is now finally the MVP of the season for FIFA. So we have here several players. I'm waiting for the studio to just give us the right picture. Yes, exactly. That are the nominees for the MVP. You know a few heads, like Shadow, you told me just before we go on stream. Do you know some other players? Or is it just Shadow with the international experience he has?
Well, especially Shadow, of course, always falls into the picture. He is one of those players that has more experience also on the international level. He placed within the top 300, top 250 players in that last season now in FIFA 20 during the Foot League. Plenty of other players also that made it into the playoffs here, of course, got that and were in the top 1,000 players of the world. So still the region has a lot to gain here. But, of course, Shadow, the main player. I also saw that LXB FIFA, of course, had a great season alongside Fabinho that I think surprised some people as well. But I think that there are a lot of people that, of course, you guys already know from the scene here in Luxembourg. I wasn't really involved in the scene here just yet, but I did check in the world rankings, and there is a couple of players from the region, but also from Belgium and France that have definitely shown their place in the regular foot season.
Yeah, like we have Fiori Class 27, like he's a no name. Nobody has had him on his radar, and he just finished second in the season. That's amazing, actually. Feeling like he beat all those pro players who are well known in Luxembourg, be it in Shadow. I think he lost 2-1 against Shadow, actually. But playing it greatly, becoming second place in the season is a big feat for a player who had never participated in any big competitions around. And we have also Diogo Santos from Progrès Niederkur, who is one of the best players in Luxembourg, was also the best player in 2019 FIFA before Cecilio was able to take back his title for the 2020, but Diogo Santos being way more solid in the season. Now let's announce the MVP, and it is X Fabinho from Outplay eSports. Had a fabulous season, won almost every game, and won even the final game in the end of week 8, which he had to play against his friend from Outplay eSports, LXB FIFA, as they were tied with 33 points. Winning this game, getting 36 points, and being like this the sole king of the Post Esports League's FIFA discipline. Now he's a phenomenal player, and he went into round 2 immediately because of his top seed, just like Shadow, just like LXB FIFA, and our final player. Can I just have the bracket, please? Yes, exactly. And we had X Fabinho, Shadow, Fiori Class. Yes, I talked about it. He was the second seed of the tournament. It's crazy to talk about Fiori Class because like he came out of nowhere. It's a name I have still to get used to it, knowing what kind of caliber of players he beat throughout the season. And for now, he just make his comfort place on second seed, fighting against Prestino seed 7. A big chance for him to actually move on to the semifinals if we consider only the seedings, which in Clash Royale didn't really work out very well, but maybe FIFA will be another game. Now, X Fabinho will play later today. We had a quick change of order of games. So we will have Shadow from Standard de Liège versus Progrès Niederkur Diogo Santos. So one of the best Luxembourgish players versus one of the best Belgian players, or are there other better players than Shadow in Belgium? Tyler?
Well, there's definitely a couple of talents that have made their way now, especially in the regular season. He is still to be regarded as one of the strongest players for Belgium, at least. He is also quite high up in the whole Benelux ranking in general. Still, at the same time, we do have to say that, of course, he does play for the Belgian national team as well. He does play for a big club there, so it's not like he hasn't made his mark. He was also the champion in that previous year. He definitely shown some strong performances around, and we'll definitely see what he can get up to in that first match. We do have to say also that, of course, speaking of the seedings, we did see it earlier in Clash Royale. It did all kind of get mixed up a little bit, but still, thus far here in the playoffs, it has been more or less straightforward. There has been that one best of 8 round where, who was it again? It was Diego Santos, I think, who was seated very, very closely with his opponent, but still then made up that on time. But we do have our first game, and that is going to be Shadow up against Diego Santos, of course, in a best of 3 series, and we'll jump straight into it from left to right. Then Shadow in those red jerseys, and then Diego Santos from right to left in the blue jerseys already. However, of course, it is that foot modus where you do have a max rating of 86 overall. And already Shadow doing a great play here straight into the center. First strike 3 minutes in, and it is going to be the first goal scored already. And that is going to be a strong start from him. In general, FIFA always plays on the momentum side of it as well. And if you are able to get that first strong start, catch your opponent off guard, it is already going to get you a good start straight off the bat. 3 minutes in, Mbappe, strong card that 94 as well, and we are very, very late into the season, so of course we do have that current standing that we definitely say that whilst of course the season has been long and players invested a lot of money, I think Shadow, especially having a club backing him, definitely had an advantage in that a lot of those players do get support from the organizations as well to get more money into foot straight off the bat. However, already here, Diego Santos, very quick response here. And 7 minutes in, we've got 2 goals already. And we're all tied back up again. And this is not something that we see regularly as well within FIFA. A lot of the times it is just kind of that back and forth and really slow game from the start. However, Diego Santos gets straight back into it and also takes some time there at the flag. However, beautiful play here with Neymar. And the way that he is able to work that from the flanks, that is generally your better approach play, but then to get the passing in towards the middle is always the surprise, because in generally you do want to put the brakes on a little bit more in that defense. However, nice from Diego Santos to stop Shadow in his tracks immediately. And we'll see what he can get up to now in this next attack, because he is going to try to, of course, get back into it as soon as possible. Both players here are matched very, very tightly from the get-go. It was Diego Santos that was, of course, the winner in their pairing in the group stage already. It was 2-1 for him, so still a close match between both players. However, Shadow, I think, definitely the player to watch out for here. And already back on his response. Going to be bringing it back over via the left side here. Lots of space to actually work with. But that pass a little bit too aggressive. Didn't have any support there for Neymar either. And with that now, next opportunity for Diego Santos to take it the other way. And see what he can get into now. As already the defense is a lot further back for Shadow here. Taking his time. Doesn't want to go too aggressive into it. However, he is still trying to at least stall the gameplay a little bit. However, now Mbappe here on the other side. It is going to be over towards the side for Diego Santos. Some way he is still in possession. Passes it back to Modric. And now maybe the chance to get it in. But we've talked about that before. Kind of Shadow having to now condense that D just to kind of be stronger from that early start. You did have 2 early goals within the first 10 minutes in-game. However, already now maybe the opportunity for Diego Santos to really get situated in that front third already here. Still every single time Shadow trying to get in the way of him and trying to then take it the other way. However, Diego Santos stopping it early and now has plenty of opportunities to take that a little bit slower, but he does press the issue quite hardly. And now maybe still Shadow not able to make it through just yet. Actually, the passing play here not even looking too bad for Diego Santos. Getting through the middle a lot better than expected. Neymar now on the ball over to Fabinho. Still double man covering here from Shadow. And already now keeping an eye on it here. Whilst Diego Santos passing the ball around, just kind of getting a feel of how aggressive is Shadow going to go? How far back is he going to stay? And Mbappe straight away with that next goal. And although he went back within those first 3 minutes, it was that 1-0 lead for Shadow. But Diego Santos straight back with the answer. And already now back in the game and has the lead on his side. Mbappe taking his time as well. Nice chill on the grass here. We do have to see how far this will go for both players. In the end now, we're only about 30 minutes into the match, and it's not really progressed that far just yet. Still, Shadow. Ideally, you find that response immediately. 3 minutes past and already trying to get that next attack going. However, Diego Santos already shown what he can do, stopping the ball at the halfway line, and already now a little bit deeper here with Fabinho. And that's one thing that we have seen already. Shadow not exactly pulling all of his players back, while Diego Santos already a lot more compact in his defense. One thing where Shadow might have a chance is if he is able to stop the build-up play for Diego Santos early on, then maybe he can catch some of the players off guard and then get straight back into it. However, now over the sides, plenty of space there if he doesn't contest the middle. But still Ronaldo now. Attempted pass to Mbappe, but he does have to be a lot safer with that. And that's one thing that we've seen throughout the FIFA 20 season. You do have to stay on top of the ball. There's no chance in really just trying to go for those lucky passes. Rather keep the ball a little bit longer. Get those passes in, and this now strong stop for Shadow to keep Diego Santos from this next strong position already. Still though now Shadow not even making it out of his own half in this game. Now over the left side, does have the opportunity here. Interesting to also see both players using similar players there via the sides as well. Players that are commonly known within the French scene as well, but mostly international players choosing other players as well. However, defense here, plenty of holes, and Diego Santos able to take full advantage. It is going to be a third goal, and that's so expensive here for Shadow. Ribéry, actually a player that we don't regularly see as well within FIFA. Still works out fine for him. (3-1) now for Diego Santos, and that's something where Shadow desperately needs to get back into the game here. Really within this first half. Does want to get things closer a little bit more. Good dribbling here into the center. Still though, shot immediately after, not strong enough. And now, of course, still trying to keep on the ball with Fabinho, with Hullet there as well. But Diego Santos still getting the better of him. With that 3-1 scoreline, Diego Santos trying to just nurture that in towards half-time. It should be strong enough here as well. Interesting to see now where both players are going to take it. Interesting to also see what the stats are going to be like. 62% here for Diego Santos. I think to be expected as well. And in the end, still both players strong lineups on their own side. And it is going to be Diego Santos with that very, very strong lead. And we are going to be getting back into it immediately, especially here with that second half. And it is then going to be interesting to see how those further games also are going to shape up. Still, though, more and more time passed now, and it is going to be Shadow working via that left side again. Now, though, Good pass up front here via Neymar. Plenty of opportunities in the middle. And straight strike here as well. Doesn't want to waste any time. That is that 99 Cristiano Ronaldo card. And it is so strong as well. 3-2 immediately now. And that is some way to get back into it. However, at the same time, it is going to be Diego Santos that we do have to keep an eye on further along here. Diogo already had a decent response early on. And even right now within the game, straight off the bat, again, not able to stop this here, Shadow. You have to at least tempt that there. You have to go in for the challenge. Even if you do run the risk of conceding a penalty, you do have to try to at least get a foot in. And it is going to be a fourth goal here for Diego Santos. And every time taking the extra time, lying down with his players there at the flag, and just kind of taunting here as well for Shadow. Because in that situation, you do have to challenge. Neymar, once you do get within 2 or 3 meters of the goal, all you have to do is strike, and the ball's in the back of the net. And that's one thing now where, of course, well, Shadow needs a fast response if he does want any chance of getting back into it in this first match. Of course, it is a best-of-3 series, so there is still plenty of time to get that reverse sweep in as well. But right now, Mondi via the sides, now into Mbappe. Pull it now also up front. Great strike, and that's what we need. Bold strikes from his side, and immediately find that response. We are only about 2/3 through the match already. It's not even 60 minutes past here just yet. And that's one thing now where Diogo Santos on his next run up. Mbappe trying to find Neymar. But even that clearing pass there via the center for Shadow, far too much risk here from the get-go. And in the end now still, every single time we've seen that throughout the first half as well, Diogo Santos keeping on top of the ball. Plenty of goals here already within the first game. Pull it now. Just keeping it in possession. Mbappe not going to be challenged here early on by Diogo. And that's it. Getting your defensive players into position and just trying to stop it once he does try to get through. Still though now, Diogo on that build-up play again. We see how many players Shadow has all the way back, and that is going to be a sign of how difficult it is going to be for him to break that defense. Because Diogo already put the brakes back on the game and said, no, to be honest, I don't even have to pressure too much. If I do, then I always run the risk of Shadow being able to run that counter-attack. Although even in those situations, he hasn't been strong enough in that first half. Now though, keeping it along the left side. Good stop there. And straight back on the ball here as well for Shadow. Getting through so easily there over the flanks. Now Mbappe is going to be blocked there, and decent blockings as well here from Diego Santos. Always through the center is going to be the poison of attack for Shadow. And it hasn't really been working out, but Diego Santos now with a quick counter-attack. Ribéry via the sides, pass into Neymar, and still great block here by the defense as well alongside the goalie. And very, very important stop here for Shadow to keep things going now. And one thing that he does have to do now is just take the speed back out of it. Get a little bit of that quiet build-up play. Don't pressure it too much, otherwise you are going to be 2 against 4, 2 against 6 even sometimes in those defensive situations. Still, decent chance for a strike. And it is that time in the game where maybe even Shadow and Diego Santos as well has to worry about getting those changes in. Still, those are the goals that we don't expect and that you're not ready for. But Shadow is able to level things back up with that 4th goal. And it's not exactly the greatest goal of all time, but it does bring things back level. And Militao, it is the 79th minute. And in the end now, Shadow all the way back into the game. It took him a while, and even there, you can still argue if it was deserved in that situation. But he is definitely keeping on the ball here. Doesn't want to be challenged too early. And now, though, the next opportunity for Diogo Santos to get further up the pitch as well. But it is going to be stopped here, and now maybe the next chance. It is quite surprising how well it worked out for Shadow in his plays towards the front. Diogo Santos now put that pause in, but it is already too late in the game. Generally, you do want to pause towards the 65th to 70th minute just to still have enough time to incorporate those changes into your game still. He's going to be stopped here now, and the game keeps on going. 85 minutes down already, and the next opportunity to maybe now get the ball back up, but yet again Shadow staying in there, and maybe, who knows, we are going to be further extended from this first match already. Shadow now. Back to Hullet, Mbappe, and those are those passes. It is 6-7 players back for Diogo Santos, just trying to block him off and then get back into his own game. But at the same time, this is clearly going to be offside. No chance there, and Shadow strong with his own defense, keeping 6 players back, and definitely already here. Interesting to see now what we can bring back onto the pitch. Paulino is going to be on that right flank. We can see how aggressive he's already got his team set up to be. However, right now it is going to be even more interesting to see what Diogo Santos can still bring here. Jumping back into the match, it is going to be those last attacks straight away. And Shadow could have the opportunity to have the final word here. Slow build-up play again. Hullet now actually pressing the issue further. Paulino, his new signing that he just brought back onto the pitch. And that a lot closer than it should have been with Ronaldo. But it isn't going to be a goal, and it is going to be extra time. Almost wrapped up already. His new player Paulino into the center, but it doesn't work out for him. Regular time is over. We do have to see which way this is going to go. Not really recovered too much. That second half a lot stronger from Shadow already. But of course, in general, we do have to say Diogo Santos got off straight from the bat. He did go down 1-0 already in that 3rd minute, but did have that response within the first 10, and then it really got going on his side. We do have to see how that is still going to shape up in this matchup. It was to be expected that these FIFA matches are going to be very, very close, but straight back into the game. And then, of course, in extra time now, let's see if they can bring back now, as it is going to be who still has the stronger side. One thing that definitely counts for them is that the changes came quite late with the substitutions. So they should still have a couple of fit players on the pitch here. And now lots of panic there in center field, and it shouldn't really be going down that way. And that's one thing that both players will definitely take note of for the continuance of this match. Now maybe the next chance. Paulino always working via this left side, but even there the pass in towards the center, not good enough for a strike, and in the end Diogo Santos plays it safe. Far, far clear in strike. And right now it is just going to be who can get on the ball first and get that next chance in. Both players kind of at a breaking point even within this first game already. There's plenty of goals on both sides. And we saw it from Shadow. I mean, he was down quite far, but was able to fight his way back into the game. And now even Diogo staying on the ball, maybe even solidifying himself in the attack field now. But 3 players being on the ball here for Shadow is now going to be the next opportunity for him to actually get the ball back up. Maybe now a good chance here, but it is going to be blocked off. And actually Diogo Santos keeping the ball in play. Does want to get back on it immediately. And even here, Shadow becoming more and more aggressive in his own defense, but then also gets the right timing to fall back and make sure that he does have enough players back in defense once Diogo Santos brings his next push in. So a good block, and it is going to be that corner kick. Probably to be expected to be short here as the player is already there. But actually does change things back up. He is going to go for that cross, and does have plenty of blue jerseys here in the center as well, Diogo Santos. But it is now going to be Shadow maybe on the counter-attack. Plenty of players for Diogo way back though, and the pass is not accurate enough. And that's one thing that we can definitely highlight for Shadow here as well in his first matchup already. Diogo Santos hasn't exactly been the golden boy either, but Shadow definitely still having difficulties to get the passes to the right players. It is still a lot better for Diogo Santos there straight off the bat, and we'll see what that second half of extra time still has in it, of course. Right now, it is very, very close between both teams, but definitely already a sign of what's to come today in the afternoon, and we'll jump straight back in to this second half. Tied at 4 each at the moment still. And similar changes also coming in for Diogo Santos still. Let's see now where both players are going to take it. Left side here, maybe now the golden boy for Shadow to keep it going. Back to Hullet. Mbappe still in play here. Neymar doesn't get to the ball. And that's always been that thing. Diogo Santos stopping them dead in their tracks. And in the end now, Ken's via that left side, getting in good. Mbappe now, and plenty of opportunities to get the ball inside. But time and time again also, Shadow getting his players back just in time to actually get those stops in. And just be the thorn in the side of Diogo Santos. Still, this passing play is going to be it. 5-4 here for Shadow. And it is always just a kind of endurance game here towards the end as well within extra time. Who can keep a cool head? But Shadow not out of the water just yet. Still has to keep things going. Great strike here as well. But once you beat that last defender and are in that one-on-one with the goalie, doesn't matter who you have going forward if he only has a 74 rating. But he's still able to get that strike in. He's still so strong with the pace as well. Over 90 pace on Paulino there as well. And we are within those last 5 minutes in game still to play, and Shadow maybe now has an opportunity where he could just hold the ball, but sometimes also a next attack could be the best defense. That should be just on time as well. With actually Diego Carlos or Diogo Santos was that last player still back, just keeping the time low. It does take another corner kick out of it, and that's always a strategy that we see within these foot tournaments. It is just get the ball over towards the corner flag, keep it in your own possession, take time out of the game, and just get this scoreline through until the end. That's exactly what he's doing. Shadow passing all the way back, has to always run a high risk here, especially with a pass back to your goalie. Barriola keeping it safe, and it is still 2 minutes of extra time here in injury time. However, still now maybe the last opportunity for Diogo Santos still to get back into the game. It is a best of 3 series, of course. Strong start. First goal did go the way of Shadow, but it is going to be very, very tight here off the start. 5-4 here. Plenty of goals to be seen. Plenty of chances actually from both sides. But in the end, Shadow definitely going as a favourite and showed his wits as well. So for one part, Shadow already showing what he can do in that first game. Sadly, in the regular season, I don't exactly remember who it was that picked up that first game as well. It did go 2-1, so of course still the opportunity plenty there for Diogo Santos to get back into it. But Trax, what a game there to get things started.
Well, that's a good question though, because like I was very surprised when Shadow just scored the first goal like 3 minutes in, and Diogo Santos with an immediate response, like minute 5, I think, the tie 1-1, and then he just wrap up those goals, 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, and then 4-2, 4-3, Shadow 4-4, going to extra time, and then just getting this final goal in the end time of overtime. Now Shadow taking this game 5-4. How aggressive actually, it was very aggressive, and I couldn't see really those 50-50s, coin flips moments that FIFA 20 is known for, because those were logically goal moments, like playing out the keeper, as you said, in the end, perfect goal. You can't make it more better than this actually. You just destroy the defense, and then 1v2. It's no challenge at all to get a goal. Diogo Santos, what do you think does he has to do now after that high-pace, aggressive game?
Well, one thing definitely that he has to keep out for is that he does have to keep a cool head in this matchup now. It is clear that, of course, Shadow, maybe having that favorite role as well, got into the game a lot earlier, but then he had his own game. And that's also one thing that a lot of coaches recently have been working on with their players. It is generally that thing of, okay, you're up 3-1, 4-1, maybe just nurture this till the end, especially then if your opponent is able to get things back to a 4-2 or a 4-3, then it is always going to be a lot more difficult. But of course, now jumping straight back into it, and it is going to be Diogo Santos from left to right in the white and red jerseys. And still, Shadow from right to left in the red jerseys there. And we'll see where this will go. As of course now, straight off the bat, the first attack is going to go the way of Diogo Santos. And already keeping things in control here. Wants to have that first strike. And even here, a lot of holes to be found in the defense for Shadow. But a good stop here with Kante to now get things back rolling in the other direction. Plenty of runs here as well from his players. Nice to see, and he does have that nice pass. And Mbappe actually getting stopped a little bit through that pass, stumbling through. But it is going to be a good stop in time for Diogo Santos. And those are those things where in the end, Shadow himself stopping the game in his own direction. And it's not that Diogo Santos had to do too much in his own defense and actually also pulling the foul. And this might be an opportunity. Generally, you see these just passed short and just get in towards a goal chance. Rarely do we ever see full strikes on towards goal. But still now, just about 10 minutes in, an already difficult challenge, but it works out just fine for Shadow going forward. And maybe now the opportunity to maybe also just keep it going with a small build-up play. You don't always have to press the issue as hard as they did in that first game. But once you do get going, it is always so difficult. Tries to keep it going too far with those skill moves. And there are only a couple of players in the world that can actually fully master that. And always some surprises with players once they actually do get through with all of those skill moves. There's a couple of German players that have really mastered the art as well, and were outsiders in this season's FUT Cups, but then were able to surprise, make it towards a quarter or semi-final on the international stage. But of course now the regular season has been largely suspended, and we won't actually have a proper World Cup. So actually here with Post Esports League, we do have one of the final tournaments as well in the whole FUT season. We do have, I think, one official still in August, but then of course the grand final, which is going to be played at LGX here on stage. We are going to have these players back. Let's see who can actually make it to that big stage. They can then also show what they can do with a lot more pressure. Of course, it is still a comfort that they have playing from their homes due to the whole worldwide crisis and all, but we have been able to make do here already. And Shadow now has to keep his defense going. Otherwise, Diogo Santos, he's actually doing it right now. Just keeping it in check, staying out of way most of the time, and then actually going for those bigger challenges once he does see it. However, now, maybe the next opportunity. Shadow not really up with too many players. There's only about 3 or 4 players that really in that attack. And there has been a point where then Diogo Santos as well can adapt his own playstyle and can say, okay, to be honest, if you're not going to be pushing it too far, then I could also keep a couple more players up front. And that is always going to be a trap that Shadow is well aware of. Because of course, then he can also say, okay, I can bring those quick changes in, bring more players up in single situations, and then maybe still be good for a surprise. But this now here, good challenge, bring the ball back, and in the end still good strike. Was onside there as well. And even Hullet to get back onto that ball, challenge Diogo Santos. And then it is going to be Cristiano Ronaldo with that 1-0. And it is again Shadow, of course, getting that first strike in. And
What a way to get things started here as well. That 99 Ronaldo is so strong. We rarely see it within the regular season due to the regulations, of course. As you do then always have to concede on another player that won't be as strong. But here, everybody bringing out their best players possible. And actually now, on the left side, more and more now. Diego Santos trying to find a response on this as well. Shadow again putting that defensive work in and staying on it. Still though now very difficult to actually get through that midfield as Diego Santos now picked up more on his playstyle that we've already seen in that first game. Fall back fully on those attacks, but then still keep annoying Shadow there in the center. And that is always a playstyle that is difficult to deal with, especially once he does bring that double man challenge out. But finally, we do see one of those strikes from further out, but it is going to be blocked by the keeper. And now quick cross in. And the ball still not safe, but in the end, it works out just fine still. Shadow, plenty of players still up in this attacking position. And he is going to be staying with that as well. Mbappe, always going to be that center player that can control your game as well. Over to Neymar. Plenty of space here, and the goalkeeper is going to challenge his own defender, and it is going to be 2-0 here for Shadow. And that cannot happen for you, especially that early game. In that first game of the series, we did have a 1-0 quite early on, and then of course slowly working his way back. Diego Santos then took full control of it. But here, in this second game of the series, it has been more or less one-way traffic. And of course it is kind of FIFA putting that leg in for you, but it is also the positioning of your players. And very unlucky here for Diego Santos. But Shadow keeping it going very strong. Now the question to be, first half almost being wrapped up here. And Diego Santos desperately needs a response within this first half, or at least at the start of the second. Now the Ronaldo over to Neymar. Plenty of opportunity there via the right side. Time and time again has been the side of choice here for Shadow. And even that pass, plenty of space there for Ronaldo. Sorry, for Neymar there even. And in the end now, everything kind of gets reset, but Shadow keeps on the ball. Back towards Neymar, can keep that passing going. But it is going to be Diego Santos, maybe with the last attack of the first half. But even here, Shadow actually plenty strong in his own defense. Doesn't even let him reach the penalty box. And even now, I mean, come on. Shadow far too much space in the midfield to then get back onto the ball. Last attack is going to be his. And he did still have players in the center. But it does work out just fine for Diego Santos. Interesting now to see the statistics have not even yet turned around. It is still Diego Santos that has had most of the ball by a very slim margin in the end. However, if you don't get those strikes in, it is going to be so much more difficult to actually keep the game going. And there's no surprise here that Diego Santos does want to take some time out of this game and just kind of chill. Get his head reset and get back into the game as soon as possible here in that second half. So we have to see how Shadow starts straight off the bat. He has had some strong chances here towards the end of the half as well. However, of course, Diego Santos with the biggest challenge. I think the game is just getting back into it now. Well, 2-0 is still in the round of possibilities. We saw earlier how Diego Santos was able to get, well, beaten quite easily then by Shadow once he got rolling, and he has been able to carry that momentum into this next game. Very close opportunity here. And that is still the fact with FIFA 20 in comparison to maybe FIFA 19. In usual, once you do get into positions like that, get that green time finish in, and you're pretty much golden already. You do have that next goal, and you are up a lot further. But that position always difficult, and that is one thing where maybe even FIFA 20 adding some kind of randomness is a little bit more realistic towards normal football as well, as you do generally not have those situations that are fully calculated. However, huge chance here for Neymar, and 9 out of 10 times he gets those in the back of the net. However, good manual control for Diego Santos on the goalkeeper, and this cross really nice into the goal, but actually still very difficult to defend here with. Diogo Santos, but he is able to clear things out and maybe now start the counter-attack as well. Mbappe would have opportunities to get that pass off, but he always takes too long in that transitional game, and then Shadow straight back into position. 55 minutes gone, and Shadow, even here at the start of the second half, definitely keeping his ball up in front. And since that comeback in that first game, it's just been all-out attack from his side, and even the defense has looked a lot more solid, has been able to adapt to Diogo Santos, and that's where that international experience comes into play as well. It is still the fact, of course, Shadow currently number 259 in the PlayStation World Rankings. He's a 2019 Belgian champion. He plays for the national team. Of course, Diogo Santos, player here from Luxembourg, only made it to the, well, 3,456th place in the world ranking, which is still, I mean, he is listed. He was able to get points within the regular season, but not enough to really be a viable option for any bigger tournament at the moment. However, still big chances, and it is still a decent prize pool here for players, for the contestants here of the Post Esports League, especially making it into the quarterfinal already. When you consider that, of course, it is, well, one of those more independent regional championships as well. Big work here going in for the players as well, and a decent chance also to show yourself. It is something to put on your CV if you even grab the MVP, as Fabinho did earlier already for that regular season. We have to see who comes out on top here for these playoffs, but right now Shadow really back into his game. He wasn't really in his own element at all during those early stages of that first game. Of course, he was able to get that first goal in within the third minute already, but this game here, a lot more what we expect from a regular foot as well. Pretty much both players keeping their eye on the ball and still getting those chances in, but a lot more difficult now as both defenses have been a lot stronger. One thing also for Shadow is that he did have a slight hiccup even throughout the regular season, and that's why, I mean, he was surely one of the favorites going into the regular season to be that MVP of the regular season, to be placed first as well. However, he did leave some points behind throughout the regular season and was only able to make it into that fourth seed. Diogo Santos in 5th place in the regular season had some decent times, and as I said already a couple times, he was really up there until the end as well and kept things going. However, now Shadow, with that next opportunity, isn't able to actually get the challenge on the goal perfectly, and it is still 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes still to go here in the game, and this is very risky. Huge chance here for Diogo Santos, and those are the mistakes that you don't really have to do. It is that thing where a ball like that isn't quite in reach of your goalie, and Diogo Santos is able to at least get back into it and show him, well, not today. He is going to keep it going. And now back to 1 and Diogo Santos with a great opportunity to get back in. We do have a couple of technical difficulties though with the stream at the moment. It is always the problem, of course. With FIFA, we don't have an in-game spectator modus. We are just kind of relied on the players streaming from at home, so we can interpret here into the game then as well. However, right now, Shadow already showing a very strong showing, and we'll see what can still be possible. I mean, the game's far from over, especially what Shadow was able to do earlier in the game already. But we are back on it here, and it is now going to be Diogo Santos with a big challenge ahead of him as well. Just waiting for the game to resume here. But it is going to get back underway. And a big chance now for Diogo Santos to get back into it after that goal from Neymar.
Number 10, Neymar.
And now is one of those moments, as I said already during the break. Maybe just keep the ball under your control. Keep in those offensive positions, try to get back into it, but don't take too many risks. And now actually Shadow, so much space in the center, and he has definitely had a little bit of bad luck in this already, as he's now also shooting past the goal, and in the end, 10 minutes still in regular time. This might now be the golden chance for Diogo Santos, as of course the first game already went into Overtime there as well. However, now maybe Shadow one of these chances, surely, but even there, goalkeeper coming out. And you do have to have a way to get past that. Maybe if it is just trying to take that lob, as the middle is very, very contested by Diogo Santos. Now maybe Shadow. Good touch there by the goalie as well. And even now, this back and forth is something both players have to keep worrying about, as now, yet again, next chance for Shadow. Not exactly as clear cut, as Diogo Santos is able to get a foot in with his defense. And now maybe just a little bit more control on his own side. 5 minutes still in regular time, plus injury time of about 2 to 3 minutes in general. And then now the next attack for Diogo Santos. Plenty of room there to get back into the inside. Great strike, but even better saving here from Shadow. We do see his full defense back. One player still up the pitch, but everybody else is back, and it does work out for Diogo Santos. He's straight back into the game. It's tied at 2 within that 89th minute, and this is now something where Shadow definitely played against himself also in that situation. However, we have to see now, Diogo Santos, is he going to go for that full attacking mode, or is he just going to try to, well, lock it down, save himself to extra time, and then get back into it as good as possible? However, we are going to get straight back into the game here already. And now Shadow going to try to keep things going. But as of right now, I mean, both players so neck and neck. And even now, Shadow via the right side, Ronaldo over to Mbappe. Nice to keep in possession. Last attack of this game. 2 minutes of injury time. Now maybe. Pass not safe enough there from Neymar over to Hullet, and we are going to be going to extra time here within the next game. It is still 1-0 for Shadow in that best of 3 score. But Diogo Santos still trying to keep things going to maybe bring it back to a third and final matchup, and we do have to still see. I mean, Diogo Santos maybe even had, 2, maximum of 3 strikes that were really clear-cut on towards goal. Shadow, a lot of opportunities that he wasn't able to actually get in, sadly. However, still a lot to go here, and Shadow was able to do it once, surely able to do it again to save it here in extra time. Let's see how things keep going as we're straight back into the game. Of course, now, Shadow, ideally, you get off to a good start straight off it. Otherwise, Diogo Santos might just have things under control to save things for a third matchup here as well. Mbappe already here for Shadow. Very, very dangerous there in the center. At the same time, I mean, Diogo Santos in the defense, not exactly looking too bad. You rarely see those crosses actually go up in fruition. You generally see more chances via those clear-cut passes. Still, this is such a high risk to get that pass back in towards the center and have so many of your own contacts within the penalty box. And that is something that could come back to haunt him here, Shadow, but it works out fine for now. However, still loses the ball there in midfield, and Diogo Santos now able to get things back. The player here from Luxembourg. Maybe now the next opportunity here via the right side to keep things going off strong. Shadow straight back into possession. Belgian champion from last year. Wants to show us that his region is still strong, and I mean the world rankings definitely reflects that as well. And now keeping on going forward. Nice play here over the sides. And now the pass in. Nice bit of play here. Maybe one pass too many. And he is going to be blocked by the goalie here for Diogo Santos. Shadow not able to bring things to a third goal. But still, the D here for Diogo Santos. Very, very strong. And again, going for that cross in. And Diogo Santos already used to it to bring his keeper out. Just pick those straight out of the air. First half of extra time almost done. A little bit of injury time coming on top of that. Couple of chances here for both players. As per usual, only those 2 minutes. Now furthermore still,
The referee has indicated there will be a minimum
see
of 2
what can
minutes.
still happen in the second half. Maybe here the chance for Diogo Santos. So dangerous here again. He does have another corner kick. And once you stay in that attacking third, it is always going to keep on playing. On foot especially. Still though, we'll have to see how this all wraps up. Are we going to go to a golden goal? Or can things be wrapped up here in overtime? Right now, both players so neck and neck. But even there, still, it is mainly the mistakes of Shadow that is losing himself his own game right now. And Diogo Santos not really keeping on the ball in that first game as well. This could have gone either way for the games. It's not over just yet here. We are coming to that point where Shadow was able to get that W in that previous game. Of course, he is still in those red jerseys from left to right. In his club jerseys as well. And it is going to be Diogo Santos from right to left in those white jerseys. Keeping things going, and that's a very interesting start here straight off the bat. Both games going to extra time. And who knows, maybe even then wrapping things back up to a third game. And that could still happen, especially if Diogo Santos keeps on striking like that. And especially with that first half, we didn't really see the opportunities come out for him. And block there on the post. Still, next chance here, back post, and it is going to be Diogo Santos back into a 3-2. 10 minutes still in game to go. And both players keeping us on edge here. And that is something we can see in the bottom left. Shadow going to his ultra-offensive gameplay already. And maybe this is now going to be it. Time still in this game. Far from clear cut. Left side, plenty of space here with Kent. He's been one of those, well, surprising players as well that's been so strong by that left side in the regular season as well. And now still Neymar. Usual favourites now up to Paulino. Does still have Cristiano Ronaldo in the centre here for Shadow, but keeps the ball going too long. Two players covering him here as well, but it is even going to be goal kick here for Diogo Santos. And Shadow, no real opportunity to really stop this already in the build-up play. Has to wait for that proper D at the moment, as it is just going to be 2 minutes still left to go in regular time. Pass back, and who knows, maybe Diogo Santos can now just put the lid on it and bring it over to a third and final match. And who knows, I mean, for the storyline it's great. Both players matched up very, very tightly within the regular season. 4th and 5th seed going into the playoffs, but Shadow almost able to save things back. There it is. We are in injury time already, but it is going to be brought back. Neymar bringing it to a 3-3. And it is all level pegging here. As of course Shadow does still have an edge up on Diogo Santos. But even here now, maybe that last attack. Plenty of opportunities, and it is going to be Diogo Santos saving it here. 30 seconds pass, and it is going to be that third and final match in the best of 3. We are going to be going the full distance. Extra time in both matches. And straight off the bat here in FIFA, tight matchups here already. And I mean, Diogo Santos, what a way to get back into this. And Shadow must be baffled, and that is going to be something that is going to be working against his morale going into that third and final match in this best of 3. Of course, still, he was one of the favorites from the get-go. Didn't have that strong of a group stage. Of course, 8 weeks of group stage behind them. One best of 3 per week, and it was a very, or sorry, 2 best of 3s per week. And yeah, with that, we'll see what can still happen in that final best of 3. And it is going to be quite interesting also what the other players are going to be doing. Of course, taking notes maybe even for those playoffs, but plenty of time then for the grand final to still prepare, as this game is too close to call. And we'll see who will make less mistakes in that next match still to come.
Well, this game was crazy. Like, we had no one super offensive game where like the keeper was non-existent. at all game, and they shot all the time, and it was just at some point that the defense was just solid at the end when 4-4 went over. But now we had like Shadow with a solid 2-0 in the beginning and having a clean defense, and then it was like very calm, I would dare to say, up to the 75th minute where Diogo Santos scored the 2-1 and then scored the tie at the end of the game, going to overtime. He scores the 3-2 and Shadow scores the 3-3, and that all happened in the last 2 or 3 minutes of game time. And then Diogo Santos with cold precision just scored the final goal. It's crazy. Now, you have to imagine how much pressure those players are going through in those moments. He knows, okay, I do one thing wrong and it's over for me. And he just does it with a bloody precision, I dare to say, and perfect comeback from Diogo Santos, able to tie this best of 3 series 1-1. Now they're going into the decisive battle. One thing for you, Tyler, a question. We've seen the corner kick from Diogo Santos managing to get to 2-1, like a very tricky kind of doing it, like passing along the end line and just passing one more time through the middle of 5, 6, 7 players, just one player of Diogo Santos waiting there and getting the goal. And then trying it. He was cocky enough to try it one more time in overtime when he got the corner kick. What are your takes on that?
Well, of course, it is always one of those more risky plays that you do have to make at some stages. It is not always those clear-cut chances that work out for you. We always speak about sometimes players are unlucky, sometimes players are lucky. I think even in this, I mean, Shadow didn't take some of the chances that he definitely had the positions for, sometimes taking one trick or even one pass too much. And then in the end, on the other side, you do see Diogo Santos just trying to go for those plays, trying to get the pass in, and it works out for him that one time, and that's a decisive moment. And that's also one point where, of course, Shadow definitely had a mistake of his own, where he does have to kick himself, that he didn't defend as strongly and gave away a lot of possession within his own half. But the big point there as well is he was so unlucky. It could have easily been 3-4-0 at some stage, and he was looking so strong. Definitely had those opportunities, but that's FIFA sometimes, and that's something where, I mean, he's a pro at that. He has to now keep a cool head, maybe just reset for that third match. You know exactly how Diogo Santos is going to go at it. So maybe just keep it cool, get into your own game, and then once those couple of chances don't work, keep on working them, but especially keep more control in your own defense. Otherwise, it is going to be so difficult going forward, and that's definitely something that's shown within that previous matchup.
I think the clear MVP of this game was the goalkeeper from Diogo Santos. I don't know, he stopped 5 crucial kicks and headers from Shadow, keeping him into the game and giving the opportunity for Diogo Santos to tie up. I think we will go now soon into the next game if the players are ready. But wow, okay, if this first match will be like this, we're in for some crazy stuff, ladies and gentlemen.
We're definitely in for a treat for this next matchup still to come, and even that, I mean, we do still have 3 more best of 3s to play out today for those spots in the semi-final, which are then going to be played out at LGX, of course, still in the fall to come, as we do have kind of an extended season for FIFA 20. FIFA 21 only coming out in, I think, start of October, so of course then if LGX is going to be in September, still plenty of chance then for the players to keep on going. The new game isn't out yet, so you don't have to really prepare for the new game that just came out a week ago. You still can stick with the game that you've known, and some loved, some hated definitely throughout the regular season. A big split within the community. I think most players are mainly leaning one way. But yeah, we'll see what FIFA 21 has in store, but for now, FIFA 20 still has a lot of opportunities, especially as there are still a couple of tournaments that have basically sprouted up through those whole play-at-home cups as well. And we'll see how things will get going now for Shadow and Diogo Santos, as the game is now finally ready, and both players ready once more. Third and final matchup here in the best of 3. Are we going to go the full distance here as well through extra time and maybe even a golden goal? Or is this going to be decided within regular time?
Can either of these players really minimize their own mistakes and then keep things going on their own side? Already now, Shadow here over the left side, keeping possession, bringing the ball in. However, it is at least going to be Diogo Santos to now stop him already. Of course, it is Shadow from left to right in those red jerseys. And Diogo Santos switching it up once more, back to the blue from the start, where he was able to get those early goals in as well. And we'll see what he can do now. One thing that I already like is more just play the ball back. If you don't see the opportunity to really push the issue towards goal, pass back. Get more players up front and then try to get back into it. Because even now, Shadow, he has 7-8 players really towards the back. We can see it down below in the radar. He's playing a 4-4-2, but he is keeping 8 players back in those defensive scenarios. And that has been a way to just close the bus, park the bus in front of the goal, and just say, no, you're not even going to come through. How are you even going to get into a proper position? That's something where then Diogo Santos has to work via the side. Maybe just pull a corner kick out, but Shadow already 10 minutes in, gets his first chance in, and already with that first strike, Neymar picking up that 1-0. And that really, really strong. And that's also the contrast that you see on both sides. You see Diogo Santos on one side, of course, being met by a physical wall. And then also Shadow being able to just go up towards the front, dance through with Neymar, play a couple of passes. But then he's there alone. Only 4 players back for Diogo Santos. But now maybe the next opportunity for him to get into a striking position. Plenty of opportunity here now. But Shadow, strong in his defense, full on the ball. No penalty kick worries there. Hullet now via the right side is going to be stuck out by one of those Diogo Santos players. Ribéry now via the left side. Plenty of opportunity here. Mendy trying to stop him here. That was one of the more lucrative deals as well throughout the season, but I mean even that, and that's something I talked about during matches as well. Take those chances, but it is actually offside there in that situation. That's so heartbreaking for Diogo Santos as well. But you do have to try and get into those positions and try to get those goals in. Late decision there from the referee, late on the whistle, but in the end now Shadow on the other side of the pitch, already trying to get the ball in, and already now being stopped dead in his tracks. And then one thing that was getting at, of course, Mendy, one of those stronger SBCs throughout the regular season around Christmas time. And he was one of those, well, strong cards to get. And a lot of players spent like 150 up to 250,000 coins for it as well. But he definitely was worthwhile, and we saw a lot during the regular season as well in this year of foot. However, now maybe the next opportunity, while Shadow is only 1-0 up for Diogo Santos to still get back straight into the game as well. And at least for the moment, Diogo Santos, decent on offense, but is still going to be stopped here. And that's something where he does now have to find a better pacing. Where can he then slip the ball through? Plenty of D here for Shadow. Always that double man concept, of course, does bring more and more of his players out of position. And that's something where Diego just has to be quick on his feet. But he is going to be stopped here. And now maybe the chance for the counter-attack. But even here, Diogo Santos is more like what we saw in that first matchup already. We saw him kind of just staying on the ball, challenging within, well, the opposing half already. And just trying to get straight back into his own attacking game. But even right now, Shadow slowly but surely bringing more players up now. Maybe Ronaldo. Plenty of space here. Actually, Diego Carlos slightly faster than him even here in defense. And he is going to be stopped still. And the next opportunity now for Diego to maybe also make it quick via the left side. Generally, you do lose those sprint battles against Mendy, especially with Ribéry still keeping it clean here for Shadow for now. 35 minutes down. I mean, as of right now, it is just going to be Shadow slowly but surely working his way up. Always those double passes, keeping players out of position. I didn't even see him coming. with Cristiano Ronaldo there. Great strike on the header. And that's always something, of course, players always keeping an eye on the radar there at the bottom to know where their players are. And a strong 2-0 here in the 37th. And that's something where the first half already shaping up to be quite strong for Shadow. But can he then also keep that in control? Because, of course, Diogo Santos, at some stage, if he isn't able to break through, throughout the 60th minute, he is going to push over to 3 players in the back and then bring more players up front. And Shadow has to be in a position where he can then also defend that. Put 5 players in back. Just build a wall back there and keep Diogo from coming. Still Shadow not able to break the defense there, and now back just retreating. Great pass here, and Diogo Santos pretty much in a one-on-one with the goalie. Although Diego Carlos here for Shadow able to stop him still. And strong still in the defense, where Diogo Santos then is missing those players that he is keeping back, of course, to try and defend. And still Shadow able to find a lot of space here with Cristiano Ronaldo, and even that sprint able to get the ball up ahead the player and still get that strike on goal. But one thing I'd like to see is just those quick passes of the corner kicks. You don't have to cross those in. Play it safe, play the pass, and you should always be safe. Otherwise, you just put that cross in, and most of the times it is just going to be the goalkeeper picking the ball up straight from the cross. I mean, that's one thing that Diogo Santos has always been good at anticipating as well, as he has done it time and time again. But still here, I mean, Cristiano Ronaldo definitely a handful for the defenders here for Diogo Santos. And actually, it is also going to be Shadow bring things straight back for that second half. Diogo Santos surely bringing a couple changes here at halftime already, but maybe even just keeping it going on a breather, and we should be back into the game pretty soon then with the action, as of course both players should be mounting their own offense now. Maybe even Shadow a 2-0, still very, very close, but it could be good enough to just kind of keep things going. Either way, both games thus far went into overtime, into extra time, and then ended on a very, very close scoreline each. And with that now, Shadow with a clear lead, but he had that in that previous game as well. 2-0 for now. How long can he keep it? And when is Diogo going to get back into this to really, really challenge? And we were talking about it already. And there you go. That's the strikes we have to see more of. Have to try it. Get on goal and then see what you can really get up to still now. It is going to be Shadow here in defense. Has to just get the ball out, clear it, and then get into his own game. And this might already be his own strategy of just kind of taking time out of the game. Really seeing what he can do still. Shadow now. Pass not clear enough for Mbappe. And at least for now, we are going to see Diogo Santos within this second half taking that first little bit of possession already. And that's one thing now the Shadow really, really has to watch out for. Right side now wide open here in the penalty box. That's still strong enough for Shadow. And that pass straight out of the turn doesn't quite reach his man. And that is then a point where Diogo Santos can of course get back into it. I'm actually surprised that Shadow has kind of opened up his own defense here as well. Of course, still contesting every single ball, putting double man pressure on everything. But it has still been Shadow not even bringing all players back, keeping a couple still up front, as he does want to further extend this to a 3-0 in an ideal situation. But even then, if Diogo Santos brings things back to a 2-1, we saw earlier what can be doable. Even those quick ties, and then still the turnaround for Diogo Santos in those last 30 seconds. Still Shadow now, big chance, and it is going to be that 3-0. Very important here with Neymar. And that's exactly what you need here. You had a couple of mistakes in that first game, then already in that second as well. and they did cost you for sure, but especially just keeping up that morale in that first game, able to fight his way back. And now maybe interesting to see, yeah, we don't get to see what changes Diogo Santos brings, as Shadow actually just sticks with the same thing over and over again. Just stays on it and sees what he can still do here. And no surprise that Diogo Santos is going to be taking longer of his time. Doesn't want to get straight back into the game immediately, but maybe just take some of the time out for the rest of this, just to then have your game plan set here as well. 5 seconds still on it, and we are going to get back into it. Important to actually save your changes as well, otherwise you can just take another pause immediately after, and everything is going to be back discarded to everything before. However, yeah, triple change probably to be expected here as well, but still blocking off strong here for Shadow. And after kind of a rocky start as well, where Diogo Santos was definitely the player to watch out for, it has now been Shadow time and time again developing his own gameplay. And now we'll see what he can still do. Just about a third still in the game, 66 minutes down now. Maybe the opportunity, Ronaldo at that right side. He's going to be passing things back, and actually Shadow taking some of the pace back out of the game because you don't want to press the issue too much. And now even still over the sides, keeping it going. You just want to stay in that own attacking position. There's no point in trying to slow things down too easily here for your opponent as well. Otherwise, Diogo Santos is going to get into that groove. Just say, okay, well, he's not going to even be attacking easily. And now maybe the opportunity for Shadow. Pass doesn't quite reach through. And 20 minutes still on the clock. But it is still Shadow back and forth, keeping it on. Right now, Neymar all the way back to Kanté, and you can already see he's taking time out of this game. He has that 3-0 lead. It is very solid at the moment. You have 20 minutes still in game to go, and Diogo Santos clearly also pressuring it a lot more here already. But as of right now, Shadow again, Hullit's taking time out of the game, just keeping possession, and that is something that definitely is going to bite you if you're Diogo Santos in this moment. Because you do just want to get back in. You do want to get back in front of goal. And Shadow doing everything that he can just to stay in possession. And maybe, who knows, get a 4-0 in even before the game ends. And then to taunt Diogo even further. Foul here. Maybe now the opportunity to get back in an attacking mode for Diogo Santos. We haven't seen an ultra defensive playstyle yet from Shadow. It's just kind of been keeping the ball in the opposing half, and those are those fail passes that you can't have too many of. But especially if you're up 3-0, 10 minutes in game still to go is surely going to be enough. But still, nothing is 100% until Fat Lady sings here, until the referee blows the whistle, and then who knows. Still, oh, difficult foul there, and something that Modric definitely has to watch out for. Red carded here for Diogo Santos, and that was to be expected after a challenge like that. Quick execution here on the free kick, but you are going to feel that, especially now you're already 3-0 down. That one extra player, you are definitely going to notice here as well. But it is going to be 3-0 here for the moment for Shadow, looking to further extend that, just to show his dominance here. It is still a 2-1 scoreline, similar as we saw on the group stage. However, there, it was at least a 2-1 for Diogo Santos. He wants to try and get back into it, but with 5 minutes in-game still to go, he needs to find that response immediately. 88th or 89th, and then maybe still in injury time to tie things up, to secure it over to extra time here in the third and final game of the series as well. But boy, oh boy, both guys really, really going at it right now. And Diogo Santos, he's not quite done just yet. And Shadow needs to just get a little bit more solid on his own play, bring things out of the defense. Now, yeah, just take time out, hold it here, take him towards the flag, or even maybe for another goal. There you go. Doesn't even strike immediately. Wants to taunt a little bit longer, but it is not going to be a 4-1. However, the time should be pretty much gone. It is going to be another attack here for Shadow. it doesn't matter how many goals he scores. He can still just win this 3-1 without any issues. 2-1 in the best of 3 scoreline. And what a game. I mean, back and forth. It was pretty much that early attack where in the first game, he was already up 3-0. Then Diogo Santos came back, took control. And then just before the end of that first game, we saw all go back to overtime. And then in extra time, it was still Shadow to secure things for that first match. Other way around, plenty of mistakes all around actually from both players in that second match. And then the third match was very, very clear cut. Strong side there definitely from Shadow. And in the end, kind of the favorite comes through on top. I mean, both players were very, very closely seated. 4th and 5th place in the regular season. But Shadow definitely had some difficulties throughout the season, as he is now still over towards the semi-finals, and he will be going to LGX later on this year.
So we have our first semi-finalist, which is Standard de Liège Shadow, with, I would say, a great third game, but crazy 2 first games. Like, there was 5 and 4 in the first game. That means 5 goals for Shadow, and one time 3 goals, 8 goals. He just scored 11 goals in 3 games. Whereas if you look at Diogo Santos having 4 and 1, which means 9 goals, that's crazy. The last game was very slow paced compared to the first 2 games, which were high offensive power, both playing and trying to get through the keeper, goaling and putting pressure on the defense. Diogo Santos coming from the sides, Shadow more from penetrating through the middle of the defense, and did a great job. Was lucky at the first game, was beaten in the second, but was clearly dominant on the last game, showing off why he deserved to be on seed 4 and why he deserved to be the first semi-finalist for the FIFA 20 discipline, going to the Luxembourg Gaming Experience 2020 later this year, as you say, Tyler. Now, just coming quickly back to the game, how can you explain this third game being very slow pace at the beginning? Shadow scoring a goal, but it wasn't like the offensive pressure we felt. It was more like a lucky goal or just strategy going through Diogo Santos. Now, can you just explain to our viewers the third game especially? Because I feel like though the 2 first were more hype, way more action-packed, the third game actually reflected what you had to do to actually win a solid game.
Yes, one thing that I highlighted already a couple times, especially during this FUT 20 season, own mistakes have come back to haunt you a lot more. And although it might not be the most beautiful football, it is just the fact to win tournaments, it has been the players that can put a wall in the defense and just keep going on your own chances. To be honest, Diogo Santos had a couple of those chances where he was just able to get through, but that wasn't because he had tremendous skill on the ball. It was also because Diogo Santos in his own defense only had 4 players back, so Shadow was able to just march through without any issues. And when Diogo Santos was going the other way, there were 8, sometimes even 9 players back for Shadow, and he kept on going on their own style. It is always frowned upon, of course, for a lot of the pros, but it has been the general meta that you do have to get used to, and that you have to play on yourself, as the game is right now. And of course, some players say, well, why do you play that playstyle? Well, it wins tournaments, and that's exactly what it's all about. In the end, these guys are professionals, and they have to work with everything they've got in the rulebook, and actually a lot more reckless in those first 2 games. And then Shadow was just able to secure things in that second one. So definitely keep things going like that.
Well, at least we can say that suspense, which we had all the season long, knowing that the tiebreakers to define, not the tiebreakers, but the final week, tie-breaking people will, I'd say like this, defining the final rankings at week 8 is a big announcement what the league was for the players. Very close games, close skill sets, and now the players just continue in the same direction. Amazing first set for the viewers out there. I mean, you can ask for more. a first action-packed game, a second action-packed game, and then a third game which actually shows you how the game is really played at high level and not just playing without any defense actually. Like this, we have Standard de Liège Shadow going into the semi-finals. Congratulations to you. We're now taking a small break for setting up the next set, and then we'll come right back to you guys and ladies. See you soon.
Take my hand, come on, babe, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. I find love, if you understand, there's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, I wanna leave, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna go away. I wanna see you while you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you'll still make me have to stay. 'Cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand, come on, babe, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. I find love, if you understand, there's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, I wanna leave, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Pull me back, take my hand, come on, babe, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off. And we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If I'm knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Some days I'm not myself. There's no one I can turn to. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. It might take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on, I'm moving on. Moving on, moving on.
Won't you take me to that place? Take me to that place. Won't you take me to that place? Won't you take me to that place? Won't you take me there, man? Because you said enough, said enough, said enough. Because you said enough, said enough.
I know it's a game, I'm not gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me. It's all just a game. You think I'm gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second day of the playoffs of Post Esports League. Now, we had a crazy set between Diogo Santos, Progadinakur, and Standard de Liège Shadow, which was taken by Shadow 2-1. Amazing game. Now, getting back to the bracket, that we can see what's going on there, and coming back a bit because there was a lot to talk about the first round. Yes, we're still waiting.
Yeah.
There it is.
So,
Just for the 8th finals, we had the clash of Last King Kevin from Team Slick and Cecinio winning 2-0. For your information, Tyler, those two are rivals at least for 3 or 4 years, and it's amazing that Cecinio was able to get this win. Being that Last King Kevin is always a difficult task for him to master, to beat actually. Then we had Diogo Santos, who won against Louis Lux. That was the logical following, because Diogo Santos is very strong, as we've seen just at the first set on stream. And Louis Lux was really struggling entering the playoffs. Then we have Prestino, again with a solid performance, winning against Abdu Brown. And Ivan Nilsson, who was able to beat Team Slick Malka, which means that Team Slick is just out of the race for the grand finals, and that's also a big name out of the equation for the other players. So now going back, we will now see 2 players coming from the same team. Outplay Esports, X Fabinho, ranked number 1 and MVP of the season. And we have also Outplay Esports, Cecinio, the champ, as the Luxembourgish followers are calling him. That will be an amazing set, I think, with big hype moments. Especially Cecinio likes to be an entertainer as a player. Tyler, knowing that now we have like a matchup between Cecinio, the experienced veteran, and X Fabinho, who had some good tournaments, but never this spotlights like he has now, being first in the league and coming with the big MVP card on his back. How do you think will this matchup play?
well, for one part, of course, they are from the same esports organization, so at the same time, they do probably still know their virtual playstyles a lot better than maybe other players, although I'm guessing that most of these players that are here in the playoffs already have a strong setup that they repeat time and time again, and that in general also the Luxembourg players, that they prac against each other. That probably does also happen quite a lot. However, we do also have to reflect on the regular season. One of those 2 players was able to place first, and the other only was able to get that 9th place. So that's definitely one thing that is going to be going for that youngster, for Fabinho still. And where Cecinio might also have to watch out a little bit. You already said that he is one of those players that likes to put on a show and really is in his craft in that way. And that's one thing that he really has to watch out for, because, of course, whilst you can kind of stay that way, it is not really the meta currently in FIFA 20. It is still play a sure game, don't put on too much of a show, but especially if you can get some of those good skill moves in, that could be in for a good challenge here. Definitely up for anything to see what both players can get up to.
So I would say let's jump to this amazing first game of set 2, which is Outplay Esports X Fabinho versus Outplay Esports Cecinio.
Yeah, both players, of course, they're soon to be ready, and hopefully we can actually jump into the action there. But of course, throughout the regular season, we've already seen them meet once, and there, although Fabinho was able to, of course, win the regular season in his own right, it was still Cecinio who was the player that actually won the head-to-head duel that was also very, very close in a 2-1 split. But at the same time, it was a best of 3. It was all the way back in week 5, so it's actually been quite a long time since those two faced. And of course, Fabinho also has that extra little bit of clout, as he does also have not only the Outplay Esports title before his name, but he's also a player for the Luxembourg national team. And with that, always comes a little bit more of an extra, well, fashion to see how they keep on going. Is it going to be something
that you can then also transfer into the game, or is it not even going to be shown? One thing we can see straight off the bat is that at least Cecilio here from left to right is going to be putting his gameplay over towards defensive straight away. And that clearly showing that he already wants to stay a little bit further back and just see what his opponent can actually bring. All that being said, it is his defensive preset. Doesn't always mean that he is actually playing a lot more laid back with it. It could also be that he has a whole lot of bait involved in that and just kind of seeing what he can get up to still. Already in towards the penalty box. Lots of dribbling going on, but Sergio Ramos able to stop that dead in their tracks. And a good stop here from Fabinho already. Not looking all too bad here. Interesting to see now how both players actually get started. However, as of right now, it is going to be Fabinho straight off the corner kick to be back in possession and try to play his own game now. And maybe if that is just going to mean, well, calm down a little bit and then go up front. But again, it is going to be Cecilio that stops him straight away. Already in towards the penalty box, and a lot of mistakes here. You have to clear that ball fully. A pass within the 16-yard box is never going to be good enough for that. And with that now, we already see, I mean, the gameplay here showing up that Fabinho is going to have difficulties playing all the way from behind, but Cecilio already putting a lot of pressure on, although he did say that he is going to play more of a defensive setup. The bait and switch always coming back in. And right now, Fabinho in midfield. The next possession going his way. But he doesn't actually have enough players going forward. But now, Dembélé would have players in the middle as well. Back to Vieira. And these two teams are actually a little bit closer matched as well. What we generally see at the big tournaments. And Mane here. Mbappe still in the center. And due to the defender being almost at the back line already, first goal going the way of Mbappe, going the way of Fabinho, and already showing, well, this is going to be the way to go. And actually a strong start here, straight off the start in the best of three. We'll see. I mean, in the end, both players playing for the same organization. Kind of Cecilio even making it to this stage up against Last King Kevin. He was also one place down when it came down to seeding. He was 8th. Last King Kevin was 8th. And he was 9th in the regular season. And with that, maybe the slightest upset in that whole regard. But in the end, both players very closely matched from that regular season. And everything going up to plan when the seeding is considered still. However, still very, very difficult here. As Fabinho still holds on in the defense here. And Cecilio not actually able to find his own way through just yet. Right now, though, always trying to stay on it when it comes down to the defense. In the end, good challenge here as well for Fabinho via the right-hand side now, trying to get that ball up ahead. But still, playing it safe, playing the ball back, and that's something that we didn't really see in our first best-of-3 series today. A lot of panic, a lot of just kind of trying to get the ball up ahead and trying to go for those chances. A lot more structured here for Fabinho, and there is going to be that 2-0 straight away. And what a strike there as well with Mbappe to get straight back into it. And one thing to also consider, of course, Fabinho placing first, getting the MVP for the regular season as well, but also in the world rankings on the PlayStation, he is number 563. Currently his teammate here, Cecilio, only placed 3,435th in the rankings. There, of course, there's a lot of players with the same amount of points that they accumulated throughout the season. However, still, I mean, decent stuff here from Fabinho. The rating already shows that, but the seeding definitely reflects as well from the regular season. And Fabinho already playing cleaner FIFA in comparison to both players from that first matchup in Shadow and Diego Santos. Interesting to see now what Cecilio can answer with. In the end, his build-up play hasn't been too bad either. Modric now up in front to Ronaldo. Not looking too bad here with R9, but he is going to be stopped as well. And again, Sergio Ramos has been one of those highlight players for Fabinho thus far. Time and time again, he was that last line of defense, for Fabinho to really stop him there. However, now Cicinho, even there, getting stopped, and straight away the passes going back and forth. And actually really, really nice how clean the passes are coming through. That long ball is always going to be a stretch, but actually Dembele doesn't make it. And it is going to be De Jong to bring it back. And even those left flanks also looking stacked for Cicinho, and a chance for him to make it all the way up with Mendy. Left back always working up those sides, then also transitioning towards the centre. De Jong trying it with R9, but it doesn't actually work out. And it is straight going to be Dembele and Mbappe trying to get the ball back up ahead. Vieira even keeping a little bit more of the control on his own side. And maybe now Fabinho just again taking his time on his approach play. Building up here towards maybe another challenge here for goal, but already 40 minutes down. And a very, very clear cut situation here already. I mean, Cicinho has had a couple of chances where he can actually get in front of goal, but has then always been stopped before that final strike. Fabinho has been looking very, very strong, and that's maybe something that we can also take highlight of in the break. Hopefully Cicinho doesn't quickly skip over it and just wants to get back in towards that second half, but actually shows it for a second. We can actually take a look at how the shots were going in, and also the accuracy when it came down to passing, because that's one of those highlight things that's definitely stood out for me within this game. And within that last game, we only had about the low 80 percentages when it came down to passing accuracy, and also the shots were generally on target, but definitely a lot more clear cut. Fabinho taking those 100% chances, and even with that one long range shot, still kind of trying to figure out how everything comes in. But even here now, last attack of the first half, and it is going to be Fabinho over this right side. Plenty of space offered, but he doesn't get the support in the center that he wished for. Still 2-0 here at halftime. Is definitely a message to set already against Cicinho. We do see the stats here now. 1 shot on goal for Cicinho, 2 shots taken in general, and Fabinho has been strong on his game as well, and the individual player stats reflect that as well here in game. So we'll see what that second half still brings into it. But the way that went in the first half already, it has been very, very clear that Fabinho wants to keep that in his own control, and probably then also something like that can easily transfer in towards the second match, which might be a little bit more clear-cut than the game that we saw ahead in that first quarterfinal of the day with Diego Santos and also Shadow. Still, we're going to get back into it. Fabinho now from left to right, still on those blue jerseys, and definitely staying on it as well. Early possession is going to be his. And Cicinho still kind of waiting for that, but not actually going to challenge anything too strongly here off the bat. He also wants to get in that groove, just kind of start his own play, and then just keep on going. Now though, changes sides. Very, very slow play here off the start in the second half. But then as soon as he starts actually moving up, he is going to be challenged by Fabinho. And already to a point where it is looking very, very strong there as well. Over Cicinho, maybe over the left side. Mbappe, difficult to get past Semedo here. And a very good bit of defending there. And even then Areola can stay in control. But actually the clearance not good enough, and now plenty of space here for Neymar, and would have R9 to his side as well. The pass too far ahead there. And that's one thing that you always have to weigh as well, especially if R9 isn't going to go for a proper run there. Pull things back, get a proper pass in, don't always put those passes up ahead, and try to collect it with your player running in. Especially in situations like that, Fabinho can take quick control, but both players here playing a lot more open. And still a very, very close affair here. Now though, Dembele, beautiful shot, but it wasn't to be. As we stay at 2-0. Even here now, Cicinho can stay in possession after the goal kick. So lots of challenges here for Fabinho already. Wants to try and keep this going. Assassino, finally now R9, back to Modric. Still though, De Bruyne, so strong as a midfielder, but then also to, well, be back in your defensive line and help out there. But he is always great to then distribute the balls in the centre of the pitch. Right now though, Mane in full control here on the left side. Difficult to challenge, back to De Bruyne. And this is what I said just now. Always good on the passing plays. Now maybe the next chance over to Dembele. Shots here for Fabinho. Doesn't want to beat just yet. And Fabinho in the end, almost a 3-0 here. Could have easily been 4-0 even from those further chances that he has been able to collect. But even here, quick cross. And then back to his attackers as well. Dembele here by the right side. Such good skill over to Mbappe. And those are the shots that we generally don't see. But 66 minutes in. And I mean, this is now going to be a point where Assassino really has to consider, how can I change things up? 30 seconds in the pause, and Assassino needs to get a little bit more structure into his own game. Has to make some changes in his own side. Otherwise, that is quickly going to come back to haunt him in that second half. As of right now, Fabinho really, really strong and showing the difference between a first place seed and a 9th place as well. Still though, we'll keep with that of course in this second half, but the first game already starting off strong for Fabinho. So we'll see what both players can actually get up to as the second half is underway. And of course now Assassino has to find a response to this, otherwise 67 minutes in. And already here, very one-sided as it's being developed. Assassino though, good chance, and there you go. Finally finding a response here with Neymar. And it is going to at least be a 3-1. How far they can keep it going is a good question. But at least for now, 70 minutes down. 4 goals here already in our opening matchup of the best-of-3 series. Although Fabinho has definitely shown his strength. He's also had one stop where he hasn't actually adjusted yet, and that is put more players in your own defensive line. Don't play it as risky as this, because he is going to take full advantage of that. And Assassino now already 2 goals back, all of that within 5 minutes, and that definitely not to be expected. And the reaction that we can see on the screen there with Fabinho going back and forth. Also, Kubo now going to come down, and well, replaced by Paulino there on the right-hand side. Fabinho, either he gets a 4th goal in straight away, or he has to build that wall in his own defense. Otherwise, we just saw it from Assassino. 4 minutes, 2 goals already, and he's definitely not going to slow down, because he changed to 3 at the back and put everybody up ahead to try and challenge for that goal. And then if you make easy mistakes like that, Fabinho, then you are going to be, well, hurt from that, as right now it's back to a 3-2. And who knows, Assassino could bring this back to a 3-3 and back to then pretty much a level game for both players. As of right now, still though, plenty of mistakes here in the build-up. There's now Assassino, next chance, Paulino over the right side. Back to Semedo. Even here, the defenders going up over the sides. Only 2 players actually staying back. Huge chance now here for Neymar, but so strong for Sergio Ramos to just about get a foot in and save us to a corner kick. Still though, just over 20 minutes in regular time still to play. As before calculating in injury time, plenty of time for Assassino, well, to actually come back into the game, but then also go ahead if he wants to. De Bruyne up to Mendy. Does still have Mane up front as well. And he is coming through strongly here as well, but does then get shut down straight away by Assassino again. And that makes it so much more difficult. Mbappe now passing towards Modric. So much space here. Actually, the defenders for Fabinho not doing all too much. Now finally, Sergio Ramos, he's been that X factor in the defense time and time again when it was able to hold. That is always iffy right now, though. Maybe the next chance, plenty of space through the center. If he could only get players in those positions, doesn't actually play the pass through Semedo. Plays it all the way back to De Bruyne. Would have passing stations here. Back to De Bruyne, over to Mbappe, straight strike. But Areola here for Cicinho is on the ball. 5 minutes still in regular time. Corner kick here for Fabinho, and maybe now the next big chance, as he's time and time again just gone for those aggressive crosses again. Huge chance here against the post, but it doesn't work out for Fabinho. So much luck involved as well that ball doesn't go in. But Cicinho straight on the other side in his own offensive play. And we can already see how difficult it is to get that defense reorganized again after a play like that. But they are now back in form. But even the passing plays right now here from Cicinho can bring them out immediately. Still, another corner kick. Who knows? Fabinho might just be able to nurture this into full time. And a mistake like that, Fabinho is always going to take. Pass down to Dembele. Just take it down the side. Take it down to the flagpole and save your W through. And he doesn't do it. He doesn't find a passing play. Still, Mendy straight back in. Isn't able to actually get the ball clear, though, as he is challenged. And who knows, maybe the last attack here still for Cicinho, but he does get stopped. So Ramos plays it out of touch, and it is going to be Fabinho.
Very, very close matchup, but is able to save things through.
And it was going to be 3-2 here for his own side. And we do have to say it was definitely stronger FIFA, stronger foot gameplay here already. Still though, one thing that we definitely saw as clearly as day and night in comparison to the first games was Cicinho adjusts, puts 3 at the back, everybody going up front. Fabinho doesn't adjust, and immediately the goals came coming in. Then finally at that 3-2 mark, he was able to at least bring more players back, play it a lot more securely, and that's what gave him the W. And if he plays like that in that second game as well, and Cicinho gives him those early chances, then it could be very clear-cut going into that second game. And who knows, maybe a quick 2-0, but I wouldn't put it past Cicinho that he doesn't have a good game plan for this next game still to come.
We've seen now a more calm game actually towards the beginning. Fabinho just one step ahead, one level ahead on Cicinho, scoring the 2 first goals in the game, and then later on scored even a third in the second half. So building a clear difference between both players, making a crucial mistake. Cicinho getting it and taking the first goal of the game, and 2 minutes later, just like shot on a defender, it bumped into him and went into the goal. Lucky goal, but still a goal, and came back, which meant it was 3-2, changing to these 4 offensive players. Cicinho was always a player who struggles in the beginning. It is his gameplay how it is. He's someone who, I don't know how he does it, but he always comes from behind to get the win. He's rarely someone who builds like 5 goals in the beginning and then wins clean 5-0. He will always come back. He's a comeback monster actually, and that's what makes him this entertainer, the player who everyone wants to see him actually winning, because he's a very friendly guy in life, always smiling, always helping people, and you just want to cheer for the champ. That's how he's known. Now Fabinho coming and taking down the champ for the first game. I think it doesn't mean anything. Knowing Cicinho, if he wins this second game, he probably will win the set.
Yeah, we'll see how that will go in the regular season. It's already been, as you said, that in the end everything worked out for Cicinho as well to beat his comrade there from Outplay eSports. Still, one part there that definitely needs highlighting is still that he wasn't able to adjust his game style good enough. Then he did have a couple of easy chances where Fabinho kind of kept the door open. And that's also something, if he does have a decent start in that second game, it is going to look good for him. But especially if Fabinho can keep things going straight off the bat, then this could be a quick affair. Not always said and done as easily as that, as actually still Fabinho's side is very, very strong there. And we'll see how things will shape up for him, as in the end, such strong players in the teams. Of course, it is the end of the season, and everybody that plays at a professional level has plenty of good, strong players on his side. Still, though, now still to come. Who is going to have the edge on the other player? In the end, still FIFA slightly always has that randomized factor. There were a couple of chances where we thought surely that is going to be another goal, but it didn't actually turn out that way. Still now, it is going to be Fabinho from left to right in those red jerseys. And then, from right to left in those black jerseys. And then from left to right, it was going to be Cicinho as well. Still now, though, we have to kind of keep an eye on how this is going to shape up. How everything comes down in this whole affair straight off the start. So yeah, Cicinho now in possession, already bringing things up the pitch. Ronaldo now, early start for him. Good strike. R9 still off the target, and it doesn't work out for him. Now Fabinho keeping things going here as well. Doesn't quite make it through just yet, though. And that's one part where, especially if Cicinho can get off to a good start, we said that already, could also be a factor where Fabinho then has a difficult chance to actually get back into it. But right now it's all working out for the better. And it is going to be that early goal, 8 minutes into the game. And while everything again working out fine for our top seed in the tournament, and I think everybody's expecting him to actually go through. Well, Jack's already said, of course, that he wouldn't always write off Cicinho, and that he does still have a great chance at coming back into this. There is still a good reason why Fabinho has been the stronger player that showed consistency throughout the season. Because for one part, you do have to be a very, very good player to place first in a field like that, but also you do have to show consistency, and that's something that definitely lacked for some of those players that we maybe even expected to have a higher seed. I think Shadow was definitely one of those players we didn't expect him to only make top 4. I mean, he was still able to place for those quarterfinals immediately, but still didn't have an easy road going there. And right now, De Jong, close chance here for Cicinho. That could have been the way to tie things up immediately and to bring things back there. However, even now, Fabinho needs to make sure that in this attack he either finds a second goal, or at least he's able to delay play a little bit further. Play it slow, don't lose the ball like that on the sides, as at least you want to make an approach play towards the penalty box to actually keep on going there. 18 minutes down off the start here. And Fabinho time and time again gets into possession, and he is going to be strong with that. Mane now on the left hand side. Beautiful pass to Vieira, and actually Dembele wide open. 2-0, and you can't play football any way better than that. That is clear textbook. Keep those triangles going, find those passing routes, and in the end, you pull the defender off your mark, and he has so much space and time to actually take it, but he takes on first touch. 2-0 there for Dembele, and that in the 20th minute. Already now, the game shaping up in a similar fashion that it did in that, as it did in that first game already. Clearly showing here that Fabinho just wants a clear-cut game, doesn't want to go to extra time, doesn't even want to go to a third game, just wants to win things 2-0 over his teammate here from Outplay Esports. Of course, that would also then book him a ticket over to LGX here in the Post Esports League playoffs. Well, a lot larger share of the prize pool for him secured than already. However, good chance here now for Cicinho. It's far from over in this quarterfinal. Of course, we do have 2 more quarterfinals to come after this.
There are still a couple of talents there from all around. Have definitely already placed in the world rankings and left a mark when it comes down to competitive FIFA as well. Still Fabinho on his next attack here. Mane actually carrying the ball further in. Vieira now is going to be depossessed by De Jong. Still now is going to be the big question, how far can he go? That's always one of those things in FIFA. You need to find those passes. In general, you're not going to be off as good if you're just going to keep on holding and hogging the ball. You need to find passes to actually have the support play from your colleagues. Still, Mbappe. Beautiful bit of skill, and again, quick volley, Mbappe 30 minutes down, and we have seen a goal every 10 minutes here from Fabinho. And a strike like that is surely going to leave a mark as well for Cicinho there. I mean, come on. Surely not. And even that stadium atmosphere coming through there as well. And in the end, I mean, what a strike there. And I'm left speechless the way that he can just dance around, get those skill moves in. And Jack's already kind of prefaced this as saying, well, Cicinho is kind of the show-off player. But right now, Fabinho, he's putting on a show in that first game already and doing the exact same thing here in game number 2 as well. And well, how do you get back into this now? How can you even find a response? Because of course he came back from a 3-0 earlier as well. But that 3-0 was only scored in that second half. Now Cicinho already back in with R9. 3-1. And all of a sudden, who knows, we might have a goal fiesta still to come in this matchup between the two of them. And well, very, very important now to keep your calm on both sides. I mean, Cicinho has to run a higher risk. He needs to bring more players up in front of the goal and needs to just get more shots in towards the target. And even right now, Dembele going on straight through, overpassing through to Mane. Lots of space there still in the center to fill with his players.
Just going to be taking the ball outside of touch. And it's those small mistakes where you could then still pull a further advantage that could come back to haunt you later in the game.
But still, I mean, strong game from Fabinho here. I might be a little bit too harsh on those guys. But still. Vieira. Failed pass there, and now it's R9. And he can truly master the ball as well. Down to Semedo. Modric still keeping it going. Kubo. Lots of space now here in the center. Goalie comes out, and it is again going to be Sergio Ramos. Same as in that first game already. The savior for Fabinho. And those are those moments. You're not always going to get 100% chance. And this time around, it is going to come back to haunt him. Because Cicinho, instead of shooting, tries to get past the goalie. And in the end, Fabinho takes it all the way the other way. 4-1 before half-time. 5 goals in the first half. I mean, I'm sat here looking up to Jackson. It's like, how can that even happen? But, yeah, completely speechless from that first half. Lots of chances. But even Fabinho, 4 goals, 4 shots, 4 of them on goal. And really everything that he's touched thus far in this game has turned to gold. And that's definitely something. I mean, I touched base on it between the games. If he is able to get back into that second game just as strongly as he started that first, and there's no chance whatsoever for Cicinho to still have a chance, but we'll see. I mean, right now it's only 4-1. I guess 3 goals can still happen in that second half for Cicinho if he keeps on at it, but it is a difficult challenge now as Fabinho has full control in this matchup and is then, of course, looking at taking the whole series 2-0 in a very dominant fashion throughout the games, although of course Cicinho has certainly had his moments. Semedo still on the ball here, not going to be able to find the pass in the end, just hogs the ball for too long, and that comes back. In the end then Fabinho able to clear things out for the corner kick, and even here everything works out fine, and now it's going to be Mane putting the ball far ahead of Mbappe, and it doesn't work out for him. And those are those things where you don't actually have to press the issue too much. You're already up by 3. It's not like Cicinho can just call up his players and say, well, easy peasy 3 goals for me now, especially as Fabinho is still going and still wants more from this, as he has so much space in that back third, as Cicinho isn't really challenging too much because he has all of his players parked up front. Even here in the defensive action, 4 players are staying at this offside line. Just be ready to attack once more. R9 now. He is going to be challenged by Semedo. Rightfully get the free kick there, but shouldn't have any further repercussions from that still. De Jong now in a decent position. R9 over to Militao. Even there, he wants to push the issue too far, and then it is going to be Mane going up straight up for Fabinho. I mean, now next chance for him to do something by the right side. Dembele, plenty of options in the center as well. And he doesn't even need to attack full force, but he is doing exactly that. Mbappe, beautiful shot. But finally, the keeper coming out stronger for Cicinho. And Mbappe is going to be stopped 60 minutes down, and now maybe the counter-attack for Cicinho. I wouldn't even blame Fabinho if he just pulls the lever on it and says, you know what, you can keep on going if you want, but I'm just going to park 5 players at the back and then keep on working with my triangle at the front. Keep a couple of players up front, keep on those quick passes, and that has generally been his way to success. Quick passes back and forth opens up so much space in that defense. And even now, Dembele via that right side has always been so strong for him. Even though, of course, first half was mainly his left side. It worked out further via Mane and then get the ball in. And then general also the combinations in the center. Still the early challenge. And actually is going to be ball for Fabinho as well, if I saw the linesman correctly. So the changes here, and of course we are on the image for Cicinho. So he is going to be going, well, deeper and deeper then as well for his ultra-offensive lineup. We'll have to see how strong that will actually go. I'll expect that we'll actually be back in the game in a sec as well. So we'll just have to see and keep an eye on what Fabinho does. Is he actually going to be coming a little bit more aggressive and maybe even mess up in his own regard? Or is it just going to be Cicinho that isn't even going to have a word to say against him still? We'll find out now. The throw-in just happened, and in the end now, Fabinho back on the ball, but loses this just as fast as well. Cicinho now maybe the big chance, but even here, Sergio Ramos able to stop things. And well, as 2/3 of the game are already done, we are going towards those closing stages. Trying to find that pass towards the center. So much space here, and it is going to be a 5th. I mean, it was already building up to be like that. 5-1 now for Fabinho. No offside. So much space there for Maximin, and I think it sends a clear message that Cicinho is just kind of paused here. Taking his sweet time with the kickoff, as he's probably just thrown his controller across the room. Or just thought, well, I might as well just put my hands in between my legs and just pray that something can still come back from this. Who knows? I mean, right now, Fabinho doesn't seem stoppable. 6 goals here in just about 70 minutes in-game. That first game already 3-2, with Cicinho actually mounting a great comeback towards that 68th to 73rd minute. But still, it doesn't seem possible at this time. It is just looking far too strong. And well, at least we are going to have one of these outplayed players at LGX. There is still one more in the bracket, of course, in LXB FIFA. That I think is going to be one of our last matches, maybe even the last game of today, as long as I remember the schedule correctly. And right now, well, Fabinho, he's just putting on a show now. 6-1. And yet again, just bring everybody up ahead. Just bring everybody in. Everybody gets one today. As it is just pure dominance here ahead of Cicinho. And well, it has been a long season for Cicinho, but it is going to come to a close here today in the Post Esports League playoffs. And well, Fabinho won best of 3 within 2 games. He would take the 2-0 and is the top seed and MVP of the regular season. Also looking at one of the best players here for the playoffs, and then probably also going towards the grand final. Would expect a similar performance from him yet again there in this first proper season still. And Fabinho, 10 minutes still on the clock, and even here in his own defense, keeping a lid on it, not letting Cicinho in front of goal. Lots of players back. I mean, all players within the last third here for Fabinho. Everybody is working towards the own goal just to kind of keep it safe. So Cicinho doesn't actually even make it through. De Jong to Mbappe. 5 goals to come back from within less than 10 minutes of in-game time within FIFA. Of course, about 6 minutes per half. Does not amount to a whole lot when you only have 5 minutes in-game still remaining in regular time, plus injury time, which might be a little bit longer. But I actually would be surprised, because even when we see goals, most of the times it is only to a maximum of 3 minutes. Rarely see any more than that. But now the next attack for Fabinho.
And is he just going to make things 7?
Doesn't look like it just yet. And in the end, well, regular time almost summed up. One more chance for Cicinho. Maybe also just to kind of stay in a little bit further. But it doesn't seem all too likely. 2 minutes of injury time come on top of the 90 already played. And I mean, a 1-0 from that first game. Very, very clear cut to a 2-0. And who knows? Fabinho, last attack of the matchup. And it is going to be Mbappe, fouled at the edge of the 16-meter box. And it is going to be a penalty to end things here between Fabinho and Cicinho.
Can he still make the 7-1?
And of course, huge challenge for Areola here in goal. And he doesn't even hit it towards. It doesn't matter though. It's 6-1 here in this second game.
After a 3-2 in match number 1. And a regular season that ended up being a 2-1 W in a close match for Cicinho. Here in the playoffs, the tables have turned, and Fabinho throughout the season progressed as such a strong player. Of course, he's still one of the younger players there as well. And well, with that, not only outplay eSports player, not only a player for the Luxembourg national team, but also a player that contests here for the grand final in the Post Esports League. Looking very, very strong, and we'll see how we can still get back into that. I mean, really, one thing sums it up, and that's one word: dominance from Fabinho there.
Absolutely. And now I've told you that actually if you let Cicinho come back, he will win the set.
Yeah.
Fabinho wasn't amused about my comment, maybe. I don't know.
No,
Because
he had no interest in letting him come back.
I
It was
think-
just a whole show for himself.
He just destroyed him. We have to say he was the better player overall, be it in the strategy, being it his precise shootings, passing, even his skills. I mean, we have to clip that third goal. We have to clip that. You have. Chat, if you're there, clip that third goal from X Fabinho. It was stunning. It was a stunning shoot, a stunning technique, and then just you can't make it more beautiful than it was there right in the stream. So, which means in the end, X Fabinho from Outplay Esports beating Cicinho from Outplay Esports 2-0. So 2-0. I would have hoped for Cicinho to put on more of a show in the second game, but let's be honest, there was not much he could have done. Class-wise, it was X Fabinho a solo show. Like, he did an amazing performance. Now we know why he is the MVP of the season in the FIFA discipline, and of course why he is a force to reckon with, and why he has this title that he will win the LGX 2020 later this year. I mean, he seems unstoppable. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and especially if he can carry that form throughout the summer into September, then of course he is going to be the one to put on a show there at the Expo still, and that is something to definitely watch out for. And one other thing, of course, would be that currently his teammate, Alex B. FIFA, that we can still see at the end of the day today, is on the other side of the bracket. So those two could meet in a grand final, stacked with two players from Outplay Esports.
So before going to the break, we still have a small announcement to do. A quick reminder, you can win one of both Samsung Galaxy S20 smartphones. If you want to have more information about it, just write in the chat ! giveaway to get more information. We will give you another keyword than yesterday later on the stream, which you will be able to put into the chat and type and enter it. You will be entering the giveaway automatically. So now let's take a quick break and get to the third set after the pause actually.
I don't wanna see you while you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space, just my luck. Put me on where you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, come on, name, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck. If you want me, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave. You understand? I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna go away. I don't wanna see you while you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you still make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand, come on, name, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. That's my luck. Put me on where you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna go away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Pull me back, take my hand, come on, name, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches, or toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches, or toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. And we can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of the playoffs for the Post eSports League. We are getting right into the third set in the FIFA discipline, which is between two underdogs, Fury Class 27 and Prestino. Now, Tyler, we had Prestino having a constantly good season, not having bad losses, not having extremely good wins. He was just in the middle of it. And then we had, on the other side, Fury Class 27, the player who nobody asked for him, actually. Nobody was expecting him coming as strong as he did. He was one of the top qualifier players, finishing on seed 1. I remember that, and then winning straight on the qualifier 1. So he was a seed 1 winning the qualifier 1. So he was strong, but damn, second place in the season. And now he was waiting for Prestino to come to challenge him on the second round. My guess, I think it will be a pretty one-sided game for Fury Class 27, as he is the underdog from overall the season. But Prestino, maybe with some, how to say it, being slower, being the player who's always one step ahead and not having bad losses, actually. Maybe he's constant enough to win around this player who nobody knows, actually. I've never seen him play, actually, Fury Class, so I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest, I'm quite new to the whole Benelux scene even, and most of these players, even today, I haven't seen play before, and it has been quite interesting to see, okay, who kind of plays that more traditional international style maybe as well, who brings more of that kind of more tempered like qualifier style, where you just kind of try to hit everything as you go and get into those stronger positions. This thing is still at the moment that for one part, you do still see, of course, in that previous game, you see who plays more of that traditional style that can get you into big tournaments. And while we'll see, of course, Fury Class had a great regular season. His counterpart, Prestino, he also finished 7th in the season, and that doesn't come from anything easy either. So we'll see how that actually comes down. In the end, it has been quite easy for Fury Class. He plays 2nd, is now already in that quarterfinal seat, whilst, of course, Prestino had to prove himself yesterday, but most of those games were quite one-sided, so at least he's already in that groove, but I'm still expecting that all of these players warmed up properly ahead of time, and that they should be ready for it. It is going to be interesting to see how things get started. Of course, I think Fury Class, you already said, was kind of that new face of the scene that nobody really knew. He's also not been really a player that I had in my list, but he did place top 500 in the regular season here for Foot 20 in the world rankings, so definitely already up there. He did collect some points throughout the season and has proven his name as well.
Well, yes, exactly, because I think Fury Class is the typical player who only plays at home. He never comes to tournament, and he plays at home, he's strong, he knows it, but like maybe too much of a hassle to go to tournaments, not motivated enough to drive to tournaments, because he doesn't seem that young anymore, I guess, on the pictures. So I don't know the exact age of Fury Class, but I think he's a typical player that we know here in Luxembourg that have really great skills, but sometimes a little bit lazy to travel around Europe to play tournaments. Especially him coming from France in Thionville, I think in the region of Thionville, which I don't know how many tournaments they have there in Thionville, but I know that here in Luxembourg we have some tournaments going on, and he never came. So, and we had a lot of French people coming, actually. Now, this is a battle between two players, who have no teams. That's what I want to say. That will be really interesting, because I think, and I'm pretty sure of it, that the winner of this game will get a team for the grand finals. What do you think?
Well, that is always to be expected. Once you do see players actually performing strongly, that they are at some stage going to be picked up by a team. If that's going to be a team that's already known to the scene here, or maybe even a regional team more from France as well. We'll just see how everything develops in his own player career. He was also one of those players that, of course, kind of came into it and was, for one part, of course, a player that made the Player of the Week twice in the regular season. I think the only player to do that as well. And he stayed
in the top 3 consistently. And I think we should be getting into the game pretty
Yes,
soon.
and we are.
And we are just about getting started. So we'll see what Pristino and Fury Class can both bring into it. As right now already, it is going to be Fury Class from left to right in these red jerseys. And then in the blue, from right to left, is going to be Pristino here as well. Should be a very, very interesting game. Of course, you already touched base on the fact that both players, maybe not the biggest names within the FIFA esports scene, but have definitely shown in the regular season that they bring some class to the table as well. And yeah, for Fury Class, especially if he shows a strong performance today, there's definitely a good chance that he could play for a team pretty soon. There's always teams looking for new talent that maybe finished out strong in FIFA 20. That would be worthwhile for FIFA 21. But at the same time, the new season not that far away. But at the same time, the new game this time only releasing in October. And Pristino just taking a little bit of time. And I like that. Why not? As he is just kind of waiting for everything to kind of develop. Wait if Fury Class doesn't actually want to push out. And then you just take your time. And I like to see that. You don't have to rush things, especially if your opponent is building that wall straight off the bat. Why not take a little bit of time out of it and just kind of wait how he reacts to a situation like that, where he just kind of holds onto the ball, but still, Fury Class does well here to get back in possession and then also to push further up ahead. Atal now already coming through surprisingly well down the line there on the pass to get more players up ahead. Now Vieira towards Neymar. Isn't going to be able to find the pass through. And with that now, Mbappe there in the center would have CR7 as well. Of course, regularly see both Ronaldos being played. Though it seemed like a lot of these players still have to make that choice which one they can actually bring into the team. I could only relate from the German players, where a lot of them are actually now at that point in the season where they usually have both also in their roster. Even though one guy that he actually got R9 twice, and that's a luck to be said for once as well. But there you go. Right now, early game is kind of slow, and none of the players are really going to be putting the pressure on. As even Fury Class, yet again, just compacting back, getting everybody back in his own defensive line, but one player that's still up in the middle of the field. Strong strike here from Pristino. And that's the point. Sometimes, yes, you do have those strong things going for you, but it doesn't exactly work out at the end of it. And he does quite well there, especially if you consider that, of course, with a strike like that, you should be pretty much set here off the go. However, if the day today has taught me anything, don't judge the game just by the first 15 or 20 minutes. Because we've had some games where like one person takes the lead, then all of a sudden it's 3-1 for the other person. And that's always something that can happen in FIFA. That can always happen in regular football as well. And that's why I think in many regards, a lot of people are maybe saying, okay, it might be a more realistic sports simulation in some regard, as you do obviously have a little bit of a randomized factor as well, which isn't generally regarded too well between the players, but that still comes to turn. And right now, Vieira here for Fury Class, actually coming into it not even too bad. But again, taking his time. And he's actually able to pull a foul here. Interesting position. But he should just be taking this short, take a pass, and then be fine with a decent chance. Now, lots of players getting out of the wall. The first couple of fakes, and there you go. Quick pass, and in the end, just get your players into positions where you can actually find them as well. Atal, nice pass to Mbappe, shooting position, but just as good on the block as Ter Stegen in the goal. And that's so strong there for him as well. And usually you do have those shots from Mbappe actually go in as well. Slight control on the keeper there as well, and now, though, still.
Not exactly strong enough on trying to go at it. And, well, Pristino maybe with the next chance already has that 1-0 lead. But we do have now that time in the game where it calms down a little bit until we have that next explosive phase coming back into it. Maybe now with Vieira, he is going to be stopped by Militao, though. And even right now, Pristino's defense seems solid enough, but then he is also able to transition into a way of building his own game, but a lot more dangerous than he should be. Militao still there to stop the pass. And Fury Class kind of pressing it a little bit too hard for my liking at the moment, especially in the attacking third. Always tries to go for that chance instead of actually building up a little bit more of a solid game. 40 minutes in and it's still 1-0 after that first goal in the 23rd minute. Pristino was at least able to go up ahead already. Since then, it has been more of a slow game, Pristino. Very, very strong in his own defense, but now maybe Mbappe. Back to Mendy. Mendy it again. Stops it. Brings it back over to Semedo, and then you do have the chances to pass it down the line. But even here, it seems like, at least for the first half, he seems fine with this 1-0 lead. Waits until Fury Class actually pressures out and tries to force this, and then suddenly you have a lot of space that you can then maximize as well with your players here. Still though, Fury Class stopping here as well, and kind of this back and forth in the midfield. No big chances in the past 20 minutes after we've seen that first goal. We saw one decent shot from Fury Class over with Mbappe. But since then, I mean, we've seen one shot per player. One of them went on towards target, and we did see Pristino actually find that goal as well. Still not the greatest FIFA match thus far, but it is only that first half, and we'll have to see what that second half still has in to come, as the stats are very, very split between both players, and we do have to see how they can actually get in front of goal. Fury Glass needs to keep a cool head, otherwise Pristino might just kind of walk away with this on a 1-0 lead. Of course, second half now going back underway, and we'll see where that will still go. However, at least at this point in time, it is then going to be Fury Class from right to left in the second half, constantly also adjusting on his own side how he's going to play, where he's going to pressure, but then at the same time finds the ball again and then isn't able to actually get into that attacking motion too far. He's not able to transition fast enough to then actually put further pressure there onto Pristino, who has plenty of time to then kind of get set, just wait for that attack to slowly but surely make its way upfield, which can always work out for you, especially if you keep these cool passes going. Fury Class, good position with Mbappe. Beautiful shot right out of the turn. 1-1, and everything is back to the start. Everything is being reset here, as we're tied at 1, and what a beautiful shot there out of the rotation. We are still in the first game of the best of 3 series. It is our third quarterfinal of the day. We do still have one more to come to then decide which of these players is going to go to that second semi-final at LGX here for the Post Esports League. That is going to be LXB FIFA still, and also Ivan Nilsson, but still have to play later on in the last game of the day. However, Fury Class now in the second half, of course, back in towards this game. And Pristino is at the start of this second half, hasn't been as present as he was in that first. Now pushing up ahead. Beautiful that Mbappe is able to get through, no offside called. And that's those situations, either you have a player that is able to receive that pass or just shoot. If you're 5 meters out and just bang the ball towards the net with Mbappe, most of the time you are going to have a pretty decent time against the goalie.
for that to actually then also go in, but didn't want to go for Fury Class. And he seemed to have kind of been that player to more go for those full-on chances. Try to play it as safe as possible, but at the same time then run the risk that, of course, he doesn't actually get the goal, and he always has to be aware that Prestino is going to be trying to collect on that and transfer back into his own game. Of course, take full advantage of that. Fury Class right now has been going up ahead with a lot of players, and he's always been slow in the transition once Prestino has been there. And that might also be something that he has to change to win this game. But right now, CR7 Ronaldo able to get it back to Mendy. Vieira being blocked there, and good job there as well for Prestino. And in the end now, he can develop his own game back again. And all he has to do is just keep a little bit of a cooler head. Still though being stopped, and advantage played here for Prestino still. Great pass, but then in the end, it is going to be a penalty. And it is going to be Prestino. Quick shot here, no time wasted. And it is going to be 2-1. And well, Fury Class now left wondering, what can I do now? How can I respond? Was it a clear-cut penalty from the get-go? Always up for debate within FIFA, but at the same time, that was a decision on the pitch, and it is now 2-1 for him. And of course, interesting here to see what these instructions are going to be for his team, how he is going to shape his team up. So that's why it's important that we stay on this for the moment. Because for Fury Class, you now have to decide, okay, are you going to run this full risk? And he is already putting more players into that pressing position. Isn't exactly just keeping three at the back and just saying, okay, just keep on going. While still saying, okay, no, I am going to still keep four at the back, but then keep a couple more players in aggressive situations so he can then actually pressure Prestino as well. I mean, come on. With a shot like that, just straight down the center. No issues there. And well, Fury Class, if you do go for a chance on the other end, if you shoot for goal, if you're 5 meters out, then you might be off a little bit stronger. If you can see the penalty like that. Still though, 70 minutes played, 2-1, and Prestino just about up ahead by 1. And right now, Fury Class needs that second goal if he doesn't want to take it the distance with the W here. And this, of course, would be more of an upset, especially when regarding the regular season. Fury Class plays second in the regular season, also was able to get a 2-1 win in week number 7 still. I think Fury Class was already set after that week. These playoffs, I think Prestino was pretty much safe as well. It was only one player still through the regular season that really didn't know if he is going to make it towards the playoffs, and that was Louis Lux. Everybody else was pretty much already set from week 7 going forward. Still Mbappe now. Well, clearly getting the ball into Ronaldo beautifully, but then a lot of panic here with Atal. He is just dancing around a little bit too long there on his players, instead of yet again going for that opportunity, trying to get the ball in. And now Mbappe, same situation repeated once more. 10 minutes in regular game, still to go. But that is not going to be as clear-cut as we've talked about just now, as it's shaped up to be. That Prestino just has been able to keep a cool head in his own defense. Well, Fury Class not quite able to make it through just yet. To stop Prestino right now, yet again, difficult situation, but he is able to get stopped, get a foot in here. But how can you now transition? All your players are all the way towards the back. Can you now find the way to bring more to the front? Kent now left side. Always this year been one of those players to have in your squad as a substitute as well. Mbappe to Neymar, Ronaldo over to Atal.
beautiful combination, but it doesn't want to go in, and that is now still going to remain at 2-1, and Fury Class has to adjudge now. Just put everything to the front, and we can see exactly that. Full pressure, push everybody up front, maybe even he's doing exactly that now. Change his own ways still, put everybody into attack mode. Nobody should stay back, just bring everybody to the front. And that, with now about 3 minutes left within regular time, is cutting it awfully close, to be honest, to go for aggressive style like this. However, it could still work out, and he's had a couple of chances, or near chances, where if he does just take a strike, this game looks completely different. But Prestino was looking quite strong from the start, was definitely testing Fury Class there as well within the first 10 minutes. But as of right now, he's looking to further extend offside here with Son. And it's not going to be further extended to a 3-1 just yet. And who knows, maybe Fury Class still able to get back into this. We saw this in our first match. And Shadow was able to book his place as the first player at LGX. Still, regular time has passed, and so has the injury time now. 2 minutes done as well, and it is going to be Prestino in a very, very tight manner, taking the W above Fury Class, which is already part one of a potential upset. Can he now take in the full best of 3? But right now, everything is looking like we are going to go the distance between these two guys.
Much more defensive plays. We see Prestino playing very carefully, not making a lot of mistakes actually, besides now in the end with the keeper throwing the ball out and giving it to Fury Class for free, but couldn't take the advantage of it. A very slow paced game actually, so I have to say it's like the difference between the set 1 and this one. It was very slow. Prestino, I think he shot 3 times on the goal, 2 goals came out of it. Fury Class, no pressure. Can we say that? Like, he wasn't present at all. I feel like he was just passing around, never had any opportunities actually to get into the 5 meters space in from the keeper. And when he was, like, he did nothing and shot a small shoot on the keeper from Prestino. I think Prestino says thank you for doing nothing and giving me this free win, because I feel like Fury Class, he definitely have to step up his game and especially put some emotions into it, because that was just very boring gameplay from him.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, he didn't really push the matter. He didn't really try to get into positions where he can be dangerous. I think one part that definitely worked out fine for him was that continuous push to get towards a challenging spot. But then when he was there, he took that one challenge. It was fine. He got that goal. But then in comparison to the rest of the game, it was still Prestino that kind of challenged straight from the start. Checked out, okay, Fury Class just kind of staying back with 8 players straight from the start. And then Fury Class started to open up. And that was then the factor where Prestino was able to sneak through with his first goal. I mean, there was 9 players back for Fury Class, and still he wasn't able to hold that defensive line. That always shows how with quick passing, which he did with those short passes back and forth, even in front of that line, you can still find a decent chance. And that's something that Foot has continuously started to kind of punish as well. I mean, at the start of the game, you could just keep everybody at the back, especially within the 85 rating mode. You can still do that, which is largely played in Germany, I think. It is still a mode where you can say, okay, I'm just going to park the bus. Nobody's going to come through. And within Foot, there is always players that will be picked out. And the only chance that you have with pretty much parking the bus is then also having 2 players kind of push into it and put the pressure on. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And that's something that we do have to see adjusted for that second game.
And we have also have to notice the PK for Prestino. A bit lucky there, a bit careless from Fury Class, challenging him twice in a row actually, because he had a foul just a minute before. Referee decided to let the game continue and then fouls him once more time, and this time in the penalty area. doesn't, and Pristino didn't wait a second to shoot. It was like, I think he was pushing his button like crazy, just like shoot, and took him by surprise. Fury Class, like with a reflex, turning his keeper on the right side, but clearly missed the ball. Easy goal as a PK, because I know some players have difficulties with PKs because it's kind of complicated sometimes. But well, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it is those standard situations that you do have to practice. You do have to have set and ready, and we'll see how that thing is still going to go. I think the second game should be ready soon. What I'm getting from the rest of our director team, and with that, it should be getting into the action pretty soon for this third quarterfinal. Still both teams fighting for a spot in the semis. Fury Class, well, still has a lot way to go, and his counterpart Pristino played a decent first game actually, and didn't really seem too phased by the gameplay that Fury Class brought to the table. And we still have to see how all of that is going to come down. In that first game here already puts Pristino 1-0 up, and especially when we consider that during the regular season Fury Class was able to take that 2-1 W. It did go the full distance. Fury Class did come out ahead there still. And we do of course still have to say that, especially with that situation, both players have definitely shown on a more national and international stage as well that it can definitely challenge for a tournament. But here offside, otherwise it would have been Pristino straight in with that first challenge to go 1-0 up in this second game as well. And that would have been a devastating factor for Fury Class, because then all of a sudden you could be facing elimination by the 7th seed player. Although, I mean, from that first game, Fury Class not exactly deserving of a spot at the semis if he isn't able to adjust for the second game. Still though now, Vieira getting back into it. Ahead to CR7, Ronaldo now with the right side, coming up strongly here. Neymar now, and maybe the exact response that we need from Fury Class. Nice bit of passing, but then it's that last pass that he's trying to use to get back into position. After already having that aggressive style, then he does pull things back, perfectly fine. But then he is pushing the issue slightly too fast. And then Pristino already has his defense in place, and it is so difficult to actually go for it. Still Neymar passing back to Ronaldo. His actually approach to the play is a little bit difficult as he does bounce it off and has to pass back to Mendy. Up to Vieira, Mbappe, Ronaldo, double pass here over to Neymar. He's able to come through, but the shot doesn't come through as Mbappe is actually caught on one of the defenders, and Ter Stegen is able to block that as well for another corner kick. Quick passing here for Fury Class, as he is going to try to get this just in front of goal. Neymar over to Atal, had decent chance with him earlier as well, but it is going to be stopped by Pristino. And he now in a huge chance on the other part of the pitch. Already though stopping things. Mbappe, Son over to Saint-Maxime, and now Petit not coming through, but Son still good chance. But it is still going to be stopped. Fury Class, a very interesting 20 minutes straight off the start here. And that is something that both players do have to keep an eye on. They both had their chances now. Who can develop into the better player overall at the moment? In the second game, it is still too close to call, and it could really go either way. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see another 1-0, 2-1, maybe even a very, very close matchup between these two, as we are experiencing a couple of technical difficulties. Of course, the players do have to stream from at home, so we can actually commentate then here as well from the studio. But that should be back generally with a quick refresh, hopefully, or otherwise we can maybe jump on towards the other stream as well, as I think both players should be streaming, so everybody has the exact same conditions there as well, and we would always have a stream to fall back on. But happens sometimes that you do lose connection to Twitch, or maybe the internet falls out for one of the players. Let's hope that it is just an issue on the Twitch side and not on the player side, otherwise we could have further issues as well. But nothing that we can't resolve, and maybe this is also a time where we can take a little bit more of a focus. Of course, it is Fury Class that he was the underdog. We
said a lot about him, but then Prestino has always been that quiet player as well, has shown consistency here and there in the scene. But of course, we can probably also pull Turks back into this conversation.
Yes, definitely. Prestino is known to be. It's been a long time since he's started going to tournaments here in Luxembourg. Never winning a big tournament, as far as I know, but never far away. He's always, he always plays in those top 8s. Being a hidden boss, nobody likes to play against him, especially as new players who thinks, oh, I'm so good, I will enter this tournament. Who is that? Prestino, I don't know that guy. And then they get cleaned off the tournament because he's just a hidden boss. You don't have him. If you don't know him, you don't have him on your radar. He's not someone who has like a big name like Cecinio or Laskin Kevin, but definitely a force to be reckoned with, especially with his calm play. We've seen now how in the first game actually he played very calm, very slow paced. He didn't got too much aggressive with the ball. If there are 10 players in front of him, no problem. Let me dribble with the ball. Let me do some funny stuff.
But
and
we are
back in the game.
So with that, stream is back and nothing really happened. You didn't really miss much. We are almost joining back into the action as Prestino has another huge chance to actually go up ahead. Right now we are still tied up at 0-0. However, we'll see what can still happen. Not sure if that's just my headset, but it seems like we are also missing sound for now, but it should be back soon. And there you go. Perfectly done there as well. As it's all back to normal for everything here. And we'll have to see what both players can still get up to. How much Prestino can also get back into this game. Because right now, also more difficulties, it seems like, as Fury Class would now be joining into his next attacking situation. We'll have to see if we can get that resolved. There you go, we're straight back into it. And that's kind of what happens. This is the thing that we've kind of had to get used to. It is still, of course, due to Corona, everybody is still locked down at home. We're fortunate enough to actually be here at the studio. And, well, that's always the difficulty then, of course. As always difficult, not as easy as just hooking one of the players up to a capture card. Players have to stream, and then we have to bring it into production as well. But there you go. The era now, nothing really happened. It seems almost like it is more of an issue on side of Fury Class because he seems to also be pausing slightly in his own gameplay. But now, back in control. Mbappe here over to Sanchez, keeping it slow. Neymar. Back to Vieira. Ideally, you get the lead just before half-time to then have the best chances also for that second half to just keep things going there. Right now, it would be Prestino to get one of those last chances of the first half as well. Neymar good to stop things here for Fury Class. But the time is of the essence, and it is slowly but surely running out. Mbappe should just about be in time. Jenny, once you're in the attacking third and can stay there. So close for the shot, but Mendy is able to clear out. Prestino with that. Still 0-0 here against Fury Class in our second game of the matchup. However, one thing we've seen is that definitely Fury Class has had more of the game on his side. It has been him in more possession, getting a couple of chances in, but then really when it comes down to closing those chances out, he has kind of been failing on it as well. And that's something that Fury Class definitely starts to work on, as we are getting more of those decoding errors. And right now, hopefully everything is going to be back and all to normal here as well. We are just waiting for production to give us a thumbs up again for the broadcast, but we're just going to stick to it. And of course, maybe that's also a time where we can preview to things that are still to come. Of course, we do have another quarterfinal after this one to play out, and that's still going to be a full best-of-3 series, where then two players come head-to-head that have also not had the best of times in the regular season.
Yes, exactly. I think for now in this set, what we have now to feel about is will Prestino actually be able to keep the ball longer and be able to advance into the penalty area, because he's been very defensively since the beginning, and Fury Class has a lot of possession actually. He has the ball but doesn't do anything with it. And we seem to be back at the game, I hope for good for now.
Yeah, let's hope that we can actually stick to the action now. Fury Class, of course, up 1-0 by now here in the action. And maybe that is something that he can now work with here as well. So actually, right now, still working through. Nice try here. And there you go, though. Finally, maybe now the next chance. There we go. Back to it, Fury Class. Now in possession. He is going to keep things going here. Of course, he is up and should be in a better position there. Who knows what Pristino can do. But it is all the more looking like we are going to a third and final match in this best of 3 series. And of course, we do still have plenty of time left on the clock. 25 minutes, of course, in-game time still to play. Doesn't come down to too much. When you consider that one half is about 6 minutes in real time. FIFA always fast-paced when it comes down to the situations, and we saw that in the first game of the day today. I mean, we had a situation where Shadow alone was able to get 11 goals scored. All in total, we had like 20 goals within a best of 3 series. But now Fury Class seems like he's finally awoken. Comes up to a 2-0. And it is going to be Mbappe, 69th minute. And that's so important for him here as well now. And this is going to be interesting because Pristino now has to react to that. It has to be a situation where then he changes things back up and should then probably also go to a little bit more of an aggressive play style. Whereas, literally just for Fury Class, if he wants to, he can just put the brakes on it and say, you know what, I'd be fine with a 2-0. I'd be fine with a 2-1. If he can just bring the time through towards the end, that should be fine for him. But as of right now, we're just waiting for everything to be getting back into it, as at least Pristino hopefully is just taking a breather and should then be ready for the rest of that second half. 20 minutes in-game still to go, as we are ready once more. Beautiful goal here on the setup for Fury Class. And this is something that's definitely been lacking for him in that first game already. But this is the difference. When you find that first goal, and they're not the first to concede, and of course, the other player has to then open up to try to get more players up ahead, and then be in that attacking motion where you can then slip in more of your attacking plays. And that's why that first lead is always so important. Right now, though, Pristino finding a great reaction, but then shoots to the center of the goal. The goalie doesn't have to do too much to actually defend against that. All you have to do is just keep on standing and try to get your body in front of the ball, and everything should be fine. Still, though, Pristino not getting up just yet. Fury Class, though, plenty of players back and can now put plenty of players into a transition game. But even here, Pristino is putting 2 men on regaining possession. Now so has Mbappe in the center. Militao all the way back. And then straight away in these attacking motions, try to get back in front of the goal. But a solid bit of defending here from Fury Class as well. And now it is going to be Ronaldo there searching for a double pass in the end. Only going to be working it further on slowly. Atal able to stop the build-up here for Pristino as well before it's even begun. And Semedo now, maybe the next chance for him to actually press the issue further. Son is going to be stopped by Neymar. And even here, Fury Class taking time out of the game all the way back towards his keeper. But right now, this is risky, especially as at least Sancho is able to keep full possession. And even Neymar is able to regain straight away. Fury Class playing with a lot of risk.
At least is able to, at least for now, keep his lead intact. And who knows, maybe with a play like this with Neymar, keeper already out here for Fury Class. It takes some balls for Ter Stegen though, but it does at least work out for the better here for Pristino. And already bringing him out again here. And all you have to do is just chip or try to get a decent shot onto goal. Vieira now. Back to Ital. Sanchez in. Not quite sure why you actually want to press this too far. I mean, it works out time and time again for Ter Stegen. But one of these times it is just going to be Fury Class to put a third in it. And put the final nail in the coffin. Somehow this defense still staying intact here for Pristino. 2-0 regular time, almost done. All you have to do is surely now bring it down. Fury Class 3-0. And that's like almost just throwing the match away now from Pristino. Just going to show him, okay, well, I don't care. I'm going to win it in 3. I don't care if I lose the second. Bring it back to a 1-1. It is all going to be back to level pegging. Everything coming down to one single match still to come. The Fury Class surely showing that maybe he just have slipped in that first game, but it shows the importance of a first goal. It shows how important it is if you can make that start and pressure your opponent to get into a position where, well, you have to bring more men up front, then it is going to be a lot more difficult for you to manage. Still, one more match still to come in this best of 3 series thus far. We've seen one full series already with plenty of extra time and a quick 2-0. But now it is going to be quite tight again. Both players did part ways 2-1 as well in the regular season. Fury Class was able to actually get the W there as well. And importantly, he would now be making the reverse sweep to make it to the semi-final over LGX here for the Post Esports League. And it's been a really, really interesting set of games here for the playoffs. But we'll keep things going. And of course, one matchup still to come. But let's bring Trex back into this conversation. And of course, you're also watching the game and shaking your head once in a while. And I think also just saying, yep, mistakes there on both sides, but one player is able to at least take advantage a little bit more.
Yeah, well, we've seen Pristino like coming in and he's like doing too much. I had the feeling always this one pass, this final pass, I needed to make a goal. And it was the last pass who makes him lose the ball possession and getting countered. Fury Class stays calm, gets 2 goals. Actually pretty relaxed. And I think it was also not that bad from Pristino. He was like at 75, 80 game timer. Okay, I think I can't win this, but I don't want him to get more momentum out of this game. So let's play it a bit around. Let's get Ter Stegen there out and just trolling a bit with the keeper. And yeah, he gets the 3rd goal in for Fury Class. But I don't think that we can take Pristino's last 10 minutes in game seriously. He was already getting ready for his final game. Both are pretty slow-paced player, though Fury Class clearly was more offensive now in game 2, especially in the second half. But yeah, I think Pristino needs to find a way through this defense because Fury Class wants one more. He had a pretty solid defense. Like he had his chances to get some goals in it, but was not lucky enough. But at the same time, it wasn't just like he was all the time at the side of Fury Class. I think it was the other way around. Fury Class being all the time in ball possession and putting some passive pressure, I would say, because in the end he played slowly but surely, getting near from the goal of Pristino at the minutes, and then at some point just kicks the ball from the 16 yard. Okay, it happens, but I think Pristino has to play differently. Surprise Fury Class, because Fury Class came back, we shouldn't forget, with a goal in the first game also. So maybe he's building up momentum. It can be interesting. And I can't wait to see Pristino in some action. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean,
this third game in the series is just going to come down to who has the better start. I think if Pristino is able to get a goal early on, or at least going to be able to get that first goal, then he should have a pretty decent game already. We've seen that both players do like to do that. Just kind of, okay, once you're 1-0 down, you put a lot more players into the attacking mode, and then of course it opens up more space for a person to find a second, third, fourth goal. In the end, there were a lot of chances that could have actually gone their way, but they didn't actually go that far. Especially, I mean, Fury Class had a couple of mistakes here and there. He got lucky with that first goal for sure, but was able to work with that and was able to find a second. And in the end, I think early game is going to be a huge decider on which direction this game is going to go. Third and final game of the best of 3 series, of course, still to come. But, well, then we do have one more quarterfinal to, well, decide which of these two players is going to then play against, well, the winner of this series. We do, of course, now have Fury Class, who's slowly but surely working his way back.
Yes.
And if he starts with a good start, then we'll see him definitely at a decent semi-final. I'm expecting as well.
I can just wait this third game to see how the players will evolve. Will they choose the same strategy, playing slowly, keeping their rhythm intact? Pristino losing now, will that change maybe that rhythm? Will he become more aggressive, make the proactive plays, or will it stay the same and we'll maybe get another game like game 1 and game 2? And in that case, I think we can't really predict anything at the moment if they decide to play a slow-paced game once more, because they seem to be at the same level on doing that. But if they do it again, I think the score is unpredictable for the last game.
Yeah, we'll see how this is going to go. I think it's already shaped up to be one of those matches where not a whole lot is between these two. And that's something that we've said a couple of times now as well. They had a very, very close game in the group stage there in week 7, and it has shaped up to be a similar setup here in the playoffs. Of course, Post Esports League playoffs with Fury Class and Pristino now in the third and final game of the best of 3. And then we do have one more best of 3 series to round out our production weekend here. As, I mean, thus far, it is going to be really, really interesting to see which way both players are going to go. It is going to be Fury Class, as we've already seen him before in those red jerseys, from left to right, starting things off, and already in that first possession as well. And already, this is it. 4 minutes in, 1-0 for Fury Class. And I was saying about it earlier, this comes down to an early game. And whoever decides to take that early game into their own hand is going to completely take control of the whole matchup. And it seems to be, like at least Fury Class with Cristiano Ronaldo, takes the first word just about 4 minutes in. And well, Pristino wants to find an answer as fast as possible, but generally you don't see any tactical changes this early in a game. Generally only about half time, 50 minutes down. Then you can slowly but surely start, okay, do I want to put more players up front? Do I want to be a little bit more aggressive? But we saw it straight off the bat. Fury Class set his team to the offensive preset. Doesn't always mean that he does actually have an attacking mode on it, but that was at least what he set on the in-game quick selection. And most of the players aren't that sneaky that they actually sneak anything else into it, where they try to beat the system. Still, though, Oliveira meeting our small couple of lags every once in a while again. And, well, Fury Class already up 1-0. Let's see if he can actually keep it going that way. But for now, we are going to be back to the studio as soon as this game is, of course, back with our clean feed. Then we will be straight back into it. But for now, you just have to stick with me here in the studio as we talk a little bit about what we've already seen now, where Fury Class gets a good start off the bat, and it was just Pristino kind of missing in action in that first situation. Pretty much overran here by Fury Class. But again, Pristino straight back into the game. And now his own attacking mode is going to be going. Son. Back to Petit. Mbappe
Maybe now an opportunity to keep on working with that. As of right now, though, Pristino not able to break this defense just yet. Vieira Ronaldo able to recover it. And actually nice to see that they bring that ball all the way back to Mendy. And yeah, just play it around slowly behind. Just wait until they're actually in a decent position again. However, Sanchez. Strong stuff here as well. Sancho. Vieira now back to Mendy down the right-hand side. And it's just that short passing, trying to work through. And in the end, it's one pass too many, and Pristino is in a decent position. Of course, these players can also read the next moves that their opponents are going to make. They're not new to the FIFA scene for sure. And with that now, Atal, next chance. I was just about to say, if that's not going to be offside, then I don't know what is. At the same time, Fury Class is going to be stopped by the linesman there. Does still have the lead. And Pristino yet to really challenge to be able to tie things up here. Semedo now over to Son. And time again in this attacking motion, I mean, Pristino has been getting into decent positions. But then it's really been that final pass just before the strike that's really been missing. And it's almost like we've changed roles. Like Fury Class, his game is now being played by Pristino. And Pristino is playing the game that Fury Class did earlier. Right now, though, still a little slow game here, back and forth. As even here, Fury Class now half an hour down. Next situation we might be able to challenge, but even here, and it shows how much that quick potential straight off the start really meant for the guys as well. Back to a free kick here for Pristino. And even there, you have to keep a closer tag on those balls. You're not allowed to let them bounce as far as they did there. Throw in for Fury Class. I'm actually surprised that the official didn't give a free kick there. Thus far, I mean, we've had a couple of different officials already in the game. Some of them have been quite lenient. Some of those, especially with that penalty kick earlier, have been quite strict. But even here now, Fury Class not able to make things through. And it is still going to stick at 1-0. And we've kind of turned to a phase now. 4 minutes in, it's 1-0. But since then, both players struggling to really get in front of goal. Lots of tackles back and forth in the midfield. And that's something, the more tackles that come down, the more both players have to worry about actually receiving a card as well. Especially for those repeat offenses. Still a towel now. Maybe the opportunity is still inside. Mbappe now. Decent chance here, but still Militao strong in their defense. Not quite over just yet, but in the end, Pristino still able to work things quite straightforwardly. Down into his own attacking line. Advantage played here actually in that situation as well. And then you pass the ball back to Semedo. A lot of space there for Pristino, but it is going to be offside. 5 minutes still to go in this first half. No big pressure here from the free kick for Pristino. Doesn't really want to put too much focus on Fury Class there, but still, I mean, both players not really finding a playstyle that can really counter the others. It has been a very, very straightforward back and forth. And especially now in this third matchup, very, very tight, but not really as clean as we really expected. Nice passing, but it always lacks that final chance going up in front of goal. Ronaldo now here. CR7, so much space created on the right side, but they don't actually use it to work the ball in towards the penalty box. And I don't understand situations like that. If you're already in a great position like that with Cristiano Ronaldo, use his pace. Get down to the, literally down to the line, work up the line, and that's why we've seen a game that has been very, very one-sided. Whereas we saw that first situation, 4th minute, first goal for Fury Class, one shot on goal, 1 goal,
And that's all we've seen. Apart from that, we've seen both players kind of going head to head. Fury Class always coming up a little bit ahead, as it even seemed like he was a little bit more brave to actually take chances. But then actually when it comes to striking, he doesn't make that final pass. Or well, instead of striking from outside of the penalty box, he says, you know what, I'm going to make one more pass, and then he loses the ball again. And that's really been the door opener then for Prestino that he's been able to work off of. And that's pretty much the first half summed up already. And now Prestino still looking for that first real chance, as again blocked off by the defense here for Fury Class. Of course, now from right to left, a 1-0 could be enough to book himself a ticket at the grand finals here for the Post Esports League. Of course, a lot more money to be had once you make it over to the top 4 in the semi-final as well. And yeah, we'll see when this is going to get back on the road, as right now Prestino and Fury Class still going at it. Vieira over to Mendy. Sanchez, still both players going on strong. And maybe this is going to be a phase where Fury Class, straight after half-time, also has a chance to maybe set another couple of chances. Mbappe, good stuff here into the penalty box. Beautiful shot. It wasn't the best goal in the world. Definitely wasn't the best goal of the tournament here. But what counts, it's 2-0 for Fury Class. And some way, Mbappe, just the stronger player, also physical-wise, and is able to make it 2-0. Definitely lucky for Fury Class. Not straightforward here up against Prestino. But in the end, it's the score up top that counts. And it is looking more and more likely like the reverse sweep from Fury Class can bring things back here as well. As right now, 55 minutes down. Prestino here still having his own difficulties. Now we're going to be bringing the ball up. Patal. Maybe the next chance for Fury Class as well. And it is going to be a third goal. And surely this is going to be it. Surely there's no chance for Prestino to get back into it. We've already seen it earlier. Once that 2-0, 3-0 happens, it has been so difficult for either Prestino or Fury Class, even in that first game, to really come back into it. We're just waiting for that game to get back underway. I'm sure that Prestino has a lot of changes that he once brought to the table. And, well, he only has one choice, really. 3 players at the back, everybody up ahead, and just pressure as much as you can, get in possession, and, well, not only try to find those passing lanes, but actually find the next chances towards goal. Yet again, one of those volleys. And Fury Class, Mbappe, surely he's got the 3-piece by now. And he was able to get 3-0 also in that second matchup. I'd count it more as a 2-0, as really it was just Prestino giving up at a certain point and saying, well, I'll just have to try and bring this back in a third and final match. But I mean, right now, it is still Prestino that has a long way to go. And Fury Class already looking like he might just want to take a little bit of time out of this, but not if you just clear it into touch. And now the next chance for Prestino to pressure a little bit more. The defense for Fury Class not looking all too bad. And in the end now, just keep possession. Sancho tries to bring it back to Neymar. But that ball too far, and actually a pause from Fury Class here as well. Interesting to see, but the time, I'm not expecting that he'll actually be able to take that pause until probably about the 70th or 75th minute even. As the way that's currently gone down, it has been quite long phases where it is that back and forth in offense and defense. Somehow he's able to work things through. CR7's superior pace there as well, but yet again it is going to be Ter Stegen to get a hand on it. And Fury Class does still have some changes to be made here. He's going to be bringing Kent on for Neymar. Makes sense in that situation as well. And with that now, Fury Class 3-0 here already. And we'll have to see what Prestino can also do, if he's also going to bring a couple of more, well, substitutes there. If he can even get back into it. Surely, slowly but surely, it is really, really one-sided in Fury Class. Just showing his pure dominance as well on his own side. Well, we know how difficult it is in FIFA 20 to try to recover from that, but it is another corner kick for Fury Class. And who knows? Pristino also brought another substitute. And with that now, Kent back to Ital. Plenty of blue jerseys there in behind for Pristino as well. But at least for the moment, it isn't quite enough to really... Well, then also be in a situation where you can collect on it and really bring those jerseys up. In the end, lucky to be able to jump through, but huge save here for Areola in goal for Fury Class. And now we'll bring it back, have as many jerseys up front. Mbappe, beautiful shot there. Pristino still in it, not quite out of it just yet. And with 20 minutes still on the clock, it is far from over here. But he does have to keep his head up and just has to stay at this. Because if he does let the mind games get the better of him, and Fury Class is just able to take time out of this matchup, then that is also going to hurt Pristino more and more. But that doesn't seem to be the case at the moment, at least. Fury Class still trying to pressure the issue, still trying to further extend his lead back into a 3-goal margin. And with that now, Pristino in his own attacking force. Nice passes, but it is again going to be Areola. And he's definitely been a player to watch for Fury Class. Has a lot to do there in goal. But it's worked out. And with that, it is still a lead by 2 goals. And Vieira surely not going to be able to get through Militao here. It is going to be Ter Stegen taking a lot of risk with that clearance, as it isn't exactly far enough, but still. Son now over to Mbappe. Yet again, early pressure here from Vieira to try to just stop the build-up again. Sancho also getting into it. Vieira now on the left side. For him, it's a huge, huge issue that he is basically out of condition as well. However, Kent is at least still holding on. Of course, came on fresh for Fury Class. But nothing really happening at this point in time. Of course, Pristino doing his best to try to get in front of goal, but we can already see in the style of Fury Class now. Keeping the ball towards the back lines, then just a far shot. Stay in possession and just work it up ahead. Good chance to put it into Mbappe. Back to Kent. And this back and forth can just work out perfectly for them. Vieira now needs a pass. And it is always that solution left side here. Kent now. Ter Stegen yet again coming out far, but it doesn't quite bring too much for him. It's now Kent far pass back for Fury Class, and you can see this. This is really taking time out now. Standing stationary, bringing it up a little further, but there you go. It should stay at this 3-1 scoreline. Pristino surely no chance of actually getting back into this, tying things up to go to extra time here in this last matchup of the best of 3. And he is going to make the reverse sweep complete. Fury Class did lose that first matchup 2-1. It was Pristino that was able to get that first goal in, was able to further extend, and then Fury Class was able to still find 1 goal. And then the second game, quite clearly his way. Nice bit of skill. And Mbappe into the empty goal. Ter Stegen too far out. And what a way to wrap this game up. And in the end, Fury Class, he had the better seating going into this as well. But let's just enjoy that goal. As of course, with that now, Fury Class, second seed from the group stage, is going to be able to make it to that semi-final. Of course, those will be played out at the grand finals of the Post Esports League over at LGX later on this year. Still just weeks before the release of FIFA 21, so we are still within the FUT 20 season, but all players at their disposal here, of course, as well. The season has progressed that far that most players are quite affordable even by now, as most of the big tournaments have passed, of course, with the qualifiers. Well, we do have one more series to go, but let's just sum that up. I mean, Pristino not strong enough if he doesn't get that first word in the game.
Exactly. As you said before, Fury Class just building momentum, and as soon as he had that first goal, we knew, we knew that Pristino wouldn't come back as easy. Fury Class just continued to play safe, never actually did big mistakes, scored 2 more goals out of Pristino's hasty movements and fails. Pristino makes an attempt to come back with 1 goal, and then we see finishing it with style, like great kick there and great trick from Fury Class to end the game 4-1. That's what we've seen during the set. Pristino 2-0. He was 2-0 in the first game. Fury Class scored a goal in the first game. What happened? He lost. Second game, Fury Class scored 2 goals. A first afterwards with Pristino trolling. And third game, it was just a one-man show, in my opinion. Pristino tried. It's not that he played now badly against Fury Class, but he was just not up to the task to beat someone who had confidence in himself and had a lot of patience. Now, I have also to say that the skill level of this game was by far below from the average we've seen yet on the stream, until now on the stream. So we had Shadow versus Diogo Santos. Wasn't the cleanest FIFA games, but a lot of goals, and you saw tactics behind them, even though it was poorly in defense and very offensive football. We had in then the second game we had the outplay players, big level difference with X Fabinho showing us why he is the MVP, why he is the strongest player right now in the league. And then we have like, it was a kind of change of pace. The whole game got slow, and it was basically 3 times the same game. The one who scores first won the game.
Yeah, and that is quite often actually a factor that comes into play within FUT, and especially during the start of the season, that was always a factor, especially during those early qualifiers. However, we did also have a couple of really nice games today already. However, it is going to be Fury Class as a favourite, as a second seed also, being able to book his place in the grand finals, and still, hopefully, if everything goes as planned, then actually offline and all players there and ready. We won't have those issues with the clean feed, but it should already be fine for the next game. We do have one more to come, and we should hopefully be back soon with that one.
Yes, because now we have seen a 2-1 sweep from Fury Class after being down 1-0. And the next set will be the last one for this playoffs bracket of FIFA, and also the final set of the playoffs overall. So we will take a final quick break, and we will be back soon with the final set.
wanna see you, but you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space, just my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. I wanna see you, but you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off. And we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off. And we can.
Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second day of the Post Esports League playoffs. We are reaching the end moments of the stream. We have a final set which will come soon, which is LXB FIFA from the Outplay Esports lineup. Playing against him is the young player Eva Nilsson, a new player who started playing actually very recently in tournaments, playing dominantly during the season, never really had bad losses actually, even was second for at least 3 weeks. And we have to see that LXB FIFA was first for 3 weeks. He was the dominant player for a long time, and somehow he lost some power in his engine. I feel like he dropped down to third place and then got up again on second place, and then lost the direct confrontation against X Fabinho, and Fury Class used that to get second. It was a crazy week 8, I can assure you this. So Tyler, for this last set we have LXB FIFA coming from an esports structure again against the player who's new, knowing that both players actually are new into this big tournament scene. Maybe is this esports structure a difference for this matchup?
Well, I think it definitely makes a difference, because I'd expect then that maybe LXB FIFA, also being part of Outplay, that he maybe has a little bit more of a connection to the other guys, has practiced with them, and has maybe also then had a chance to pick up on some of those things that they also bring to the team. We saw it earlier in their duel. They were really in that kind of fully FIFA esport matchup. It was really close. It was really good FIFA as well between the two of them. And in the end, I mean, we saw a clear winner coming out of that, but I mean, both players had their chances and had solid play going through it, and I do still think that definitely makes a difference if you're on a team with people that actually have decent experience. You have plenty of guys from that org that have made it this way, and even then to see what they can still do here in the playoffs. And of course LXB is going to be the favorite going into it. He did have the better seeding, but Ivan Nilsson could always be up for a good challenge, especially with his style that he comes to play with, because he does generally stick a little bit further back and doesn't go as aggressive.
And especially knowing that he won against Team Slick Malka Maka being one of the most dominant players in FIFA in the recent year, and even finishing on the last big tournament second. Ivan Nilsson taking him down 2-0. It's not 2-1, it's 2-0. It's a clean sweep from Ivan Nilsson, the young player, and taking this power boost and maybe will give him this needed confidence to beat NXB FIFA, who now has an esports structure before his name. And Ivan Nilsson, I don't think he will care much about that. He will just play his game slow and especially put on defense. But I think we will jump into the first game very soon because we have to see this young player in action, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see how everything comes up for them. And of course, how those first couple of minutes go, especially if Ivan Nilsson does heavily rely on a defensive play style. And for example, LXB is able to just come straight out the box and already surprise in a little bit, then that could definitely come to the point that, well, we see both players maybe come to an end where one has to play a lot more aggressive than the other as well. And we'll just have to see how everything shapes up. I'd love to see for a couple of early goals, to be honest, as we've already seen a couple times today. But we'll see what will actually come down. It is a very, very strong side here as well, as we've seen already throughout the day. Very strong teams, and in general, just have to wait what it comes down to. Ivan Nilsson from right to left then, and LXB FIFA from left to right. And we'll see when it actually goes underway how the start actually shapes up in this. Still here. I mean, LXB doesn't have too much to do here at the start. Ivan Nilsson kind of giving him a lot of leeway actually to go into the offensive parts here as well, to start his own attack early on here. Hullet, Mbappe working out fine, but in the end, as we already expected, the defense there for Ivan Nilsson not looking all too bad, and it all works out fine there to take the first possession straight away. And one thing now as well is going to be really, really interesting to see is, for one part, okay, in those situations where LXB does want to go for the attack, how good is Ivan Nilsson then going to be able to adjust? How good can he counter LXB? And how strong is the defense going to be on that side? I'm expecting that both players, of course, regularly play each other as well. Both, of course, from the same region here, from Luxembourg. I mean, during the regular season, it was really clear-cut in week number 4, going the way of Ivan Nilsson. At the same time now, these first couple of situations at least, LXB FIFA does have the slight edge, and already with his passing play, able to find a lot of space there in the middle. And not even a block involved, but first shot towards goal. Already an interesting challenge here from LXB. Although, to be honest, I would have loved to see him play another pass. Ivan Nilsson already given a possession early on. Doesn't actually need to happen that way. Over now, Ribéry does still have more players to go with. Mbappe, clean shots, and we've seen it time and time again today. It has been Mbappe to be that kind of first and strongest also in front of goal. First quick 1-0 for LXB FIFA, 15 minutes in, and that's what we pretty much talked about in the pre-game as well. If Ivan Nilsson isn't able to defend in that early game, then LXB FIFA should have the opportunity to then kind of run away with it. But at the same time, Ivan Nilsson, clearly defense is not the only thing he can play. He was able to 2-0 LXB FIFA during the regular season. He was able to play 6th in the whole season during this whole ordeal here. So it is still going to be interesting to see which way this is going to go. Interesting to also see that Ivan Nilsson already going for the offside traps, but nothing coming of the effect just now, as his own attack is going to be underway. Ivan Nilsson with Vieira.
Does have plenty of manpower still up ahead. Modric, Ribéry, Neymar now maybe the opportunity to actually get into a stronger position. Back to Ribéry, and still now LXB FIFA also in his own defense, not looking all too bad. And already looking to challenge more and more for that. Ribéry now for LXB, bringing it further up. De Jong up to Bissaka. Does have a lot of space there. In the end, Mendy is able to get between them. And that's a challenge that you don't have to bring. And he is actually lucky that he does get away with it. No card pulled from the referee. And even there, quick execution on the free kick. Just want to get the ball rolling again, really. Just want to pass it in. And then get into a position that you can actually properly challenge. Especially with those free kicks, everybody is going to be in the back for LXB. So rather just pass, get the ball back into a better position. And even there, a lot of challenges on the tackles there for LXB that are really, really risky as well. At the same time, though, Huli up to Ribéry. And, well, now you can bring your own team into a situation that looks a lot better again. Still early game has been quite slow. LXB has really worked the big chance that he had into a goal. Everything else was generally just stopped outside of the penalty area. De Jong. Nice to actually see, though, that Ivan Nilsson still wants to be a lot further up now to try and challenge LXB already. Dembele. Lots of space for him actually to still wander into. But he does want to find the passer through the middle. Hullet and De Jong. And then back on towards the other side. Mbappe now. Double pass here. And LXB FIFA time and time again. Looking better and better in his approach play towards goal. Hullet. Long time now in possession. Mbappe is going to be stopped by Militao. And Vieira now able to maybe at least transition into this game. As Ivan Nilsson, he is going to be trying to put his own game further on. Militao. Oh, to Sergio Ramos. And right now, still though, LXB FIFA decent in his own defense. However, Ivan Nilsson more and more with these passes. He is finding more and more space. Ribéry back to Modric. Trying to find Ribéry again, but it's not going to work out for him. First half almost wrapped up, and LXB right now here looking quite strong. Has had that one strong chance in front of goal and was able to also pull it back successfully. And in the end now, more and more comes down to it. But at least the first half is going to wrap up 1-0. Nothing crazy here in the first half just yet in our last quarterfinal of the day today. However, it is still only the first game. But it is interesting to see that, of course, LXB is already up in the lead. Has had a stronger game thus far. And I think it should also continue like that if we look at it. Especially the recent chances. LXB also strong in his own defense. And Ivan Nilsson maybe just needs that wake-up call a little bit. And let's see if he can find that straight off the bat here in the second half. Otherwise, he might just have to rely on getting a second game. And then who knows, maybe bringing it back through a reverse sweep. We've had a couple of games that have gone the full distance. But right now we're still in game one. And even here, quick after the break, LXB FIFA going for another pause to make some changes to his side. Is now more and more as well. Ivan Nilsson has put himself into the attacking position. Mbappe, though, now just as well for LXB. Changing the pace once more. On Bissaka. To Maximin, in towards Ribéry. De Jong back to Hullet. Really just slower game. And it is that final pass, looking for that stronger position in towards the centre. That is going to be the better of LXB here. We'll just have to see how everything comes down, at least for now. Yet again, LXB FIFA able to stop Ivan Nilsson, and now into a decent position as well. Is able to actually stay on the ball. And Sergio Ramos then for Ivan Nilsson, able to turn things back around. Was ready for that skill move. But in the end, especially with those balls mid-air, is always difficult to challenge, especially when you have a tall defender there. Now though, via the sides again, trying to push things further in. You are pulling two players over towards one side, and they are going to be missing in the center of the field. And that's why not? Especially keeping two players occupied, then bring those passes in, but even in the center, Ivan Nilsson currently has plenty of players back, but then also has the right momentum to change the pace and bring it back to his own aggressive style. Is slowly but surely bringing the ball back up further. Now maybe here with Mendy. Good challenge though as well, and it's just looking so strong. Again, quick combinations here for LXB. And the way that sometimes literally just inches missing for one of those Ivan Nilsson guys to get back into it as well. Now though, De Jong back to Ribéry, over to Hullet. More and more this game is shaping up to be a very, very quiet one. I mean, it's been easily 20 in-game minutes by now that LXB FIFA has, continuously tried to go for another pause. He had that one already, but still wants to make more changes. I mean, right now, Ivan Nilsson also putting on his own game. And we'll see now maybe the next opportunity for LXB FIFA to also bring the ball further up the pitch. Beautiful passes here, and in the end always creates more space for himself here. De Jong now. Back over towards the sides. Always these double, triple passes back and forth. Hullet now. Still good stop by Vieira. But even those kinds of plays are going to tire down the defense for Ivan Nilsson. And it is going to make things even more difficult if he does want to actually keep up his play style. Literally playing back and forth in his defense and attacking. Good thing for LXB though to take the pace out. Hold the ball a little bit for his keeper and then go for this far, far kick. And Dembele on the other end of it as well. He is going to be challenged by Semedo. The pass back to Mendy, and then does also have the support of Ribéry there on the sides. And there is space with Hullet in the middle. Nice pass here, might be offside, but Mbappe, no flag goes up from the linesman, and it is going to be a 2-0. Both goals done by Mbappe. One kind of early on in the first 20 minutes, and then it's kind of just been LXB FIFA since then. And Ivan Nilsson not really finding an answer yet. He right now is checking the ratings. How are the stats getting on? I'm not actually the worst player, but still, it is neck and neck, and it is LXB FIFA that has definitely still, had an edge above Ivan Nilsson. And now it is 2-0, and we'll see how many changes come in from both sides. But it is kind of time now as well for Ivan Nilsson to put more players up in the front. And even there for fast build-up, should be quite reasonable there. However, we are going to jump straight back into the action. LXB FIFA, he could be celebrating right now. He had the better seed coming in from the group stage. Was not able to win the straight duel between these two in week 4 though. And it was Ivan Nilsson to even make it 2-0. And with that now, even better for LXB FIFA to be so strong right now in his own right. And have the game under his own control. And that shows the development for him throughout the season as well. Especially towards the end of the season, he has definitely been able to pick it up. And when it really, really counted, he's been able to show up here. He's not out of the water just yet. He's not qualified for the semis, but it is on a one-on-one with the goalie, and there you have it. 3-0. Surely no chance of getting back into this now. And with that now, Ivan Nilsson, big question marks for him. What can I even change still for that second game? Because right now he's not even playing a bad game. It's just that his playstyle has not worked out against LXB FIFA. He's just kind of been taking advantage of it. Finally, a good chance from Ivan Nilsson in front of goal. But it might just be too little too late. 85 minutes gone already. Let's correct that, 86 already. And in the end, Maximin not able to get through. What do you do? Regular time almost done. Injury time not going to save you too much. Ivan Nilsson, he needs 3 insane goals now. And it is almost impossible. Areola, good save there to get in. And you can already see LXB FIFA. Take time out of it. Let your players reset. And then you're looking so much better already. Nice to time and time again get possession out of those kicks from the goalie. However, Ramos on the other end. Well, 1 minute already gone. So much time to actually get that pass in towards your strikers. But it doesn't matter. You're up 3-0 already. That's going to be our final score here as well. And in the end then, 3-0. Strong start here from LXB FIFA. And we'll just have to see what Ivan Nilsson can still bring back into it. He was the number 6 seed coming out of the group stage. Did have a decent group stage. Really, well, more quiet even there. However, hasn't been able to show up here in the quarters. He wasn't set, of course, for the quarterfinal. He did have to play that best of 8 round yesterday. Oh, sorry, best of 16 round yesterday. And with that, top 12 made it in, but hasn't been able to shine just yet in the quarterfinal. And we'll have to see what this best of 3 still has in store.
Yeah, well, we have to see that Ivan Nilsson was pretty calm. He didn't make many mistakes, actually, besides in the early game where he got the first goal from LXB FIFA. But afterwards, he was not able to just come back into the game. I feel like he was searching for a way. He was searching his way into the goal from LXB FIFA. He was just too much of a solid player. Didn't try too much, we have to say. LXB FIFA played calm, played ball possession, playing around, passing the ball around. Overall, a pretty solid performance from the Outplay eSports player. Now, what do you think will Ivan Nilsson have to do to change or to maybe break the rhythm from LXB FIFA?
Well, one thing that he definitely has to bring to the table is a little bit more proactive playstyle. He literally was just reacting on what LXB was doing. His own attacking play didn't really breach any kind of defense on that side. We did see a couple of shots towards goal in that second half, but the first half was really just him always trying to approach goal, trying to get into those perfect situations, and then wasn't able to actually pull things through. But we are straight ready for that next match still to go, and we'll see how this will actually shape up, as XB FIFA definitely already has the edge, but Ivan Nilsson has a lot still to go. So, Ivan Nilsson now, we'll see if he did make any changes still. Or if he is going to shape up just the same way as he did in that first one already. You can see it straight away. Ivan Nilsson playing with this here. Well, straight towards his defensive play style once more on the presets, and he's going to try working off what he's got, of course. Not much of another choice really to be had. Still, first possession does go the way of LXB FIFA. And he is already putting players into position where they could actually strike then as well. Ribery on the left side together with Mendy. Time and time again, it has been a strong position there. Dembele not quite able to connect to anybody just yet. Militao and Ribery then also on the other side for Ivan Nilsson, able to then return things as well. Still Mbappe here for Ivan Nilsson. Doesn't quite make it through then.
And in the end, Sergio Ramos actually coming out far away for LXP FIFA. But he is able to regain possession in these first 10 minutes. Have kind of been a little bit of a back and forth, but now a huge chance with Ribéry. One-on-one with the goalie. Only hits the crossbar. And with that now, of course, Ribéry, not exactly the strongest striker you've currently got in Foot 20. However, at least nicely goes for the challenge. He was one-on-one with the keeper. Didn't have to go that aggressive on the shot, but in the end, he tried his best. 12 minutes in, at least already a decent chance here for LXP FIFA to maybe even bring it towards a 2-0 end. Who knows? It could all be coming to a close after this, or if Ivan Nilsson is able to pull things back, then we could be going to a full best-of-3 series here as well. We've only had a 1-2-0 yet thus far, and that's been in the qualification for that first semi-final over LGX, which is also going to be really, really interesting. LXP FIFA, if he does make it towards the grand final, could then be there to face his teammate Fabinho if he is able to then also beat Shadow, which who knows. I mean, online he hasn't been going too strong, but even offline brings a lot more experience. And how is that even possible? LXP FIFA passing around, bring the ball in, and Mbappe, out of no right way in his mind, shoots that into the bottom corner of the goal. I mean, come on, LXP, but this could then already be enough. And Ivan Nilsson, we could see it with this pause that he is currently just getting at. What just happened? How do you react to that? And I know exactly from working with various FIFA pros as well, that's going to tilt you. And that's going to be a factor where it's going to be so difficult to actually recover from if you're not able to now reset, find a goal immediately, and then bring things back. Ivan Nilsson tries to go into attacking mode, but I mean, come on. I mean, nice for LXP FIFA to try it from that angle, but yeah, a goal that you don't regularly see, but it is one of those Foot 20 moments that definitely sums up the season for a lot of players, for sure as well. Still, Vieira back to Semedo, and it just has to be Ivan Nilsson now building it all the way from the back and getting into his own gameplay there as well. Modric up to Mbappe. Don't play Mbappe on the flank. Get him inside of the penalty box. Get him to strike those goals. And then Ivan Nilsson could still have a chance. So that would be one thing that I would change. Ivan Nilsson consistently playing Mbappe by the side, then trying to bring him in. Focusing on Neymar in the middle. I would actually love to see those two guys switch. Play Mbappe in the middle. Play Neymar on the sides. He can definitely be there for support. Or even if you do have a two-man strike force up there. But LXP FIFA already up 1-0. Definitely will be looking at further extending that lead in the next minutes to come. 15 minutes in game still to go before halftime. Right now, Hullit's up to Mbappe. Again, the crossbar here for LXP. Huge chance once more for LXP FIFA. And well, we'll just have to keep an eye on this. As right now, next chance for Ivan Nilsson. Neymar does still have the support of Ribéry. Now to Modric. Huge chance. But Areola is even better. Able to keep LXP in the lead with his keeper there. Strong shot, but even stronger keeper there with Areola. He is one of the strongest keepers. He can, of course, play in that position. There's few that we actually see more. I mean, generally at the offline events, we do see a bunch more, like Schmelzer as well at some stages. Or the 99 Allison card we saw a couple of times as well. But yeah, you rarely see them in the qualifiers, at least, where you generally have the 86 ranking limit. And mistakes like that where you try to trick a little bit too far. And then it is going to be
Ivan Nielsen at least back into possession. Back to Vieira. Ribéry. One player still down for LXB. Seems to be doing alright though now as well. They're on the side. I think that would then also be on the further sides. On that left side, always active. But even here. LXB. Oh, back into possession. And the first half almost summed up already. 45 minutes is done. 2 more minutes of injury time. As the fourth official is holding up on his board down below. But the last minute here already underway. And that should pretty much stay at a 1-0 scoreline. Time is over. And generally in midfield, the ref is quick to blow the whistle. 1-0. 3 shots on target for LXB FIFA. In the end, 1 goal resulting from it. And we do have to say, I mean, kudos for taking some of those chances, hit the crossbar twice, and it has been one of those times where LXB FIFA, that one chance that he didn't think would actually go in, went in the back of the net, and Ivan Nilsson, and we saw it from his reaction as he didn't continue immediately. He just kind of waited for a second and just said, okay, what even just happened? But that's FIFA sometimes, and that's how it goes. Still, LXB FIFA now start the second half, immediately already on his way up front. De Jong now, still in possession. Down to Mbappe, has been so strong on the striking force. But still again, stopped here. The defense for Ivan Nilsson hasn't even been that bad, especially when those fullbacks actually come into play. But we saw in those couple of chances that LXB had, those fullbacks not always in position, should be offside, and it is as well. 52 minutes down. And things still very, very tight between the two of them. Nice stop here. LXB now on the next chance to actually get up ahead. Dembele does have support in the center. Still Ribéry gets shut down. Well, Sergio Ramos still. We've seen him a couple of times today in various different rosters and always been that anchor as a fullback. Has always been in those positions where he can also play a little bit further up, but in general, been that last line of defense. And Mbappe, time and time again during this tournament, he's been the player to watch out for in front of goal. 2-0 now for LXB FIFA. And if it keeps on going that way, then we will just have an easy 2-0 here. A 3-0 already in that first matchup of the best of 3. And well, the reaction from Ivan Nilsson is quite clear here. Frustration already to be seen. He is transitioning now, playing everything in attacking mode. Get more players up, get the fullbacks up as well, and just try to challenge this. Still at the same time, LXB FIFA straight back into possession, and of course now less players still back. Mbappe not able to reach the ball yet again. Sergio Ramos strong in his own position. Modric now though, back and forth, and yet again back to Modric. On to Ribéry. Neymar hasn't been as strong, but maybe now with Mbappe also gets stopped though. And it's not working for him just yet here for Ivan Nilsson. Might be offside, but it might just work out for him for LXB. Somehow still in possession with Dembele. Does have Ribéry in the center. 3 players straight on him though. De Jong now. Gets stuck on his own player, and with that, Ivan Nilsson back in it now. Foul, but he is able to now get into his own tactics and change things further. And same thing goes for Ivan Nilsson. Already seeing what can I do, what can I change, go even further up. Almost putting everything on one card. Not going full on aggressive, which actually surprised me because he has literally nothing to lose. He's already 1-0 down. Well,
1-0 down when it comes down to the best of 3 series, and then also 2-0 down within the match always brings more difficulties with it. And yeah, we'll just have to see what that second half still has in store. But right now it seems like we will have, well, 2 stacked series and then now 2 quick series as well for each semi-final. I mean, the first game that got our day started with Shadow and Diego Santos was insane. I haven't seen that many goals in one game in a long, long time in a best of 3 series. To have 20 goals happen was a game in its own right. I mean, that could have been the entire day with the goals. At the same time now, LXB FIFA already next chance, and it is going to be 3-0. No worries there. Ribéry gets one piece as well. And Evan Nilsson. Well, that's actually unfortunate to see. Rage quit coming in from his side. Not exactly the thing that we'd like to see to sum up the day here at Post Esports League. But, well, that is just the manner that came down. Unlucky to see that reaction from Evan Nilsson, but LXB still, I mean, stronger side, and he showed that clearly.
We have to say, Evan Nilsson is a young player, and I think if he has to work on something, it's clearly managing his emotion throughout a set. Now, I can understand the frustration from the first goal because it was like that's not a human possible goal, but let's be honest.
That's FIFA sometimes.
Yeah, and
sometimes you get those goals, sometimes you concede those goals, and that's the point.
Exactly.
And you have to be able to react.
And we have to say, LXB FIFA played like a veteran there.
Yeah.
It wasn't really a new player playing there. It was like you felt like he played FIFA for 10 years in competition. He felt so at ease, playing perfectly without any mistakes. Actually, you can't do anything. I think like the frustration built up from goal 1 to goal 2, and this final goal was just too much for the young player to handle. Of course, he will get sanctions from the referee's side because it's against the rule set to just forfeit a game like this on stream. But that's how it works. With this, we have LXB FIFA winning 2-0 this set. Let's have a look at the bracket a final time.
And then we can,
I'm
of
waiting
course,
for
also
studio.
Yeah.
It's coming.
We can then also take a look at,
It's
of course, who made it to the semi-finals then.
Yes.
And that's going to be interesting at LGX.
So I feel like it's too bad that Shadow is 4th seed because clearly a game like X Fabinho versus Standard de Liège Shadow would have been a final, worth a final. Both pretty skilled players. While we have to say that Shadow didn't play a clean FIFA game on the set. It was just offensive soccer, football, and there was not much of deep strategies. It was just I want to goal him out of the stadium, and that didn't work so well because it was a clown fiesta with, as you said before, 20 goals. But nevertheless, and on the second side we have Fiori Class, the underdog of the season, versus against LXB FIFA, be playing like a veteran, and he's a new player. So if he plays like this, I don't think any chances are left for Fury Class, who was really not at par looking skill-wise. What do you think?
I think one massive part as well is on the bracket that we had our top 4 already set in those quarterfinals. The other guys outside of the top 4 down in place number 12 were all in those round of 16 matches. Everything was fine. But now we have our semi-final set, and it is, for one, our first seeded against our 4th seeded, and our second against 3rd seed. So in the end, if you would have just said, okay, we're just doing a grand final LGX, and we're playing first against 4th, second against 3rd,
yes,
we could have saved today. But in the end, we had a great couple of matches. Some of them really, really competitive, especially some of those battles head-to-head between teammates. We had really, really strong setups from their sides, and then also, well, getting their own game plan through, and everything worked out fine. But
that also shows that in the end, from the seeding that we had, our top 4 also made it to the grand finals, and that is always great to see when a ranking that develops throughout the season also remains true throughout the postseason. Sometimes you do have those upsets, and that does sometimes then also make for postseason matches that, especially towards the closing stages, aren't as interesting. But we can see now we have our top 4. We have a very, very competitive side going in towards those grand finals, and that'll be a big, big fight there on the main stage for sure.
Yes, and we have to say, like, we had also for Clash Royale, it's also pretty decent to the ranking, though there were upsets, of course. It's not like first beat the last seeded beat the first seeded, but yeah, FIFA, it's a perfect ranking reflection from the season. Like, we have our top 4 seeds making it at top 4 at the end of the day. Congratulations to the 4 players. You guys are entering the semi-finals, which will take place at the Luxembourg Gaming Experience 2020 later this year. So 26 and 27 September to be on point. Tyler, I have to say very much thank you to you to be here today with your great casting skills. You brought life to many of those games, and I think we couldn't ask for a better person for the job. Thank you a lot, Tyler.
Well, of course, thank you for having me up here. First time to Luxembourg, was able to see some of the sites as well. But in the end, definitely looking forward to hopefully more also to come from that, and to see who's actually going to be able to win it at LGX then for the Post Esports League. It was a great broadcasting, of course. Big shout out also to everybody behind the camera that made this all possible, because of course we alone wouldn't be able to put on such a great show. But I think the final words definitely belong to you, as you still have a message for some of our viewers as well.
Yes, of course. And this time it's for you guys and girls out there to win a Samsung Galaxy S20. Now comes the second keyword, which you have to write into the chat in capital letters. It's simply post in capital letters with a 2 behind. So post 2 with the number, of course. You write this right now in the chat, and you will automatically enter the giveaway contest. Good luck to everyone out there. It's a bit sad to stop. Working a lot, giving you as much as possible for this first broadcast from the Post Esports League. We hope you had a lot of fun with us. We had a lot of fun casting and making a show for you guys out there. This weekend has been amazing. We had plenty of action. League of Legends was just perfect. I've never had as many as great plays in Luxembourg, actually, from the gameplay wise. Clash Royale, super fun. And FIFA, of course, with a crazy start. I think nobody will forget this start for first season of the Post Esports League. Will be written down in history. Thank you to all our followers for being in the chat, for motivating us to continue to push boundaries, to push esports in the greater region. I'm so thankful that I could be your host, and we will see each other at latest at the Luxembourg Gaming Experience 2020 for the grand finals, where the best teams and the best players will be present. Thank you and goodbye.
I don't wanna see you while you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck, push me away. You understand? There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, come on, name. apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you still make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit.